Habu's like, there's no shot. No shot did he just BM well played me when he's actually about to win through something incredibly scammy right now. That was just an incredibly diplomatic and well-mannered concede from your opponent. And Habu, we can break the news to you right now, my friend.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu. He
can't believe you're still counting.
He comes back, takes the victory.
That is why we do this. That is why we play this game.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of Masters Tour Vashj'ir. We've got a ton of great Hearthstone action coming up for you, which will ending the day with a crowning of a champion and get our first look at the first player who's going to make the Winter Championships. I'm Raven and joining me is Gia to kick off the day. Are you excited for this one? Because we've got a heck of a match to start off with.
Raven, I cannot overstate how exciting this is. Just during the rehearsal, we were talking about how our top 16 featured match is definitely a World's Finals caliber match. It's definitely two all-stars of Hearthstone at the moment. And on top of that, we've also got some new cards to reveal after that match.
Yeah, make sure you stick around after the first match is over because we do have some cards to look at from the new expansion that you will not want to miss. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's just check out the overview of the tournament. Of course, it is going to be Conquest as it has been all weekend, but just in case you're tuning in for the final day where the real spice happens here, it's going to be best of 5, of course, and we are in that top 16 bracket where now there's no, oh, I had a bad round, we'll move on and try and do better later. This is single elimination, so if you win, you move on. If you lose, you've had a great tournament, making top 16, but it does mean your tournament ends there.
It's correct, Raven. And we also have Conquest, of course, a format that we are all very familiar with, although the context of it somewhat changes from meta to meta. For this particular Masters Tour, the flavor of the week is Run-a-Thal, whether or not you run a 40-card deck, which decks are viable to have 40 cards in, and we're already seeing different decks that end up becoming sort of the weak link that can be preyed upon in Conquest. But compared to last Masters Tour, we did have Rogue coming up short quite often, although it's become a pretty high win rate deck in this Masters Tour.
Yeah, it's definitely been very interesting watching how the lineups have developed and even some of the decks that have made it into top 16. I am excited as we will be featuring one of them again in that first match. Believe it or not, we're excited about the first match. We do see the prize pool here, and obviously, as you can see, we'll be starting at that sort of 9th to 16th, and then every win from there will move up a very significant amount of money, as well as just adding more wins to the pile. And anyone in this top 16 that you see here is off to a great start already. But let's take a look at all the shenanigans that happened yesterday. As per was a pretty big mixed bag in terms of lineups, and we saw a lot of matches where there were like clashing lineups of a lot of different decks take place. As we can see here, even a Mech Paladin made it on stream.
Yeah, care of I am Jozo, who is part of the Pony Dojo practice group. Everybody starting off at 4-0 that we showed because it was the last half of Swiss that happened yesterday. Yu Yang taking a very convincing victory there. And then we saw Pikahara versus Spring here. Another Prester Druid coming out to play and showing the power of Hala when it is managed to be discovered in this deck. I think another big storyline going into this Masters Tour was what Druid to bring, Prester or alignment, or neither. We do have Gabby representing Team Prester here and Team Press Up, I guess, with that very, very fun performance, taking down Viper Mateo in a close series.
Yeah, it was very close. It did look like it was going to be a very swift 3-0, but Viper Mateo fought back. And then we had Fury Hunter versus Road, which was a truly maddening game here, where Fury Hunter took the victory overall. And those two players we just talked about, Fury and Gabby, will be that first matchup we keep hinting at for the day. So make sure not to miss that one at all. Then we had Alex JP versus Kwamwu go in, and again, just more of this Druid of the alignment version, and then going up with the Shaman as well. Oh, sorry, it wasn't the alignment version, right? This is the Presta. It was just confusing with some of the cards. But the Shaman did take a loss there, even though I do think the Shaman is very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, it was very unique to see the bioluminescence burn version of Shaman, because I think the majority of the field has brought the Control Murloc instead, which has been a pretty solid bring, picking up a lot of bans on the way. But this very first match that we'll be having doesn't feature Shaman. We do also have a couple Beast Hunters in the mix, which is a deck that I was probably unfairly down on. I thought it was not a great bring to the tournament, but it's proved to have a pretty good win rate here. We see, however, Fire Noodle not managing to get the win with it when he faced very Fat Cat, who is the 8-0 player of the Swiss here. Now, Raven, in recent tournaments, the 8-0 has not proven to be a curse. We've had winners taking absolutely no losses throughout Masters Tours. I wonder if very Fat Cat can replicate that.
Yeah, definitely possible. If he manages to play about 4 Rune of the Archmage per game, like we saw yesterday to an extent, then yeah, very, very possible indeed. We did finish the day with that one. It was a bit of a rough one there for Dravo, maybe not the best highlight of that Warlock deck, but we'll see how it goes for the rest, because we do have the top 16. We are going to start with that Gabby versus Fury Hunter, and depending on how quick that match is, we may get to show some of the other matches, some of the other games from elsewhere, but it's very likely we will be going straight to top 8. So pretty spicy top 16 overall. Of course, we're going to be looking at Gabby versus Fury, but we've got Habu Gabu in there. We've got very Fat Cat, the 8-0 player. We've also got Pocket Train on the right side of that bracket, and then Yuying below that. So a ton of well-known high caliber players are going to be duking out today for that spot for being named champion of Masters Tour Vashj'ir.
That's right. We've got a great mix of veterans and superstars of the scene. Some people that have kind of been bubbling under the surface, where maybe if you're a bit more ingrained in the community, if you've heard of them, even though they haven't necessarily had a big breakout performance like Pocket Train. And then we have some new players that haven't necessarily had so much Masters Tour experience. And then we also have a good mix of lineups, where another thing to watch out for is Mine Rogue, which is a deck that didn't see very much representation in the Masters Tour, but proved to be the highest win rate archetype here. Of course, not the hugest sample size, but we do have 2 Mine Rogue players still here in the top 16, and I'm so excited to see whether it can take it all the way to the winning lineup of the whole Masters Tour.
It is one thing you always keep an eye out for when we have a Masters Tour with a relatively fresh meta, is that you've always got to think, is someone going to do it? Is someone going to break the game, right? And just take it all the way with a lineup, or even just a deck that has completely overperformed past everyone's expectations. So I'm excited to see the Rogue maybe a little bit later on. But for now, Gio, we have Gabby versus Fury. Easily two of the best players in Europe. Almost certainly 2 of the best players in the world. The only thing that's a shame about this for me is that it isn't the finals. It means one of those players is going to lose and be done for the day. One of them is going to move on. But still, I am very happy to be sat here casting this one. We see Druid banned away from Fury Hunter and Rogue banned away from Gabby. And I just want to ask you, like, speaking of these sort of fringe decks that may have been a bit of a surprise, Gabby seemingly making Warlock work, which I think everyone, or nearly everyone, was skeptical of Warlock going into this tournament.
Yeah, and myself included, although there were a fair few amount of Warlocks that we cast on day 2, so at least the people who were doing well throughout the latter half of Swiss. But there's also just a lot to be said about the build of Warlock. I've called it quite an inconsistent deck because you run 40 cards. A lot of those are tech choices, and you don't necessarily find the curse package or the removal package as often as you would before. That 10 health, of course, gives the Warlock a lot of breathing room to keep tapping, but we see from Gabby's list that he has included sort of a Swiss Army knife list. He has the Demon Seed in there as a tech for the Mirror. He has Dreaded Mount as a tech for Boar Priest, which will not necessarily be getting much of a target in Fury Hunter's lineup. He has only 1 Starfish, which I could see as a bit of a problem, because if we're looking at the lineups head-to-head, the only difference in class here is that Warlock for Gabby versus the Wig Priest for Fury, and I don't think that's a particularly good matchup for the Warlock.
Yeah, we saw something yesterday. I think me and Sal were casting to finish off the day, and we saw their Warlock struggle in certain matchups. The biggest one was like a Boar Priest matchup, because Boar Priest just got to their combo way smoother than Warlock, that just had a ton of these sort of extra cards, as you mentioned, the sort of different packages that the Warlock has to run to sort of have decent matchups across the board. It's difficult to get hold of those, so excited to see how that turns out. But it does look like we are going to start with the Druid from Gabby going up against Fury Hunter's Mage to kick it off with. But honestly, you just look at the stats for these two players and cry, as I wish I was even remotely as good at Hearthstone as one of these players, never mind them both.
Yeah, crazy the amount of accolades between these two players. Both of them previously having won a Masters Tour, in Gabby's case, 2 Masters Tours, including one from this year. And both of them very nearly booking a ticket to this year's World Championship. Of course, Gabby present at last year's, but very much hungry to take a victory that a lot of people were expecting him to. And then Fury Hunter also just a few matches away from qualifying during the Summer Championship. So both of them very much hungry to book themselves another chance at the Fall Championships instead, and potentially get there either through the total wins or just winning another Masters Tour, which we know both of these players have proven to be capable of.
There's an extra level of spice added to this matchup as well between the two players, because Gabby, I think yesterday, tweeted that Wig Priest was trash and anyone who brought it was bad, and Fury has it in his lineup. So just that extra level of, well, if Fury wins, he can potentially respond or laugh at that tweet either way. But if Gabby wins, you know, it's just backing up the bragging power that he has. We'll just have to see if Gabby feels comfortable enough going against Fury to start throwing out the exercise mid-game that we saw a lot yesterday, because something that I noticed was while he was doing that, he obviously wasn't watching his opponent's turn play out,
Right.
which is fine if you win, but against a player like Fury, I don't know if, well, I wouldn't have that confidence, but then again, I'm not Gabby, so we'll have to see. I'm going to be interested to see if it comes out to play, or if Gabby's going to go full try-hard mode here and actually just make sure he can grab the win. But already, Gia, we are into game 1, the first match of the day, and the first match of round of 16 here. It's going to be that Druid on the top for Gabby and Mage on the bottom for Fury Hunter.
Right. I mean, I'm inclined to say I don't think Gabby will be doing too much between his turns, because this is the top 16 now, and he's very, very hungry to get that win and go to seasonals again. But every time I feel like Gabby can't get more confident, he does something to prove that he's even more confident. So I don't know, Raven. I have been in shambles before, so we shall see. Fury Hunter here with the big spell mage, like you said, has access to Deepwater Evoker, although I'm not sure if he's looking for armor necessarily in the matchup. Prester Druid doesn't give you a whole lot of time to outlast in the late game because of the sheer power of the dragons and the consistency with which they can pick up a Kazakhstan active early in the game. So I thought Fury potentially might look at having as many chances to draw Belinda as possible, but I do like the heap of Barbaric Sorceress to make sure that he can, if he does play Deepwater Evoker, make whatever he gets off of it cheaper.
Yeah, I think I do like... Oh, wow, okay, well, there's Belinda. I do like this keep overall, because it's the problem where Gabby could just play out the first 4 turns of the game by just jamming loads of minions. And if Fury Hunter has nothing to do, if he does mulligan a lot of this away and just have like the big spells and has to wait for them, he could just get overran pretty easily there. So I do like the keep of just the guaranteed smaller minions have access to some level of on-curve play. But indeed, as Belinda is drawn, and there are coins to play around with as well. So even without this Barbara, should I say, in hand, just the fact that there's a high chance of being able to just coin Belinda on 4 is huge.
Yeah, both players access to double coins because both players played Mailbox Dancers. So not only is there the double coin Belinda, there's coin Lady Prester for Gabby, which happens first in this instance.
Yeah, literally no power build-up, no fill episodes in this series, right? It's just both players max power straight away, not messing about at all. Fury has one more turn to kill before he can really go for this Belinda and Treasure Guard. I would arguably say just the best card to have drawn for that turn.
Yeah, great. Challenges the Pelican very nicely and lets him keep cycling. Now, Fury here, I'm sure that he'll be upset to see Prester on turn 4 because he didn't see any tutor effects for it. No Jerry Rig, no Capture Cold Tooth Mine played, so he didn't really have full information that Prester would happen this turn. Gabby taking the time to consider whether he should guff first, though, because on the flip side, Gabby also has no idea whether or not there's a Belinda in hand for Fury, which from his perspective is probably not so likely. So both players having access to their power plays immediately. Gabby gonna throw out the aquatic form to play around Barbaric Sorceress. And immediately picks up a Murrow. Oh my!
But Fury Hunter does get to respond with the Coin Belinda and start doing big things himself. This is kind of hilarious that now it's like big dragons versus baby dragons right now.
Yes.
For the two players. They've just got access to their basic end game plan straight away. It's about as powerful as both decks are going to be, especially with Gabby just having Guff available right now as the insta follow-up, not only opening up card draw, but of course mana as well.
That's huge. Now, Gabby can choose to Murzon here just to gain 2 coins played and I guess a vanilla 5/5 Belinda on board. Not sure if that's necessarily worth it because he can get most likely a Drakefire Amulet copied if he just holds on to a turn.
Right.
So he is just going to ramp up with Guff here. Has the Finley to try and re-roll some Dragon Slayer, but the hand is looking a little bit dry. He really needs an Onyxia for himself to get enough targets on composting.
Yeah, going to go for the Kalagos as well to help out with options for next turn and just have a lot of health on board. Again, although Gabby will be playing high-powered effects from these dragons, the actual minions themselves are quite small, so just sitting on 12 health is pretty huge here. But Gabby responds with the Kalagos of his own with Scale of Onyxia if he so chooses. Wow!
That's insane.
Both players doing the best things.
That's what we are just seeing. Both players, World Championship caliber players with World Championship caliber draws and discovers at the moment. And that means that Gabby gets to, draw so many more resources here. This never stops. And he just gets Kalagos after Kalagos. These are premium dragons.
Yeah, gets the Murazond as well, of course, that he had from last turn to be able to generate something. Gets a Deathwing for a casual 12 power on board as well. And he's still got 4 mana left. This just seems unfair, Gia. Can we get a referee check this, please?
Doesn't matter that he has Amalgam off of the Discover. The 12/12 is more than enough to make up for all that. Has Onyxian Warder if he wants even more Rush. Just to fill out the board seems decent here. I don't think this is a hand that Gabby ends up playing Finley on because he's got above average quality dragons already, plus the Moonlit Guidance, which can go wild, especially if he finds a Hala in the deck.
Okay, well, Spammy Arcanist can actually clear up this board if that's something Fury wants to do. The hope, I guess, if clearing the board is the plan for Fury, is that if he clears now, that's as big as the board's going to look for the near future, at least stat-wise, because of that Deathwing. So, what do you think? Do you think this is worth it? It feels bad to trade 10 attack in.
Yeah.
But if he leaves up, he's just going to die.
Correct. I think this is a necessary evil for Fury. Don't get me wrong, he is not winning here. I don't think he feels like he's winning, but from this point, you cannot just leave that many dragons on board. He doesn't have enough of a comeback mechanism, so he just has to hope that Gabby whiffs on whatever he discovers, but that is not the case. Miracle Growth after Scale with composting? Are you joking? This is insane.
Yeah, the problem with plays like Miracle Growth, like being able to get that amulet played on Gabby's side, is the minions are now bigger than they should be. The one benefit you have against this deck when Presta goes off is the minions themselves are generally small, right? That's like the one benefit you have. But suddenly, there was a Deathwing, now there's the big sort of Mossy Horror 10-10 on board. now we can see there's just a fully powered Alexstrasza and Kazakus in hand. It's just best of both worlds at this moment in time for Gabby, and Fury now has to work some kind of magic, and I think that magic will be not die and try and get Rune of the Archmage.
All right.
And Gabby's showboating now. I love the fact that he waits to do this when he knows he's so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
I was thinking maybe he throws out a bit more respect for players like Fury Hunter, but I guess even Fury Hunter in a situation like this, Gabby knows there is little to nothing
Exactly.
he can do.
I think the respect was shown by the fact that Gabby waited this long to do this, because he didn't wait this long in his other match. Yeah, he didn't wait this long in his other match. He had to wait until he was pretty sure he was going to win.
Oh, Lord. Now, Fury's still full focused here. He knows what a dismal position he's in, but he is still going about it in such a way to gain any small percent that he possibly can. We can see from Gabby's hand that it's all for naught. Almost lethal straight up with the Alexstrasza here. Oh wait, with the Ysera, it actually is with the Nightmare. Forgot to count that.
+5, right?
+4?
Oh yeah, sorry, +5. I'm living in the past.
Yeah, same.
Living in the past there. But yeah, that is going to be game one going to Gabby. And again, that's kind of the problem, right? When you match these two decks up, like, yes, either one can definitely win the matchup, but when both players effectively do the most powerful thing they can do, well, guess what? The Presto Druid wins that, as we well saw. A really, really rough one for Fury when basically the amulet just wasn't big enough or impactful enough to do anything, because Gabby was already so far ahead, and a pretty rapid and good win there for Gabby for game one.
Yeah, definitely showing the power ceiling on the Presto Druid. Now, I have been very vocal about how powerful I think this deck is. When it does things like this, it obviously looks like it is too powerful indeed. It's like you're not playing Hearthstone, you're playing Tavern Brawl Hearthstone, which is insane, of course. But, you know, Gabby had an above average outcome there with the Presto on turn 4, with the Guff immediately to follow up, and amazing Dragons right off the bat, and no shortage of card draw. The deck doesn't always pan out this way, but in the hands of a good player, you even maximize the percentages a little bit more, getting the juice out of cards like Halak, Halagos, and all these different Discover effects to maximum potential. And it's why I think Gabby has banned away the Alignment Druid from Fury. That's kind of the only deck that can really throw a wrench in the works of a perfect Presto draw, on top of having a good matchup against the Curse Warlock as well, which Gabby queues up now.
Yeah, it is important to note, though, I think, in Fury's defense to an extent, this is Conquest. Gabby needs to win with all three decks, and I think going into this series, if you asked Fury which deck is most likely to get a win against you, it would probably be Presto Druid, once the bans have shaken out, of course. So I think even though that was unfortunate for Fury, you just say, okay, Presto Druid won, it's probably going to win if it gets played. Sure, now move on and let's focus on the Mage and the Warlock, which are two way more beatable decks in this scenario for me.
That's right. Fury moving over to his Wig Priest here, which I do think has a very solid matchup against the Ranathal Curse Warlock, especially that Gabby only runs one Starfish here, which I feel is the most important card to try and stabilize against this deck. Just yesterday, we saw Fury play against a Warlock that had hit triple Starfish, like one of them was Zolud, in the upper half of their deck, but Fury still managed to get there with the Wig Priest, kind of abusing the fact that Warlock doesn't have that much mana to play with. They do have tons of cards as options, but a lot of those are often too expensive to get the full clear against a Wig Priest that knows what they're doing. And I'll be super interested to see how Gabby approaches this, because he has been not too quiet at all about what he thinks of this Priest deck.
Yeah, it's. I'm very excited to see if Fury wins this game, and maybe even takes the series. We'll have to see. But so far for the Mulligan, definitely not bad. But without a wig, I do think at minimum the Priestess and the School Teacher can be thrown away, and maybe even the Devourer as well, and just go hard to actually just get Murkwater Scribe with wig in hand. I think that is always going to be priority one for this deck. Just start making the big minions as quickly as possible.
Right? If you don't have Wig and you don't have Thrive, you already have to think about, is this hand a full mull? It's only really the Scribe that I think is worth keeping here
Right.
potentially, but Fury says no. He needs the most important card, doesn't find it at the moment, but has at least curves of 3-drop into 3-drop, which all cycle through his deck, so not a complete disaster. Both players with double treasure card in hand.
Yeah, even the Shard now just to trade away Thrive. Big pickup there. If it wasn't going to be Wig, you would want it to be Thrive for next turn. So you can actually get hold of the Wig and potentially actually do that and then coin with Treasure Guard and Wig the turn after.
Right, or Crush Claw, but okay, he does find the Wig. I definitely favor going Thrive this turn over Coin into a 3-drop though, because Treasure Guard doesn't have too much pressure, just played as on an empty board, and if you go for Crush Claw Enforcer, you leave yourself very weak to Dragged Below, which is definitely a 2 of in the deck. So Fury now gets the opportunity to start placing some Wigs. Question is it Treasure or Crush Claw? I do like the Crush Claw, so it challenges the Syracuse Cultist.
Yeah, and also Treasure Guard can be super powerful later on as well, with just such a high base health means that even late, like 4 or 5 turns from now, you can play it, build it up with some buffs, and it becomes very threatening in most cases as well. I actually didn't see what the Nargling got. That was too fast for me because I was looking at something else.
Was Unstable Shadow Blast, which is an amazing outcome against Wig Priest. Imagine 1 mana to deal 6 damage, and most of the time you don't get the overkill and self-damage against Wig Priest because the minions have so much health on them. This is looking like a fantastic start for Gabby here, getting ahead on, or not necessarily ahead, but getting board presence, right? And using those minions to fight back while they're still relevant, and then later on having that mana built up towards his big clears like the Entitled Customer.
Yeah, 100%. Just having stuff to do is absolutely huge here. It looks like Fury is going to split the Wigs there and just, push face as well. Not going to bother with the trades, assuming, I imagine, that Gabby will do some trades for him.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assumption here. All of the single target removal except the Snuggling from the Warlock generally don't deal enough damage to one-shot any of these 4/6s. So Fury, they're just saying, okay, if you have to clear the board, you have to trade anyway.
Fury is piecing together some very powerful tools, though, with the Radiant Elementals and Najak Hexman now as well. Still just has the 1 Wig. I think that's the drawback right now. If he had this hand, but with 2 Wigs, things can get out of control very quickly. Yeah. But it's not looking too great. No.
I think it's going to be another 2 minions played here as opposed to just Treasure Guard and Wig, which I quite like because the Treasure Guard at 2 attack doesn't necessarily challenge the School Teacher on the other side.
Right.
Off of this Discover, I guess another Treasure Guard. It's not ideal, but the others don't really have much synergy with the game plan. Oh, he takes Glow Scale as a cheaper Naga option. Maybe planning to go for a big pop-off with a Radiant soon?
Yeah, that was the trade-off, right? The overall better card in the form of the Treasure Guard versus just saving 1 mana, which I can definitely get behind. Gabby, though, has
Dragged Below.
Yeah, that's very clean.
Incredible pickup, lets him full clear this board, even though he has to trade both minions into the Amalgam. He's not too upset about that. Gabby, I think, is looking to clear up some hand space leading into a Dreadlich Tamsin turn. He could also just Tamsin here, although it would make him overdraw.
Yeah, I was looking at the Tamsin actually, just to get it cooking. It looks like he's just going to drop Zakul there.
Right,
Island some
overdraws.
pressure.
To mill Fury for something significant, and it's going to be a Shard. Yeah, not bad for Fury. I don't think you really need Shard against Warlock.
Yeah, also just a big deal for the fact that there's just a 6/5 on an empty board, right? So Fury has to like build up a board and then hope the 6/5 doesn't just tear it down again. He does have Hexen, but not really the strongest defense options for Hexen either, right? Like if he steals the Najak, then if he steals the Zakul, then it probably just instantly dies next turn anyway.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just weak to so many removal options from Gabby, especially now he's on above 6 mana, all the AoE available. Even just a single drag below or assault plus trade can kill off that Hexen. So I don't think that's going to be a priority for Fury here. He's also just kind of getting beat down by the curses from Gabby, who has managed to not only stay ahead on board, but get the curse train rolling faster than average, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting style, right? Less sort of combo-y and more just do stuff so your opponent can't, from Gabby here with this Warlock.
I love it. It's a very proactive game plan.
Yeah.
It's up Null now, which is quite good if he wants to slot in the dragged below as well. It could also still be a Tamsin play, which lets him get a full board clear, but it would clear off his own Zakul after the trade. The Null's still 1 mana too expensive right after the draws.
Yeah, I think this is still okay though, even though he loses the actual board presence. Does get a Mistress of Mixtures if he wants to play that out now, but looks like thinking about it. Okay, choosing not to, doesn't want that on board to help with the heal. And wow, Fury, yeah, I kind of forgot, just down to 15 now because of those curses. But still, just look at the power that Gabby has available to him. And now with Tamsin, might just have extra 3/3s pop out, has that hero power, which is much stronger in general than the live tap. It's all looking good as he kind of has an answer to everything now that he's picked up the Starfish, right? So that's what I was saying earlier. The guard is really, really strong at this kind of stage in the game because out of nowhere, there's 9 health on board. But with the Starfish, that can all just be fully negated anyway.
Ooh, perfect for Gabby here. I really like the Mistress Hold to make sure the Null is at its cheapest on the following turn. If he had seen no big board development from Fury, he could have gone Null and Mutinous for yet another proactive line, which has been giving him such an advantage thus far. And instead, we see Null plus board clear options. Super simple here. Means Fury has no real comeback mechanism. All that the Wig Priest can do when they're behind on board and don't have Samuro is just build their own big minion. And that's just not enough in this scenario. It's only a couple more ticks of curse, and then Fury Hunter is not only getting beaten via board control, but just aggression as well.
What do you think of Hexen on the Null now, just to trade off?
I mean, kind of have to stay alive, but it is not winning the game. Or is any other line that I can see. I'm trying to think if there is some sort of school teacher option that pulls Fury out of this. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, so like Hexen play the curse and just heal and hope the Hexen lives. Is that as desperate as Fury is right now?
Well, you can trade the Null immediately, so like.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, trade the Null away. I'm saying like play the curse and just put a heal down with hero power and then just
right.
Hope
I definitely see the point. Yeah, like it's not important that it lives to protect the Null on your side. It's important that it lives just so Fury has a target for any of these wigs. But that is not necessarily going to be the case here. Gabby feeling safe enough that he can just drop the Mutinous, eats a Radiant, which is not a huge deal because Fury has the other one. But the bigger headline here is he needs to get this Handmaiden to roll some amazing draws here. Probably a Valish to really have enough mana to work with on this turn.
Yeah, this is looking okay though, right? The Hexen's going to get big, the Handmaiden going to draw. There's still the Wig for 0 because the other Elemental. And there is Bless as well. So, oh, another Devour too. Okay.
Yeah.
These are the kind of turns you need to make in these games where you actually just steal the win as this Priest. It's very possible. It's going to be difficult because we're staring at Twisted Nether. But still, this is the kind of turn you make, right? Where the deck can surprise at how late it can still play.
Right. The Voidwalker sticking around is actually a big deal because it means that Fury can't clear the Mutinous and go face with a huge plus minion this turn. If the 1/1 were not there, he could distribute 1 wig to the other 3/2, or 2 wigs rather, have that trade, and then have that Hexen be pretty uncontested, and also his own health total. At this point, the bigger worry is not the fact that he's not dealing lethal himself. It's the fact that the Mutinous can go face for 6 if he doesn't trade it, and he's just dead to any curse.
I do like this, though. We've seen a good chunk of curses. There is still 6 cards left in the deck. A few less, actually, because of the imps. But I like this, because by trading, is Fury really going to win at this point, knowing that there's silence, knowing that there's removal? I think just pushing damage and hoping for the best really is the out that he has available to him right now.
Oh my god, the Giga. Yep, that seals it. Nothing to be done here for Fury. That is going to be a quick 2-0 lead for Gabby.
It really is, yeah. Fury going for the school teacher just to look, right? And when you're in this spot, why not open the box and just have a quick look what's inside? But unless I'm missing something, none of those will solve Fury's problems here. And that's going to be a very rough game indeed.
Yeah, not only is it extremely demoralizing to go down 0-2 this quickly, I kind of felt like Fury Hunter's best chance of bullying the lineup from Gabby was to get multiple wins on this Warlock, but the fact that it's gotten through so easily, didn't even look close. I mean, who's actually favored in the matchup? I swear it's Wig Priest, but I don't know.
Be. I feel like it definitely should be, but it's not been the case for this one, and Gabby takes another victory, goes 2-0 up in this series. I mean, he did do this yesterday when we were casting him as well, and did then sort of have a bit of a shaky few moment, and then it went all the way to game 5. Fury Hunter definitely capable of bringing this one back, but suddenly Gabby only has his mage left, and again, mage, I think, hasn't been doing as well as people thought it would, but has actually not been doing badly either, right? It's just been doing well, I think is the best way to describe it. So definitely still looking good for Gabby, only needing 1 win with this mage out of the 3 chances he has.
And I think Mage is well capable of taking that win. Indeed, this is a deck that if it just hits one of these 2 key cards on the left early enough, you get such a big advantage in any matchup. Indeed, looking at the small tech choices that could maybe shift a few percentages around, we see Finley in here over Pelican Diver. We see a Restaurant Viper, which I feel was, you know, that's a card that I really thought would fall off for this meta because Vipers traditionally only had real big use against Paladin, where Control Paladin and Mech Paladin aren't particularly popular in the field, and I didn't think they would be. But we see Gabby, of course, like even from the Warlock, we can see his mindset with the deck building is to make sure he doesn't have any truly abysmal matchups, so trying to hedge a little bit there. 1 Parrot is 1 less than I'm used to seeing in most lists, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think a lot of the time Parrot does feel very extra in the deck, and then when you suddenly say, well, run 2 of them, I feel like you play tons of games where you don't ever actually play 1, never mind 2. So yeah, I could definitely see that being an acceptable cut here. Fury Hunter going to be locking in the Boat Rogue first, or the Pirate Rogue, or whatever rogue you want to call it. Krakatoa Rogue, I'm sure Sol will want to call it at this point, but still, a deck more than capable of piling on the pressure early, which is, I think, the biggest chance you have versus this mage for the majority of the decks in the meta right now, right? You just want to pile on the pressure and make them feel awkward about getting that sort of playing Belinda on curve, or on a mage curve, should I say, which doesn't necessarily have to be turn 6. But just make them feel a little bit difficult, right? Because even though Belinda is extremely strong, it is basically play a minion that does nothing that turn and pass, right? Which is something you can really try and punish for your opponent.
Right, and even on the turn after, if the spell picked up was, say, double Drakefire and no Rune, you are not necessarily answering the board of the Rogue on the next turn either,
right.
Given that not too many dragons have Rush. Fury Hunter here, I do completely agree with your assessment that he has a big chance of beating down Gabby in the early game, but this hand is not it. And it also is kind of dependent on whether or not Gabby finds Evoker. No armor to be found for now, so that's a plus for Fury, but he really needs Knolls or at least a preparation to get this vessel out sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
Belinda.
There's Belinda, and also I saw Wicked Good talk. They're doing some great deck breakdowns and card breakdowns for the archetypes, talking about how good Ram Rider has been in this tournament, even though a lot of players have looked at cutting it. And yeah, you can see why, right? Suddenly in this matchup, obviously there's the prep now for Fury, which has changed things again. But even just with the Ram Rider, right, like the matchup is competitive in these first few turns, right? There's something to play now. There's the 1/1s in hand. Now the Evoker's been drawn. It's not looking too bad at all.
Yeah, Evoker just smooths out the curve perfectly for Gabby here. Like the Starfish, removing stealth isn't a big deal, make no mistake, but he is just playing whatever he can for board.
I also like this because it actually sets up for a potential Reckless Apprentice as well, right? If there's a trade into the 2/2 and then the Starfish lives, the Starfish gets to hit one of the other 3/3s and then just Reckless cleans it up quite nicely, as well as putting a solid body on the board. A little bit different now because the null has come down from Fury, but still not a bad setup.
Yeah. To your point about Ram Commander, it's great also to potentially set up spammy Arcanist boards, and the fact that the Commander adds 2 Rams to the hand makes the Knolls in the list a bit cheaper if Gabby were to find them, and he's doing a very good job of stabilizing here. Gonna get 9 or 10 armor from the Deepwater Evoker, and Fury already, the window for him to pile on the beatdown is quickly closing.
Tough, right? Gabby's managed to stay competitive on this early board, and we know things are only going to get crazier as time goes on. And I do feel like if Fury Hunter wants to win this, and judging from these plays, this is how he wants to do it, he needs to keep Tooth of Nefarian, both of them in hand, along with Wicked Stab, to just chuck everything to the face. I think that's Fury's general game plan, and I think the second he starts using those removal tools, or those damage tools for removal, is when he starts to throw the game away.
It's a really tough situation to tell because at 28 health, you kind of also say this reach is not getting there, especially if you expect Barbaric Sorceress or Belinda on the very next turn.
Right.
So he's going for the other line of hoping that the Tooth gets him some miracle spell. These are not it, though.
Yeah, I do think what I was saying was definitely more true before the Evoker just put 10 armor on Gabby, right? At 18, it does feel a little bit more reasonable, but Fury, of course, has to react to what Gabby does. It's going to, I believe, pick those boats to get the extra 3/3s next turn. But for now, got to make the choice as to whether he wants to trade again, and he does put a Tooth into the Reckless to just try and retain some level of board and get some repeat damage from these minions.
Right, it's a painful price to pay, losing that 6 damage burst, but Fury was just kind of hoping maybe Gabby didn't have the perfect card on this turn as well, but it's there. 2 3/3s with stealth, definitely going to help, though, the long-term game plan. The Gun Fishing doesn't actually pull the 3/3s anymore because they were judged up by Illuminate. So I guess this is going to be an Edwin turn instead?
Yes. I'm actually wondering how much, like, how often Wicked Stab actually gets played here.
Yikes. Ogani, too late. If only it came down last turn to block Belinda or Barbara, but not the case. And Fury quickly counting up whether the dagger has more long-term value than Gone Fishing, or if it's just Wicked Stab face, like you said, because Mr. Smite can come down on curve next turn. So if he pushes 10 this turn with the Wicked Stab, he would need to then deal 12 the next turn, which is technically doable with the 2 3/3 stealth and the Smite. So I am thinking it is just a Wicked Stab angle.
Right. Yeah, it is reliant on no real trades happening, but yeah, I think again, just Fury has to do this. If he starts trying to do some trades, then this is going to be difficult here. Going to be a Shadow Step and a replay, I imagine, of the Pirate here. So an additional stealth minion to help push some extra damage next turn with the Smite. Going to be awfully close here.
Right. Oh, the spammy is the most difficult thing to play around.
And that's just... It's just all gone. There's just no chance. One turn too early for Scabs. Smite doesn't even get close. This would have to be what? Okani and Stab the Belinda?
Oh, yes, that's
It doesn't win, but it's the only play Fury has right now. So, of course, it's game 3. He's 2-0 down. He's going to make the play. But It's rough, and I think Fury has just had such a rough series here. Gabby has sort of just steamrolled through each game, and there's just been nothing Fury can really do about it. The setup, the pushing for damage, all looked correct from where I was sat. The Mr. Smite setup, even with the Shadow Step on the Pirate, looked great. But Gabby has an answer for every single thing Fury has done in this series, not even this game.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this is not 100% over. Obviously, it's looking terrible for Fury Hunter, but this is a good Scab's turn to follow up. He's not dead. He still has the Smite in hand, and there's still 2 Fillet Fighters in the deck, right? Technically, there is still enough reach to get there. There is, however, not a lot of card draw, especially after having played the Edwin. But Fury has these 2 4/2s, and Gabby currently doesn't have another spammy in hand. Oh, sorry, wait. Yeah, he does.
He gets it back. Yeah, he gets it.
All right, so they're gone if he plays Ram spammy.
3 mana left over, could just go mailbox afterwards.
If he's very brave, can also just not clear these and go for counter development with dragons, because technically on 2 cards in hand, it's very unlikely he dies, even with 8 on the board.
If he's very brave, he just plays Rune of the Archmage and just says that will do.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, it's reasonable. Again, you have certain expectations from the average Rune of the Archmage, which is sort of some form of AoE, some form of potential freeze, and then, you know, a secret and some damage, right? Like, it is normally how you'd expect that to go. Does look like he is going to just play out the spammy. He was looking at the Rune of the Archmage, but thought, you know what? Setting up, 7 power this turn, 8 damage with a ping next turn is probably going to be good enough.
Right. I do like this line. Sorry, I thought that Rune was straight up another Drakefire. He couldn't any dragons that turn. But Fury does have a pretty decent answer here with the Krakatoa. Gets to push another 4 damage face, remove enough power from board that he is almost never dead next turn. I say almost because there's a Rune. Oh, the Hullbreaker might hurt him too much.
Maybe not the best idea.
But it might be necessary at the same time. Obviously, the big whiff is if you hit a Jarn Vessel.
Is this just Rodent Nest?
I'm still looking at the Hullbreaker. I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, okay, even if you do take the 5 from the boat, there's not 8 on board after the Claws trade. And then you would have Hero Power Smite Boat, right? For 12 damage burst. And if you don't hit the boat, then you hit one of your cheap spells and it's good.
Okay, I'm slowly being sold. Maybe I just like the Hunter cards.
Okay, he did take the 5. But he does have the 12 burst, right? Plus the crab weapon, which is probably just going to be 2 damage by next turn. So it's actually 1-off lethal with this setup for Fury.
Gabby just going to press Rune.
It's really the only choice he has, right? I mean, he can...
I mean, there is an Ixia, right?
Yeah. He can also weave in the Barbaric if he coins first. But it's not guaranteed because he knows there's a Vessel in hand with the 5 damage. Anyway, let's open the box. Poly Jelly. Explosive. That's insane, actually, because of the Smite.
Yeah. Yeah, it just kills the Smite, right?
Yep, straight up.
Just an Ignite to the face, because why not? It's probably going to be Jellyfish going down. Oh, the Snap Freeze as well.
This one's looking pretty over.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Gonna coin out Taunt, I imagine, yeah, with the Barber. Yeah. Oh,
That
it just...
knocks it out.
Okay.
Okay.
That was, let's be honest, as good as it was going to get, right? For picking up something to play.
So the boat can actually still be coined out here thanks to that mailbox dancer. So this is a clear and some meager damage pushed face, but I'm pretty sure this Onyxia is going to seal the game because after the Smite has been played, Fury has no more prospects of reach. I I guess, one Wicked Stab in the deck, but it's just not nearly enough.
Yeah, I think the reach is just the Wicked Stab, right? That's about it, especially because it's likely to only be drawing one card. There's 2 Fillet Fighters, of course, but if you want to call deal 1 to face reach, sure, we can, but you understand the point, right? Oh, is that another Ignite? And that's just going to be the game. Yeah, the Ignite getting shuffled in, Gabby pulling it out, doing some press-ups to end the game. But again, a lot less than we saw in his matches from yesterday. So Gabby definitely understanding there's only time for shenanigans once he's decided he's already won. Huge congratulations to Gabby there on the victory. 3-0 puts him in the top 8 with some ease. But I will say, it's sad to see from Fiori there. I think he played really well, did everything he could, but there are some series you were just not going to win, and I think that was one of them, unfortunately.
I would have to agree. I think even Gabby will admit in quite a few of those games he was handed some hands on a silver platter. In the Warlock game, I do really like how he approached it, though. The mix of going for board presence, curses weaved in, and removal only when absolutely necessary, I think was a great way to actually prove to me that Wig Priest is not, at least in this tournament, favored against Curse Warlock. The Warlock has currently 33 wins to 31 from the Wig Priest here. Gabby going to be very happy since he got a quick series and can rest a little bit before playing his quarter-final match. I do think we also have to wait a little bit more before we see who's actually rounding out the top 8 here. And for Fury Hunter, definitely hoping that we see him put in another good performance at the next couple MTs. Still has a chance to win one, still has a chance to make it through to seasonals via win totals, which I'm sure he's more than capable of doing.
Yeah, also Fiori's going to be in last call as well. So Fiori still continues to be in everything because guess what? He's a very good Hearthstone player, and we seem to just now expect him to make it deep into these Masters tours. But I think it's about time. We'll find out very shortly, but we did promise you some card reveals here from the new expansion. So I do think we will be able to check those out now. So for the first time, to reveal them on stream, here is the first one, Gia, and I love the name already, Stuart. Keep it simple, but it's Stuart the Steward, a 3-mana Paladin legendary death rattle. Give your next Silver Hand recruit you summon +3/+3, and this death rattle, so as long as they don't get silenced, it's basically just a never-ending 4/4 from your hero power or maybe some other ways to generate Silver Hand recruit. So really, really strong overall, and I do think, as you can hear your opinions on this, Gia, we do have a bit of a video as well just to show you the gameplay of this card.
All right, first opinion, Steward of Scrolls, get out of here. We have a new Steward on the block, and it is, like you said, with this sort of infinite loop death rattle, definitely giving some very strong leapfrogger vibes, except for these Silver Hand recruits. So already it's looking like Dude Paladin is coming back here. This is a legendary card, so definitely a card that you can only play one of in the deck because this effect is so powerful, and obviously the earlier you play it, the stronger it is. We can see this in action in just a bit. Here we go.
And you say play one of G. I'm just waiting for the Zola to kick into this deck, and then you start really stacking those hero powers to go. So yeah, it does get played out as a 3/3. And like I said, this is just going to be a sort of never-ending buff unless obviously the card with the death rattle is transformed or it's silent. So again, requiring your opponent to really put effort into clearing this up. And I think for a 3-mana 3/3, I can see this definitely just fitting into any deck that ever even considers having the chance to play the hero power. You see, you're going to be pressing now, and there we go, 2-mana 4/4 that will create another 2-mana 4/4 with the hero power when it dies. So looks pretty solid to me, and obviously if you can make more than one Stuart, then that's going to be pretty good. But look at the next card. Gia, do you want to break this one down for us? As it appears we may have a theme going on here.
Yep, that's right. Dude Paladin coming back in a full for Sinful Sous Chef. 1 mana 2/1 common death rattle. Add 2 Silver Hand recruits to your hand, which immediately brings to mind the old Dry Gulch Jailer. I think from all the way back in Mean Streets of Gadgetzan, that was a 2 mana 1/1 death rattle. Add 3 Silver Hand recruits to your hand, but obviously that was understated for its mana cost and just kind of slow. But a 1-drop with a competitive stat line that gives you this upshot of Silver Hand recruit recruits that are amazing, especially if you already played Steward, I think is very much playable here. And because we know the devs have mentioned that they were looking towards these next few expansions with board-based combat in mind, I feel like Silverhand recruits, especially if you can keep getting Death Rattle, is going to be a very powerful mechanic indeed.
100% is that benefit of it's one of those cards that's it's a turn 1 play that at worst gives you a decent turn 2 play of just 2 other 1/1s being able to chuck out if you need to keep up on tempo, and also may have some synergy with the third card that we have to reveal. I believe third and final card for Paladin we are going to reveal for you, and it's kind of the payoff card, right? It's the Buffet Biggin, which Battlecry summon 2 Silverhand recruits and infuse 3, give them +2 attack and divine shield. Infuse is if this card is in your hand and 3 minions in this instance die whilst this is in your hand, 3 friendly minions I'll add, then it transforms into gaining that effect of give them 2 attack and divine shield. So suddenly, if you are playing these cards out on curve as we just saw, you will have 3 minions that are very likely to be dead by turn 4. If this starts out in your hand, you get a 4 mana 2/4 that summons 2 Silverhand recruits that have +2 attack and divine shield, and just in case you manage to play Stewart as well, one of those could have gained that Death Rattle buff as well. It's huge.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful, of course, if Buffet Biggin is active on curve. Now, whether or not you can get this active on curve is dependent on how well your early game went, but if you do get this payoff, it's incredible, right? The 2 Silverhand recruits effectively Scarlet Crusaders when the infused effect has been fulfilled. And we're seeing, infused as a keyword that is sort of reminiscent of other cards that take on a different form after a certain condition has been met, right? Like the old corrupt. Infused, you can see it as maybe being more or less difficult to achieve depending on how the leading up turns go. And I'm super excited to see whether just playing good old minions on curve is making a big comeback in the Murder at Castle Nathria, our new expansion coming out next month.
Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting, just as a final note on Infuse. If we look at how the game is being played right now and kind of how the meta is, well, yeah, there's loads of minions being played out that die all the time because a lot of trades happens and clears. So I think Infuse, just from the cards we've seen, will see a decent amount of play, because I do think it's going to go off on a regular basis, at least for the smaller Infuse amounts. But we'll just have to see how the meta shapes up. So again, thanks for letting us show off those cards. Hope you enjoyed checking them out. We did just have our first match of top 16 then, but I believe we are going to go to a quick break while we maybe set up some glances at some of the rest of the top 16 as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone. It is finals day here at Masters Tour Vashj'ir, and welcome to a lesson on why you never make plans. We were so confident we were not going to need to fill time between the opening round. We had card reveals and everything. We thought there's no way. But yeah, here we are. We forgot to solve for Gabby. We forgot to put Gabby into the equation, and that crushing 3-0 left us with a little bit of time to fill before we can give you the top 8 and get into those all-important top 8 games. We just saw Gabby, speaking of top 8s, become the player with the most top 8s in Masters Tour history. We saw Fury miss out on the opportunity to overtake Alutemu as the player with the most wins, but we can now move on to two players who are really, from my perspective, just starting to forge a bit of a legacy at this point. Some way short of the feats so far of the likes of Gabby and Fury Hunter, but a great opportunity to write a first chapter of their Masters Tour history in this event.
That's right. Both of them coming from quite strong countries in the Hearthstone scene as well. Very good representation from Japan, as always, in Masters Tours and in Lobby Legends, it so happens. And then Gabome, a player that's been active in the French scene for quite some time. And they have a fair amount of local tournaments as well. Very solid player. Nice to see that he is making a splash on the Masters Tour stage. And he does have that Mind Rogue that we have been keeping an eye on for quite some time, Sottle. However, it's been banned away. On top of the fact that as we are joining the series, he's already taken a win with both his Boar Priest and his Big Spell Mage.
Yeah, it held up, actually. End of day 2, obviously I was referring to it a lot yesterday based on end of day 1 stats of Mind Rogue being the highest win rate deck in the entire tournament. It actually held up past day 2 as well, with Mind Rogue finishing day 2 as the highest win rate deck in the tournament as well. In fact, the top 3 highest win rate decks in the tournament of significant sample size are all rogues, Bomb, Boat, and Jackpot in that order. So a little bit different from what we've been seeing in a couple of recent big tournaments where Rogue seemed to be the struggle bus deck a little bit. Rogue really just balling out in this tournament so far, and it is now the Rogue looking to start the comeback for Katagami with just the Druid left on the other side.
That is right, and it is going to be the alignment druid for Gabome, so not a big surprise to see Katagami queuing up his rogue first. Now, I do think that between this and boat rogue, for this matchup in particular, you would much rather have the boat to try and be more consistently aggressive in the early game against this Renathal alignment deck. However, that's not to say that Jackpot Rogue doesn't have a great matchup there. I mean, I wouldn't say it's great. It's still decent, though. You have the Knolls that can get there early, and there are, of course, some amazing outcomes from Jackpot, which can very easily outvalue what you would get from a couple 3-3s anyway.
Yeah, for comparison, 54% for this matchup against Anaconda Druid, 65 for Boat Rogue. So that is a massive difference between the two decks, with kind of the extra aggro thrown in there based on what we've seen in this tournament so far. Of course, this is the Renathal variation. Raven referred earlier to a little stats dump thread that Wicked Good put up on Twitter recently, where obviously one tournament sample, blah, 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 all the necessary caveats. But from the data that we have to go on, it does seem like 40-card alignment does improve the win rate over 30-card alignment. Obviously, much more brewing to be done on that one. But also, I think the most important conclusion is that Prestor Druid as a whole has just outperformed Alignment Druid in this tournament, which I think is perhaps a bigger takeaway and a more important thing for the players to have got right in lineup construction in this tournament.
And most importantly, still an overall dub for us, Sottle Overlord.
Yeah. That is what matters. Once again, welcome to Team Smart People.
All right, we do have Gabome starting off with that Jerry Rig Carpenter, which is always amazing to see, even more so than just the Nourish itself, because make sure you have things to do in the early game. And perhaps in the Renathal version, I would say, very important that you get to split the ramp and draw aspects of Nourish, because you often, first of all, want to use the ramp Nourish, but in the Renathal version of the deck, you run so many cards that it can be hard to find card draw. So the fact that you get to double up on that Nourish, even if you spend 10 mana total on it, is very much an important factor.
This is looking like a very rapid start. That Park Panther in hand, again referring to Wicked Good's excellent work, has had a positive win rate in terms of inclusion in some of these decks. Very, very useful card to have, it seems, for this tournament if you are going to go the alignment route. Certainly just relieving some of that mid-game tension that you can really get punished for when you are playing Celestial Alignment and just focusing so heavily on ramping up.
Yeah, Gabume with one more turn, I would say, to fill before he can go for Nourish Ramp here, because I'm looking at the implications of coining out Rampant Growth and innervating it. This turn already, he would go to 6 mana next turn, which doesn't necessarily lead to any amazing play. Like, it does let you go Park Panther and Amalgam, but it doesn't change the fact that you would still have the 7 mana turn to fill before alignment. So I am thinking that Gabume would just hold back on the Nourish this turn. Ooh, Reef is insane. Yeah.
Yeah, Reef is incredible here for sure. I do have a far more important question though, which has just sort of struck my mind. Is Katagami playing from a sauna? Because it really looks like it based on his webcam right now.
You know, I wanted to ask that as well, but I am trying not to intrude on his personal space, you know?
All right, fair, fair. My curiosity got the better of me, I apologize.
Yeah. Although that hasn't stopped me from asking, is Dmitry Kazov playing from a chapel or something? Is Blythe playing from the void, the actual void?
Yes. The answer to that is simply yes.
Thank you. Finally gotten some conclusive answers here, because the other questions, we will never know.
No. That's the one. It's not a hot take. That is the one I can confirm for sure. All right, Gabume continuing along this fairly straightforward path that has been presented to him thanks to that early split on the Nourish. He is still an Anaconda away from really doing anything particularly oppressive. Did turn down a couple of like big bombs that could be used for post-alignment off the dredge effects that he had previously. But I think just due to the way the dredge works, he wanted to draw the card immediately, so on and so forth. And just how insane that Druid of the Reef was for relieving pressure immediately, it does all make sense.
Speaking of big bombs, we see Katagami with the option to go for one of his jackpot cards or just Blood in the Water. Although I think Glaciate is where I would end up with here. He says not worth it for the freeze effect, though, even though an 8-drop is probably better than a 5/5 on average. Just goes for the Protect the Innocent here. Honestly, it's not a very high impact Swift Scale Trickster. I don't think Gabume should be too upset about that, especially since he still has so much health to work with care of Renathal. Question is whether this is just an immediate alignment, even though there's no amazing follow-up, like you said, with Anaconda. There's still both halves of that other Nourish and further ramp to be had.
I feel like buying time here is still fine. He has so much potential clearing power with the rush minions. Still has a Druid of the Reef to come out alongside this as well, which will take care of things very nicely. All right, she's going to go back to Beast here. Okay, fine.
Yeah, just to fill out the mana, I think it's fine. Piranha Swarmer, sure.
Time goes short.
Lets him get that clean breakpoint so he can then use the attack on the Swift Scale Trickster. There's also the interaction to note of alignment into a rogue that has already played Jackpot is kind of scary because you might be giving them a free, super expensive spell that they may or may not have held back for a post-alignment response.
Yeah, it's a weird read to make, right? Because you saw your opponent have 0 mana spells available on the previous turn, and that's what they did with it. But at the same time, you do sometimes play mind games with that, with the alignment deck, and you want to punish them really hard on the turn they play alignment. So that's, you save something really powerful to counter that, because that's when you can, force them to sort of hang themselves by playing alignment in a position where you're not predicting. So I think it's a tough kind of read to make. But I just think on that turn, it was just too clean to make the removal play from Gabume what he had available. So it makes sense to me. Now, having picked up the Guff, this is looking like a much more promising alignment hand with the extra ramp and the card draw available with the Guff as well. And, oh, what a draw that is.
Yeah, that is absolutely perfect to relieve some pressure and get that cycle going through. Now, I think Okay, he can decide later whether or not he needed to ramp with a Nourish, given that there's 2 Wild Growth. But I think, yeah, at this point, because that is the only piece of Nourish right now that actually immediately refreshes crystals, that's insane. Yeah, Noel clears the 5-5. This is just getting out of control very quickly.
More bones to gnaw on.
The fact that Katagami's already used Test for only 1 card
Yep.
is going to be a problem for him. If he wants to go maximum pressure again, he can just replay that Protect the Innocent with the Contraband Stash and I guess play Blood in the Water to clear the 6-6. A Frozen A-Bomb still eats, but a Frozen Arcane Devourer also still grows.
And a Frozen Forge Fiend still taunts and gains 8 armor. These are all things that are true.
Yeah.
I like the Devourer overall, just making the biggest stats. It makes the most sense.
Yeah, I completely
All right.
agree. It's tough for Gabume to clear that without using spells first. No Starfish at the moment. Right, gonna go digging still. Connie into the immediate post-alignment turn is amazing, especially if you can go Akani and then alignment. But at this point, not necessarily that good.
Wait, is there just a spammy clear here? That'd be kind of sick.
There's
Make a
no way.
You could make, well, you could make a 2 with the Alex on the Arcane Devourer. You have a 1 in your hand with the Jerry Rig. Could you make a 3 somewhere else to then fight? Because then then there'd be a 4 on the 5. Yeah, I mean, there might have been. This is fine. Like, I don't think there's any reason to go looking that hard for it, but I think it was a possibility.
Maybe. And my mind immediately crosses out Okani when the minions have that, Spammy, when the minions have that much health, but certainly something worth revisiting later on. But with the route Gabume has taken, definitely still a decent position. The Devourer still frozen. Keep Dragon to make sure Kazaka-san is active sooner rather than later.
It's such a bad card. The fact that, like, unless you summon a rush or charge minion, you're functionally freezing the minion you summon for 2 turns because it has to miss an attack before it becomes unfrozen. It's so gross. Like, why are these cards still frozen? Who would ever play this card?
I don't know. Still threatening though, that 8-12 looming in the distance, only growing. Blood in the Water. 1 total, like just a little bit of damage short of taking down the 10-10 cleanly, but he can use the damage on something else.
Choose soon.
You use the Russian push. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. So now a 16 health minion that does actually have to be dealt with, but that is a very timely Scale of Onyxia pickup.
Right? Just trying to figure out what the clear actually looks like here. It might be some combination of Scale and Spammy. Going to draw first. So if you scale, you only get 5 whelps. 3 of them go in the 5-5. 2 of them can go in the Devour. Maybe that's not worth it. But you can't really make board space before playing the scale anyway, right? Unless you start Spammy?
You do this, then Fairy Dragon Spammy. Yeah, this is what I was looking at. And this does 4 damage, then to the Devourer, and then you can potentially follow this up with the Scale of Onyxia after you make the trade. Yeah, exactly this. Yep.
Very clean. Even gets to maintain some whelps at the end and play that Kazaka-san.
I mean...
Fastest picks of his life.
It's steering time.
Wait, not 1? Really? Okay. Ay. Okay,
Sure.
that was not
Cards,
great.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, I think he's now having to look at what's in his deck because he has no idea based on the end of that turn.
Good enough. He got an 8-8 in play.
Yep. Minions now free to be played. I don't think the Okani was ever actually procced on the other side, right? It died before actually being procced, but now obviously the minions are free to be played.
Oh, Kolak, no!
You hate to see Kolak. Kolak, the Leok of the Colossal Minions.
Uh-huh. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He's just a turtle, but all the other Colossals are just so much better. Beastly Beauty, not terrible here, actually. But I think the more salient points here are to gain health for Gabume. So with the Fangs, with the Earthen Scales, that can all be accomplished easily. Actually, Beastly is fine, right? At 21, he's still safe. Clear off everything but Ajara. Everything but Nolden, okay.
You're not a monster.
And you know you didn't get to pick your cards when you have a Beastly Beauty in your deck. That's how you know.
I did.
And you know it's been a good game when it still wins you the series. Gabume going up 3-0 here, taking out Katagami and advancing through to the quarterfinals, which means, Sottle, we have another chance to actually see Mind Rogue.
We do, yeah, finally. It's been such a strong performer in the tournament. We have dipped into a couple of the Mind Rogue players' series, but mostly only on wrap-up games, and usually then only at the point where they've already picked up the win with Mind Rogue. Mind Rogue kind of suffering from success. It's winning so early that by the time we join the series it's being played in, we don't actually get to see. So, yeah, still waiting to see. Of course, there was, I believe, 2 Mind Rogue players in this top 16 with Gabume and Dravo, I believe, the 2 French representatives who played off against each other in what looked like a win and in, but they actually ended up both making it. And would you look at that? They've both made it to top 8 as well. Dravo being rewarded with a matchup against Plastique and JJ with Gabume, but now if you thought Gabby's hard work was over, he's had the unenviable task of having to vanquish Fury Hunter, and now he goes up against the player who I was thinking about this overnight, and I think Habu Gabu's like first 6 months of 2022 might be like the best streak of form in Hearthstone history. And I know that's a bold claim, and there's like Zixo and Super JJ and Life Coach things that you can throw out against it. But this is back-to-back-to-back top 16s with a summer championship thrown in the middle of it for Habu Gabu. It's absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, that's tough to argue with. And even in more recent history, you could throw names like Blaze and Gabby himself into that mix, but it's not 4 events in a row, like top-tier results, right? So Habu definitely a contender here. But speaking of Masters Tours of old, definitely feels like we've been put in a time capsule, Sottle, where there's too many French players that I'm used to seeing in a top 8 again.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of had that French takeover for a while where everyone getting promoted into Grandmasters was French, but then most of them were just getting immediately relegated again. There was a few French Grandpa Simpsons just in and out the door in Grandmasters, so it didn't, you know, the French takeover was kind of exaggerated for a while, but there is no disputing, as much as I'm poking fun, that they are one of the very best countries in the world at Hearthstone. Even through that period, you know, the likes of Gabby and Blaze came up and hung around and become 2 of the very, very best players in the world, let alone in the European region. So yeah, massive French representation, China representation there as well, of course. But I think once again, we're all looking forward to potentially that Gabby versus Habu series later on, and 3 other fantastic quarterfinals as well. So we will not keep you waiting any longer. We've done our job. We have filled in the time. We are ready now to go with top 8, and we're going to take a very, very quick break, and then that top 8 will be coming right at you.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. for a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Tour Vashj'ir, and we've just got 8 players remaining. And Derek, what a lineup of these 8 players are. We couldn't ask for much better at all, I don't think.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It kind of often happens that you feel like you're a little bit cursed at this point in the tournament, where you get a really good top 16 and then the top 8, you know, it's a lot of the less well-known players. But I think we have such a really gorgeous mix here of very well-known players, some players who have been grinding away for a long time but haven't maybe got that recognition or those really, really strong finishes, and some up-and-comers trying to make their mark on the scene. And to start things off here in our first match of the top 8, I think that for Dravo especially, definitely fits into that second category where, you know, he is no spring chicken in Hearthstone. He has been around the block a few times, but maybe doesn't have that really top-level recognition in competitive Hearthstone, which, you know, a top 8 or maybe better at Masters Tour is exactly how you remedy that.
Yeah, Dravo became one of my favourite players to talk about a year or two ago. It was the time when everyone was getting money for just turning up, and they're going 0-1 and dropping a lot of the top players. And Dravo went 0-1 in that tournament and tweeted, well, I'm not dropping, like, you know, unlucky, I'm going to carry on. Went 8-1, got into the top 8 and had a decent tournament out of it. And I've always liked him since then. Occasionally watch his stream, it's getting bigger. He has a lot of stuff going on there. So really looking forward to see him, you know, perform at his best in this top 8. And he's up against Plastic, as you mentioned, someone we haven't seen that much of. But you mentioned we've got a diverse group of players in this top 8. We've got a diverse group of decks. What's the meta, Derek? What's happening in this tournament? What's Dravo even doing?
Yeah, he's got something a little bit funky here. We already saw from Gabby earlier on in the day his Warlock, which is of course the Curse Warlock, the more standard version of Warlock that players are bringing. Dravo's not even going for the Owl Warlock though. He's going for like number 3 on the pecking order, I would say, of Warlock decks, which is not an especially high priority class in its own right. With Mine Warlock functioning very similarly to Owl Warlock, where you have the Tamsin's Phylactery in order to duplicate the death rattle of a particular minion, but instead of Owl, it's the Mine, which of course does half as much damage, but it always goes face, and it's still very easy to get the lethal if you draw through your deck, and of course a 2-mana minion is a lot easier to play than a 7-mana minion later on in the game. But for Plastic, on the other side, it's a little bit more of the standard stuff, I think it's fair to say, with that Demon Hunter slotted in as, I would argue, the 4th deck, given that on stream, I want to say Warlock has not looked especially the Demon Hunter has not looked especially powerful so far. It's definitely been a struggle deck for a lot of players.
Yeah, something we saw yesterday with that Demon Hunter, it doesn't seem to have the sweet curve it used to have somehow. It sort of just gathers some cards, still has explosive finishes, still has very powerful things it can do. But sometimes it just draws the wrong half of the deck. It never used to be like this, but as it has evolved, it's had to get more and more explosive to finish people off, and that has led to some very inconsistent things happening. But what do we know? It's banned.
Yep, it's banned out the way, and you know, you can kind of see where Dravo is coming from with that one. The Demon Hunter, I think, should have a decent matchup against the Rogue, against the likes of the Warlock as well. Yeah, you are probably struggling against all that aggression, all that burst damage later on when you just want to be focusing on your own combo. But it's a big deal here for Plastic, I think, to be at this point. This is his 4th Masters Tour, as I count it, and it's the first one in which he's gone positive. It hasn't been a very successful run for him thus far. But I'm glad to see him get on stream, show us what he's got, because a 7-1 score line in the Swiss, is very, very impressive. And the decks that he has brought alongside him are, like I said, just a good representation of, I think, the standard metagame versus something a little bit spicier from Dravo on the other side.
Yeah, and I think Plastic in this one is in a pretty good spot on paper as well. Dravo's deck's all needing a little bit of time to get going, apart from the Rogue, which is, as I keep saying, just because it's not necessarily the best deck, but it's always the 4th deck in every lineup that you put in. You don't sit there and go, I'm going to build a Rogue lineup, what shall I do? Doesn't mean it's the worst deck when I call it the 4th deck. Try to backtrack rapidly before Sottle tears into me later for saying it is the 4th best. But it's usually the last one you slot into your lineup to make it work. Other than that, Dravo's deck's that little bit slower, and Plastic might just beat him up if he gets reasonable draws. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Dravo's beaten people with this sort of lineup already. Be incredible if he hasn't played against it all tournament. So curious to see how it goes, and really looking forward to a look at this Warlock deck in action.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Dravo is going to be struggling a little bit in this series because he's got some pretty heavy combo decks in his lineup. The Warlock, obviously very much so. The Boar Priest, again, pretty much a pure combo deck. The Mine Rogue that he's got in there instead of the more traditional Boat Rogue or Jackpot Rogue, again, not a combo deck, obviously, in the strictest sense, but it has a very linear game plan, similarly to the combo decks in Hearthstone, where you're not playing the null anymore. You're pretty much all in on hitting those mines, getting them with smoke screen, cheating out some big spells with the Swift Scale Trickster, and maybe getting yourself a bit of extra time with the Burning Blade Acolytes in there as well, which is pretty cool to see. And so because of that heavy combo strategy, some of the aggressive decks from Plastic I think should be in a really good spot. Presto Druid, I'm looking to be fantastically placed here. The Jackpot Rogue, a little bit less so, but if it can get off to a nice strong tempo start, obviously in a good spot. And then Big Spell Mage, it's just straight down the middle. If he hits the big spells in time, good. But I do think that will be the biggest struggle for Plastic in this series, is getting Big Spell Mage over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a big Spell Mage fan. I think that against these lineups, it's very hard for the decks to just dump their spells. Not the 0 and 1 manas, but even, you know, the 3 and 4 mana spells they've got going in Dravo's lineup. I think the Mage will have access to being able to fairly consistently swap spell costs if it doesn't draw the Belinda in the first place. So I do think it should be okay, but again, I'm massively biased and I love my big spell mage. So, so far I've been proven on broadcast to be incredibly wrong on this. What's new?
Yeah, what do you know? With Plastic lining up his Renathal Prestor Druid, which is a deck that I have very much warmed to over the course of the tournament. It was, it was on my radar, but to be perfectly honest, I wasn't really considering it that much of a top contender in the tournament, especially not with the Renathal in there. But when you start to run down the list, it's again a very napkin maths kind of approach to analyzing a deck. But as you run through, if there are no cards that you really turn your nose up and there's not any weird mana cost slots that are being put in there, then you can probably be pretty happy with the list. Like Bubbler, yeah, it's fine as a card to put in there as well. The bad cards as you're running down, like maybe Mailbox Dancer is a little bit shaky, but it does allow you to get Prestor down a little bit quicker. And everything else just kind of makes sense in the list. You're always hitting this very smooth curve, considering almost everything costs 1 or 2. And so I really like that consistency in the list, as long as you can find Prestor.
Yeah, something Sottle mentioned, something I also agreed with him on, although I didn't like to admit it at the time, but Skulker at the start of the event, I'm looking at Skulkers in this and thinking, this card's just rubbish. Why is it in here? It's actually not bad at all. It does flatten your curve. I think we've seen it hit Prestor twice, which obviously is effectively a 1 in 39 chance, but hey, why not? And yeah, it's just reasonable. Quite often lets you play 2 things on turns 3 and 4, turns 3 or 4, just to fill out that board while you're waiting to do the stuff you want to do. So yeah, most of the cards here are at least passable, and with all the fetch, you just end up ignoring it all anyway and just play your Prestor on 5 or 6 and get on with your life. Which I've heard some people, even reasonable players, say they would consider playing this 40 cards anyway. I don't believe them, because if that's the case, why didn't you? Like, you had that option before. Why wouldn't you talk about it before, at least? Like, I'd like to play more cards. Obviously not why didn't you, it was against the rules, but, why didn't you talk about this previously? But because you just keep drawing more and more stuff, you quite often get most of the way through your deck and so on. Yeah, people are saying they might have just run it without the health gain. Again, I don't really believe them.
I must protect the wild.
All right, jumping into the first match of the top 8. Obviously, huge implications for our players just for the possibility of winning a Masters Tour, but get themselves that little bit closer to qualifying through to the full championships, get that spot at Worlds as well. And interestingly enough, taking a look at the numbers now, for Dravo, if he continues to do well in this tournament, by the end of the year, I think it's not outside the realms of possibility that he could hit that 100-win mark in the remaining 2 Masters Tours, which was an incredibly impressive feat. Only 4 players have done it up to this point, and Dravo is currently sitting down at 18th in terms of Masters Tour wins overall, which I think should enter him into like the Hearthstone Hall of Fame already. It's very, very impressive indeed, and I'm holding out for him.
Okay, well, capture Coldtooth Mine. Straight away for Plastic. Nice settler if he's not that used to being on stream. So, going to get going with his deck. Dravo going to have to get on with it. There's the ball, which is going to make him able to get on with this pretty quickly. With the Pyro, with the 0-cost spells in hand, is going to at least be able to get into the things he wants to do with the deck.
I like what we're seeing from Plastic here as well. Like, this turn is arguable. I would hear out that you maybe want to go for a Moonlit Guidance on this turn. But basically, going for the combo of Skulker plus Coldtooth Mine on turn 4 guarantees you a 5-mana Prestor to just cheat it out a turn earlier. And you could tell as he was fiddling with Coldtooth Mine that he realized that, or decided upon it halfway through his turn 2. And I think it's a very, very clever setup, having Prestor down and 2 guidances in hand. This is going to be a huge amount of pressure for Dravo to deal with.
Yeah, and there's the Skulker interaction, which I neglected in my 1 in 39. Obviously, you've got the interactions that allow your Prestor just to be drawn in other ways. And here we go, turn 5 Prestor. Start blowing things up. The fact she's a 6/7 is also huge in its own right. It's just going to be difficult to deal with the minion itself, so you've automatically got board presence. Most cards like this that swing games around are very badly statted, right?
Yeah.
You play your 2-2, miss a turn, and then next turn you pop off. But Presto is just a 6-7 that starts you off on the board. It's nutty.
It's true.
Talking
Dravo
nutty.
is absolutely popping off here. If he needed a response, this is it. Off of the Handmaiden on the previous turn, managed to find the gift of the Naru, popping off with double Cleric on the same turn, having played and killed both boars already. This combo is looking very, very possible to complete by turn 8. I don't want to jinx it by saying turn 7 because that rarely happens that you get the turn 7 sword swing. But if ever it was going to be possible, this is the game.
Absolutely. It's one of those where in the olden days when you played stuff like Bran in this deck, you would definitely get it done next turn if you didn't make some terrifying mistake out of the millions of pitfalls along the way that I was so familiar with. But this time it really does look like Dravo's going to get through the whole deck. Bit of a chance there there's going to be a 0 available.
And it turns out at the start of that turn, the 4th from bottom card in his deck was the Amulet of the Undying, which is the perfect card to get as the 1 extra option on the second dredge to bring that down to 0. Now, again, all he needs to do is start trading these amulets. And, hey, turn 7, it's still possible. I'm still sensing it. And turn 8, absolute latest, this sword swing is coming down, which means that Plastic needs to turn up the heat right now. Having a look at the options off of Malagos, off of the Kalagos, and one of those options is Celestial Alignment against Boar Priest. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. So just to round home how important that is, Boar Priest has about a 7% win rate against Alignment Druid. Obviously, this isn't Alignment Druid. It's not built in its own right to deal with its own alignment. That's what the magnitude of this card is in this spot. It's going to make things really difficult for Dravo.
The Mailbox Dancer is a bit of a weird one because if you play it, then you give yourself a coin which will cost 1, and when it dies, you will give your opponent a coin which costs 0, which is actually quite bad. So I do fully understand holding back on the Mailbox here, even if you would rather turn up the pressure as much as possible. And let's just look for the moment that Dravo sees his game plan slip away. This becomes so much harder to achieve the combo now.
This is an incredible game of Hearthstone. You and I cast a series yesterday, which was the opposite of this, where both players just couldn't draw anything of purpose at all.
Yeah.
This one is both decks just doing their things, going absolutely off the charts. But Dravo really has got it to do here.
Okay, just playing that for some armor to dump a card from hand, I guess, as well.
Yeah, just also trying to buy a little time, right? The extra 5 health might do something, some healing. He might do something. He knows he needs 2 or 3 more turns. But like I was saying, Plastic isn't built to deal with alignment himself. He's not going to have the massive nourishers and pop-offs like you would normally get. So he also needs to make good decisions here. This isn't over, even though it's pretty terrifying.
I mean, Aquatic Form and Capture Cold-Tooth Vine are kind of similar. You may as well just go for Aquatic because you get to kind of pseudo-discover from your deck were you to play in next turn.
Yeah, you play next turn, you discover, and yeah, it's great, right? Yeah, just getting the numbers out there.
Oh, is it worth it on this turn? You never get to draw because everything costs 1. But you get the other Aquatic Form because it was from the Moonlit Guidance. I don't know. I still question if that was necessarily worth it, though.
19, so not in lethal range next turn, which was definitely a consideration.
Yeah,
The Mailbox Dancer's fine, right? It just gets there before Dravo can kill it, and if he kills it, he's sort of spent his whole turn getting rid of it by playing other stuff, so 2-turn lethal here, or 2 more turns for Plastic.
Pretty powerful Shadow Devour, though, even if played on, like, I don't know, the Kalagos. Just takes 6 power off the board. The
slow down
main
the
thing...
clock. It doesn't really slow down the clock, though. Still might have to do it anyway. It'd be 11 and 12, which is still the 23, but he's got healing. It definitely helps. It gives him some more options, definitely. You might as well if you've got nothing else going on.
Well, he kind of does have other stuff going on because he needs to propagate his own game plan in the form of trading these amulets. That's the most important thing right now, as I don't think he's traded any or very few up until this point. So that definitely needs to happen before the game is won.
Yep. Wow.
Double Devour, man.
That does slow down the clock, though. That almost certainly means he has 2 more turns.
Yeah. All right, let's find some real stats. Let's find some dragons that do something. Raid Boss Onyxia is one of those
something.
dragons.
Obviously, he's scared of just Pyro killing off the whelps, but the other stuff didn't do anything, so let's go.
Yeah, it's as good of an Onyxia as you're ever going to hit because you've just seen double Devour and you've seen 1 Pyro already. So they're very likely going to want to save their Pyro until the combo turn.
I've been wondering here, actually, how many Amber Watchers he could have taken to try and stay alive if Dravo gets it going as well. Because Dravo has used the Zyrella now, so...
Okay, there's Priestess Valish, though, which is very spicy. 2 cards, 2 spells have been played already this turn. So we need to see... I mean, you really want this to be a Priestess Valish turn, because I don't think you're going to play more spells in a single turn than right now. Oh, there's the Zyrella. For currently 3 AoE. That's not bad. That clears off quite a bit.
That's enough, yeah, for now.
Oh, but there's Valish Flash Heal plus Zyrella able to clear off
Pyro.
Pyro, I think you have to hold on to for the combo turn, right?
Oh, he's used both. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, do you trade again? I think you do need 1 more trade before you can do the combo. So just trade 1 more time and then Zyrella? Maybe you just chill. I mean, if you're not dying, there's basically nothing that you lose to on the spot, or very limited things. It'd have to be like an Alex Straza generated off the dragons, which is, you know, not impossible at all. This, however, guarantees it. Definitely surviving the turn as 1-1 Deathwing for 1. A hilarious stat line.
This has been an incredible game already.
All right, so you obviously have the clear up with second Onyxia. And I think that'll be enough dragons for Kazakhstan as well.
It is, yeah. You can find something that wins you the game very cheaply. Don't know what the book would cost right now.
Or Embers, I think, is too expensive to be considering. Probably Banana Split.
Another one too expensive.
Yeah, honestly, probably Exerciser, just to have 3 burst damage. I think the game just ends too quickly for Canopic to ever be relevant. Puzzle Box, they're probably just going to kill off all their boars on the same turn. I think you take Puzzle Box here anyway, just because, hey, maybe it can do something.
Maybe you can play it, yeah.
I don't know, maybe they're forced into leaving a boar on board by some mistake. I don't know. Just the rest don't do anything, so you may as well pick it for a chance.
Okay.
I grow short of cards.
Okay, that's 3 on the amulet. I think it's 2 on the other one already easily, so that's good to go.
But he's just 1 mana short. If he goes trade the shard, then he can go Pyro into the amulet, but he can't go for everything on the same turn.
Yeah.
He needs to buy himself 1 more turn here. He just needs to survive this turn. And he should be able to get there, because I think he can clear off enough stuff on the 1 turn. Again, the problem is that even after he brings his opponent down to 1 mana,
yeah, he's still going to not die.
He'll have, well, yeah, he still can potentially die, and also there's still enough mana to play a dragon from hand. The problem is, though, that because Plastic played the Kazakhstan and replaced his deck with treasures, none of that is going to be playable. There we go. There's the sword. There's the clear. There's the heal for 5 as well.
Plastic twice had a chance to take Amber Watcher. I'm not sure if it'd be enough.
That's true. You have seen the Zyrella already, haven't you?
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? If you could just heal twice for 8, that means that the priest has to find some extra damage. I know they've got their hero power, but yeah. Rather than trying to go for the beats, if he'd taken both Amber Watches, especially the second one, which were at 1 mana, he could have played those.
Yeah.
And that would have made the game very interesting. But the game was interesting anyway, with both of them popping off and Dravo finding a way to take a 1-0 lead like these experienced players seem to do in these situations.
Yeah, I got to say, a gorgeous game from Dravo. I think that was a very, very level-headed way to play. You know, that is the mindset of a player who's played in almost every Masters Tour up until this point. Like, one of the biggest veterans of the Masters Tour scene. And it showed in his play. Like, even if we go back to right after the Celestial Alignment, playing Zyrella, the hero card, just for 1 mana with no Death Rattle effect, really surprised me. You know, that's not where my head was at. I was thinking, okay, we have to trade the amulets. Maybe we play a Thrive in the Shadows, something like that. That all felt a little bit more proactive. But when he made that play, it really started to make sense. He can use these heals to buy himself more time. The 5 armor becomes very relevant as well. And then when you have more mana available all in 1 turn, then you can go for the big pyro pop-offs, win the game then. Very, very nicely spotted by Dravo.
And now, it's time for the mine. Dara, what is this? It's actually far more simple to explain than it looks, as you explained it to me earlier when I had not seen much Mine Warlock at all. It's Owllock, but with mines, right? That's how this goes?
Yeah, pretty much. It's still just a straight up and down combo deck where you play Naval Mine, you trade Wicked Shipments so that they increase in the number of imps that they summon every time you trade it, and then you go for Shipment, Tamsin's Phylactery, maybe alongside Tamsin Rome herself so that you can double up on the Tamsin's Phylactery, and then you deal, I don't know, 40 damage, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, to your opponent with all the naval mines, and they blow up, and you win the game.
Uh-huh. Sounds easy when you word it like that, but this druid sounds like it's going to have a lot of time to hit you with big stuff while you're setting that up. So I'm excited to see this in action. It was on stream yesterday during one of my breaks, so I happened not to see that one game. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes.
All right, not an especially exciting hand for Dravo, but given that this is up against Prestor Druid, we do obviously need to consider the defensive options, which, hey, perfect. I was going to bring up Demonic Assault because, you know, the classic thing with any kind of Warlock deck that isn't Zoo, that isn't an aggro deck, is if you're trying to fill up your hand, you can just do that with taps. You don't necessarily need to hard mulligan for card draw. And so just having the most efficient answers in the early game is a nice way to go about it. And Demonic Soul is often exactly that. It's just a really, really efficient Hearthstone card that Druid might struggle against.
Yeah, and look at this shipment straight away here. Already, you know, just being used as a perfect defensive unit on this particular spot. The plastic's going okay, though. Not great, but having Guff in your hand, I consider going okay. Not ideal.
Yeah,
It'll do.
It's okay. You're right. It's okay. As long as he can... I mean, if he can find himself Prestor, then this hand really starts to pick up. Without that, I want to say it's a bit too flimsy. I don't know. It's too cute of a hand, like going for Wild Heart Guff to ramp up. That's not what you need. You need the meat of your deck to really just start battering down the gates and finishing off this game before the combo can come online. Because right now, Dravo is just very happily keeping up with tempo and drawing away to his heart's content.
Nice turn here, though. Peasant, Squirrel, composting, draw a card. Seems pretty nice.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
It's not great. You're up against it. Your army of garbage is definitely not getting the early job done, but there's a lot of cards on the way now, especially with Trog into composting coming up soon if needed. But Starfished.
Just lightning fast gameplay from Dravo. These are the plays of a man who has seen this situation 100 times before already, and seems to be quite comfortable in it as well. Guff does come down, one drop comes alongside it in the form of Vibrant Squirrel. I do agree that's the way to go instead of the Iron Deep Trog, just to try and get these nuts in your deck and find some extra squirrels to go for composting alongside.
Yeah, and like you say, the speed from Dravo shows how often he's been here, just not letting these compostings get there whenever possible. He's been doing maximum damage to every single opposing minion. You know, it's one of those where if you hadn't played Hearthstone before and just taught the rules, this is how you would play. And then you try and big brain yourself and sort of save resources and mess around. Yep. And then you come out the other side and you're back to, no, this actually works. This is how you're supposed to play this deck.
All right, huge aquatic form here for Plastic. And he misses. These are disasters.
Absolute bubble of a form.
Oh, drawing with Guff the turn after you play it never feels good. You just want to spam that mana every single turn. But again, I think he is making the correct play. He's realized that you need to hit Presto to be able to catch up in this game.
Okay. Doing what he can. Composting next turn into some rubbish, but he's still just going to get taken down.
Oh, even then, playing the Trog, like, is that really the way to go? You have composting in hand. I feel like that was probably supposed to be a keep on the Trog at the end. Felt a little bit like a frustration play, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you don't want composting on a million things here, but you need composting on 2 things and hope you hit. You haven't got time to get it on a million things, I don't feel.
Oh, that's not the one. I mean, it's cheap. You can play it with the composting, but he needs a minion type. None of these have minion types. Why is human not a minion type? There's enough of it.
Minion type peasant, and you just pick up like 3 gold or something.
Yeah, minion type Steve.
All right, well, he's going to try and draw some cards. That's all he's got in him. Obviously, the one thing he has got on side, which feels like it's running out fast, is the fact that the Warlock deck it's not going to kill him with a 2-3 and a North.
Oh, man. This is heartbreaking. Double Innovate drawn off the top, Dravo. I mean, to be fair, like, he's not especially close to his own win condition right now. Like, Naval Mine hasn't been played, it hasn't died yet. There's no Tams in Phylactery in hand, there's no Tams in Rome in hand. Prestor has just been drawn by Plastic as well. Ooh.
Just take 36 from bombs and then play Moazond. I'm sure that doesn't work like that, but I want it to.
Mirazon plays the weapon, that's kind of nothing. You could consider taking Acorn here because you'll draw it.
Yeah.
And then just get another random card. The question is, would you rather have a 2-1 and a random card or one of these cards? I think I'd rather just have one of these cards than mess around with an Acorn. Yeah, I think that's...
Operative might get you something that draws you a card or gains you something. It might do something, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, you'll just take the shipment, I think.
Play a shipment or play a Thalnos. Probably take a shipment, I agree.
You want immediate trades, unless you want to go Vape Thalnos, which I don't think I do.
Sounds awful. But you might want to do it, in fairness. But yeah, it sounds awful. All right, Dravo time. Like you say, he's not that close to combo, but there's only 14 cards left, so how far away really can he be, even worst case?
Still no more card draw, though. He has Tap Customer, which will probably end up being the play. It's just a very, very efficient board clear, and even gets him a little bit of board presence at the end of it all.
Oh, hang on. There's some damage.
Oh, now we're talking.
So much. That's actually huge, Derek, because there's 3 spells and how the shipment can actually just be played, not cycled now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sure.
Ooh, okay.
You're going to hit a mine, just do it.
Set up for an even bigger Hallerturn.
There's just not many spells in the deck, are there? Just do it all. Okay.
Result for the customer. I don't think so. Oh, These are not it. He's drawn most of his spells, actually, up until this point, right? We've seen Double Innovate, a Cold Tooth.
Yeah.
I think maybe a Moonlit Guidance as well. But probably still the best pick, even if he can just get you a couple of cards.
He really wants to go Malygos into Vate all my spells next turn, but just knows that 2-1 is never surviving against Warlock.
Yep.
But I think it's going to exist. Gets the Hellfire back if he wants here with the Moazon. Doesn't matter now. Opponent's on a million again.
Ooh. That's a lot less like it. Guess you start with Mirrors on just because it clears the 3-2 and deals a little bit of damage, and then follow up with the Mali.
He wants to play the Mali, but I don't know. I think he might want stuff on board. What's the Mali actually doing unless you get another chance to do damage with spells?
Spinning your deck, it just means every draw off the top is...
Sure.
Out of the oven.
Job's done.
Right, as you said, not many spells left. Let's see how many there are. I guess there's the Acorns, yeah.
Oh yeah, you get the nuts. Okay, yeah, no, sorry, that's definitely good enough. Down the Mali.
Of course, because yeah. You actually get minions as well.
Alright, well in that case, a very nice board and a full hand being generated here as well.
Fresh out of the oven.
And it's gone.
It's gone again. Still, though, Dravo does not have his actual win condition online. He's got one more stall guaranteed in the entitled customer, so that's fine. That'll be able to clear off whatever Plastic can play. But no Tamsin, no Tamsin's Phylactery either. It's still not guaranteed to be able to get there quite yet for Dravo, even though I'm still putting him in the lead right now.
Yeah, it feels like he's a massive favourite with only 7 cards left in the deck, but like you say, until he actually gets there, Plastic's going to be able to spam a lot of stuff for turns now. Of course, Dravo's customer's down to 4 mana now. It's not the big problem it was earlier in the game to just play it and still do your things.
Oh man, again, no Alex Strazes. That's really what you want to find in these matchups, just to burst them down. Murazond can get you a pretty decent selection of cards, actually.
Yep.
With the Multicaster, the Null, the Rod, the Mine, the Snake as well.
He set off the mine with double Drake. How exciting is that? Not really, but you know, I'm easily pleased.
Grimoire on the Mine. Oh, okay.
Superb.
There you go.
Fresh out of the oven.
Ah, that was a fantastic mirror.
Another Murazond. Bit harder this time because obviously the board's already full. Asura can do another 4 damage. Right, got to challenge Dravo. You've got to keep clearing these boards. Obviously, that's kind of what the deck does, but make him do it.
Oh, Kali as well to give you that little bit of a wild card factor. Maybe you can get yourself a buff or a bit of extra damage, some extra discover effects to cycle through to some burst damage from hand as well. All very, very tempting. As still Dravo doesn't find any of the combo pieces. His entitled customer as well, not quite big enough to be clearing off this board. You can do most of it, but there's still a 7-10 in play, which is getting pretty scary.
And Plastic's hand is going to cost basically nothing next turn because of this stupid weapon.
That's true. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if he's going to have the board space for any of that to matter, but it's amusing anyway.
I mean, if that... I don't think the 7-10 will survive because you can go customer plus touch or drain soul. But if it had, you know, there was some plays that could have got there, right? You go Ysera plus Nightmare to buff up the attack, and Kali into, you know, one of the damage spells, one of the Druid attack buff spells, and it could have maybe got there. In this instance, though, obviously, no, it's not happening. Dravo managed to stabilize once again and just needs a tiny bit extra to get the combo done. 2 cards left in deck. Makes it like Tamsin and Shipment, right? Those have got to be the only 2 cards left.
Yes. That's right. Alignment?
Alignment? Oh my god.
Gotta be right.
There's no shot. With both weapons having been used already,
Right.
2 games in a row. Plastic on his aggro deck is ending on Celestial Alignment to try and get it done. That's ridiculous.
It's absolutely silly. Yeah, he's gone from despair to, well, what do I do with all this lot? Okay.
And the cycle of life
Where 8?
is born anew.
Oh, Alex.
Where 8 more?
Found is huge.
And the cycle of
Oh,
life
it's so close. Muro doesn't get you any extra damage. Ysera, there's nothing attacking for you to get the attack buff on. Oh, man. Yeah, you've got to just end on the alignment, right? Oh!
Yeah. And he can't reduce the costs.
From humble seed to heavenly star.
All right, so you have Hellfire on this turn, and then next turn... Oh, but you kind of need the Hellfire to kill your minions, though, right? I guess Tamsin could do that, actually. Tamsin or Hellfire, but the problem is you're actually very low on health. Drawing 3 cards from Tamsin gets you pretty close to just dying.
Especially if you Hellfire, right? You just gonna fatigue yourself to death.
Go Hellfire this turn. It's not good enough. Yeah, he needs to find another route. I think it is the Demonic Assault.
So with a Ysera and a Dream.
Okay, you have 1 mana, so Ysera into Nightmare is available, but of course there are no ways to do it. Raid Boss of Nixia, though, down at 0 mana because of the weapon. That is going to get the job done. Oh, what a game!
That's 2 nutty alignment games from the Press Store deck. I told you alignment was better than Press Store, Derek. Look, here, live.
I'm not going to say I can't argue with that. I'm going to go with I won't argue with that because I still have a couple of brain cells rattling around that I want to hold on to.
I've been trying to get rid of those one by one over the years. I've done a pretty good job, Derek. I'm getting there slowly. But yeah, that was an absolutely nutty game. Looked for all the world like Plastic was never getting there in this one. And yeah, the alignment sorting it out once again. Well, I say once again, last time it didn't sort it out, but it looked like it had.
Yeah, it's got to be said, that was a bit of a rough draw for Dravo. Like, having Dreadlich Tamsin plus regular Tamsin down at the bottom of the deck, Tamsin's Phylactery not much further from the bottom of the deck. Like, I think it's reasonable to expect that, like, turn 9, maybe turn 10, you're consistently killing your opponent. Like, turn 10, I'd even say, is a little bit late a lot of the time, because you're not even having to play a full 7 mana Owl in this version of the deck. It's 2 mana you're playing for the Mine, which is very, very cheap indeed. But despite all his drawing efforts, all his mana reduction, Dravo was unable to find the necessary combo pieces, which is a big win for Plastic, I will say. But as I said, I do still think that the Presto Druid was the most likely of his decks to be able to get over the finish line, even if the Warlock isn't necessarily the deck I was expecting him to do it against.
Yeah, I agree, and obviously, you know, we're talking about Dravo having a really bad draw, which he did, but Plastic didn't get the press draw until very, very late himself in that one, so kind of a wash on how slow they were. But now it's Jackpot Rogue time. We've cast a few of these, and we've been unimpressed with our tiny sample size of just the cards we've been getting on stream, which obviously is all that matters in all of Hearthstone right now. With the jackpots, we've seen some real rubbish picked up.
Yeah, exactly. You never want... I should say, you don't ever want to. It's never wise to blame poor win rates on just drawing badly, getting unlucky. But I do think in the games on stream that kind of has just happened. Like, the cards drawn off of Jackpot have just been nothing. The nulls haven't been coming readily enough. So... I don't know. Even though it's doing very well overall in the statistics on stream, we have not seen that. So let's see if Plastic can bolster that on-stream win rate a little bit more here. With Wildpaw Null in hand, it's a good way to get things started for sure. But it's not the be-all and end-all now. Against these kind of slower control decks, you really do feel the difference between 3 and 4 attack on the null, because you just kill them so much slower with 3 attack.
Yeah, however, compared to, say, the Press Store deck we just saw, a lot of these minions are going to have a lot of health. They're going to be a lot more awkward to remove for Dravo than just, oh, hit you, any of my spells kills your 3-2. Some of these are going to stick around for a turn or two, depending exactly what happens, of course.
Wow, okay.
With both go here, aren't we?
Yeah, Jackpot and Reconnaissance in hand means that you could play both on turns 2 and 3, and then just play the null on turn 3 for 0 mana as well. The
Grunt is interesting here.
will kind of suck. Oh, you don't want Grunt, right? It's never Grunt.
Sure, okay.
Krakatoa in hand means that Vashj'ir and Saber drops quite heavily in estimations as well. I think it's maybe still just Vashj'ir and Saber because it has Rush, but if not, yeah, the Lone Shark. I don't know, maybe you can burn a card from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, it might give
Not
some proper hand size issues, I agree. All goes quiet while we wait to see what the Jackpot has in store.
Okay. Not bad. Party up to get you, what, 5 adventurers? 2/2s that have some kind of bonus, taunt, stealth, wind, fury, poisonous. You know, it's 10/10 worth of stats. If you can find a swift scale trickster, as we see there in hand, that's a pretty good development.
Yep.
It's a little bit annoying in Rogue, I will say, though, to have your stats spread out so wide. You'd rather than be concentrated a little bit taller. One, because Warlock has very good small AoE, and also just because your board fills up very quickly. You can't go party up, contraband, Krakatoa, because you just run out of board space.
You're just looking to do anything here. That's a nice pickup with the tooth, of course. Any beasts? Is the shark a beast? A bit late, unfortunately.
Yeah, the shark is a beast. Problem is that Lone Shark is a rogue card, right? So it's not actually going to replay off the contraband stash, so it feels less and less likely that the Dire Frenzy will actually activate when it's replayed.
Doesn't get to burn a card, but does get to put Dravo in a bit of a mess.
And Dravo just saying, hit me with the full 9, see if I care. And Plastic, I think, will be more than happy to oblige.
Yeah, he might now. There's blood in the water as well.
Yeah, blood in the water, Krakatoa, all very tempting.
Going to get to see if the repeated heals, the repeated clears, and the Warlock are up to this. This is going to be a very sustained attack. Planning out, this is the awkward part of this deck, is planning so many turns ahead for when you want to play the stash. Reconnaissance again. Find a 4 or 5 and off you go.
Yeah. I think I'd rather get the prep, honestly. Like, I don't know, was this not just like a coin blood in the water, right? Like, it's not like that deletes the usefulness of your swift scale trickster.
Right.
And I know they're likely to clear your board anyway on the next turn, but who cares? You have so much follow-up. You can just go bang, 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 power, power, power for the next 4 turns at least with this hand after you go trickster plus party up on the following turn.
Yeah, I think I'm on board with that. I think I'm on board with your discussion there. I don't know if you're specifically looking for a card such as this that does damage to the face, but feel like it was just a case of being greedy with the stash here, rather than just getting on with, like you say, the blood in the water.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear out a card from hand. Bravo. Touch is pretty good for 0. We'll happily gobble that up. As is Grimoire, actually, honestly. I could see either here.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yes, yeah, just get rid of it all.
For your service.
Sure. I guess when you just need to dump cards so aggressively, it does make sense.
So much mana available this turn, but really not that much to do with it.
Right, so you can go Swift Scale Trickster, Party Up, Gone Fishing, and if you hit Shadow Step, you'd be able to Shadow Step the Swift Scale Trickster and play Blood in the Water as well.
Okay.
That's quite a heavy committal. You know, that's all 7 board spaces used up, and your opponent will more than likely be able to clear. But I don't think I would be too upset with that.
You've got to go for it anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you
Gotta do
can't give him many more turns. He's drawn so many cards on the other side.
Like, maybe you get some Divine Shields off the Party Up, so at least some amount of damage sticks. Yeah, there you go.
Fine.
Yeah,
Best in shell. Won't
Get
go
back
away.
in the deck.
The jackpot can bring next turn.
Multicaster will bring this down to another reduction.
Yeah.
From the Rod, assuming he's played 2 spell schools, which I think he just has in Fell and Shadow.
Yeah, all this removal is getting incredibly cheap. No removal.
Oh, look at this, man.
Yeah. Not dying anytime
Customer.
soon.
Okay. Not even a clear at all? Oh, just Grimoire. Yeah, okay, Grimoire will do. It's a nice turn, and it's getting scarier and scarier for Plastic. Now the combo is really coming together for Dravo in this game. He's got the shipment in hand, which, you know, is obviously nice to upgrade it a little bit more, but far from necessary. You can just build a board the old-fashioned way by playing a few minions, and then Phylactery plus Hellfire ready to go, plus some more cheapening if Dravo wants it with the second Rod in hand as well. Plastic needs to close out this game very, very fast.
Well, if he's going to, Krakatoa is probably the card that's going to help do that, but handful of value when you're in a hurry is not necessarily where you want to be. You want a handful of doing things.
I think Trickster was one of the other options off of the last Gone Fishing, which would be a great card to get here.
There you go. Right.
Ooh, but man, these other 2 options are pretty high priority cards. I guess Scabs is a bit flimsy against the Warlock. They're not going to put themselves in a situation where they lose the game to a Scabs. Goes with Queen. Fair enough, fair enough. Getting those Colossals is very, very important with 2 contraband stashes in hand.
Dravo still hasn't really got everything he needs, though. It feels like he's miles in front, but then you sort of go card by card through the hand.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends whether you want to fit another Rod in this game, which I think you do. I was kind of looking at, like, Rod, trade the shipment, hero power, just because then next turn you have a decent shot of activating the Rod, and then you can just go, like, minion, 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 Phylactery Hellfire, something like that. Without even ever having to need to hit the Wicked Shipment or the Tamsin in your deck. But it's close.
Yeah, decision point now as well. Just how much do you want to just clear a 6/5 off the board? How much do you just want to do nothing about it? Of course, yeah, it's a lot of damage. Plus, you've got a lot of not knowing what's going on in your opponent's hand because of the way that the Rogue functions.
Yeah, it does look like you might end up on the Rod here. A little bit uncharacteristic from Dravo. We haven't seen any real uncertainty from him so far in this series, I would say. Like, there have been tough spots, but it felt like, you know, when he's made up his mind, he's made up his mind. Whereas this was a bit of flim-flamming halfway through the turn.
Yeah, when you're electing to drain life a minion for 3, but leave it up, you've got to just guess yourself the Pirate Blast could allow some cheeky setups now.
Where's that Trickster now, man? Nice Queen Azara you have in hand. When you could be going Trickster, Pyro, Contraband Stash, or Miracle Growth. Like, Trickster here is insane. And it's just at the bottom of the deck. He's never going to see it.
Yeah. Oh, man. Pyro with Test going on. Oh.
Actually, sorry. Having said that, there is a tracking in the contraband stash, so it's very unlikely. He could just like 1 in 15 it to get the trickster from the tracking. It's like a baby trickster. It's something. It means he can just go pyro. Well, he could have done that with the coin anyway, but he can fit in a little bit more stuff in one turn. Maybe like a pyro plus contraband stash in the next turn. For the near future.
Problem now is Dravo's running out of... I mean, he's still got some, but he's running out of cheap ways to not take damage when he kills things.
So you can go... I think this Wicked Shipment is on just 2. I'm not certain, but I think it is. In which case you could go Shipment, Thalnos, Phylactery, Hellfire. It's not good enough. That's only 12. We do need to see some more time being bought here with the entitled customer. However, that cheeky 4-3 on the right side of the board is just dealing more and more damage as it keeps being resummoned. This Pyroblast creeping closer and closer to lethal.
First, you need a board, because over and over again, this Warlock deck just refuses to go down to a low health total. And Dravo doing everything he can to make sure it stays at the maximum, like that Drain Life a couple of turns ago.
You have Coin Prep Miracle Growth if you wanted it, just to be able to get a really big fat minion on the board and draw a few cards, but it's just straight up second Contraband Stash. Does get you a pretty decent board presence, I suppose.
I was gonna say, that was a bit quick on the Ashkara there. Like the Akani drawn, you've got to at least think about how that affects your next turn.
It's just, it's not a very good card against a Warlock, though, is it? Especially when they have the weapon. Like, if you go Spell, they just play a Drain Soul or, you know, a Wicked Shipment, whatever. Whoa. Pyro from the Ring of Tides? Okay.
Go on then, have 10. See what you can do.
My God.
It's so disgusting.
Is it actually just going to be 20 damage from Pyro into the ring to close out the game? That's such a sick combo. But that is Tamsin ready to go alongside Tamsin's Phylactery. I think it's just one devastating turn too late for Plastic here. It was such a sick setup with the Queen to go for double Pyro. But as we can see, Dravo, in the nick of time, hits the lethal.
And that's how, I know it's going to be 2-1 and not 3-0, but that's how the match has felt, hasn't it? Is everybody just doing everything with half a turn difference either side, making all the difference. These silly bombs. I like how they're coming from the right part of the screen, so you can see how many there are still to come. There's just hundreds of these things still coming. There's one on the right-hand side still to come. There we go, that's the last one. Take 33 to the face, extra noob. And it's 2-1. And obviously the best deck in the tournament is currently Mine Warlock. I think we can see that for sure.
Yep, obviously 1-1 on stream, the greatest Hearthstone deck of all time. A weird game overall. I mean, I think pretty much I didn't agree with much from Dravo, like not playing the weapon on the turn that he tapped and then played the weapon. I think was a little bit of a but you know, maybe hopeful, maybe he was hoping for something off the top instead that he could have played instead of the weapon. But either way, I do think I disagreed with that line. For Plastic as well, like overall, I think his head was very much in the right place. I did disagree a little bit with some of his mana expenditure in the mid game around like turn 5 or 6, where I think he could have been a little bit more aggressive. Like, yes, you're overextending in the traditional sense, but he had so many threats with double Contraband Stash in hand and a Tess and a Blood in the Water. It was just time to go for me to start throwing these stats on the board. And
I agree. And the reason I agree is looking at this hand now. This is the end of the game. Look at all that stuff still in hand. Like, you didn't need more stuff. You needed to get the stuff played you've got and hope it gets there. That's my opinion on that, whenever that happens. It's not like Dravo was going to take another million turns. So, yeah, sometimes you just got to hope that your stuff's good enough. And I hear, Derek, that you like mines. Some more.
More mines. I mean, it's a clean deck, right? Just straight up 15 duplicates right down the middle, as far from a Renathal Reno deck as you could possibly get. And it's a deck that I have played against a couple times on ladder with the Smokescreen, the Burning Blade Acolytes tossed in there as well. It's a cool list. It's a sensible evolution of Mine Rogue ever since they started cutting the nulls, from the list.
Yep.
When you cut Maestro, cut the nulls. Does make sense. And you can get some pretty powerful combos off alongside it if you do manage to hit, of course, that Trickster into the Smokescreen. It's devastatingly powerful. But the main heart of the deck is still very much there. You hit the graveyard, you double up on your Death Rattles, and it kills Jackpot Rogue a hell of a lot quicker than Jackpot Rogue kills you if you hit that kind of hand.
Yeah, and again, it's weird to see the deck list, like just having that nice, clean build. So let's see if that stands him in good stead. It should do, I think. I think it's a pretty good matchup against the Rogue. Every time, by the way. I haven't done it yet. Every time I look at the screen and see a Shaman, I'm like, but this is a Rogue, right? Still haven't got myself out of the habit.
Yeah, a hand for Dravo that can be very, very strong with a couple of key draws. Be that Smokescreen, be that the mine itself. This can really turn around quickly. Even a Burning Blade Acolyte would actually not be bad with the Shambler already in play. But right now, it's a little bit lacking. Definitely needs a bit of help to get over the finish line.
That's not really the help he was looking for, but okay.
Bubble gone. Wow, okay. Is it going to be like Trickster gone fishing next turn?
Ugh.
Yeah, I guess you just go for them both now. Fair enough. Naval Mine, I think we'll take that quite happily.
2. I think he's planning what to do with the other gone fishing, so the ordering of the cards more than the actual... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you just know that
it's the right one on top first.
Right, yeah, I mean, you're going to draw this one, so whatever you picked off the first one, you're always going to draw off the top next turn.
No, you're going to draw this one off the top next turn. I think that was what he was pausing for.
You draw this right now, because it's the second one, and then...
Okay, sure, yeah, and then you get the other one next turn. Yeah.
So next turn, you're going to have access to both of them. Does end up picking the weapon, which I think is correct, instead of the extra 2/2, just because it's more damage. He already has all the infrastructure in place. Now he just needs the mine to go alongside that. And that's the nature of Dredge. He knows that next turn, the mine will be delivering itself into the hand. As we look at Plastics draws, and they are decidedly worse outcomes this time than they were in the previous game. These spells are trash.
Yep, I can't say that because it's got an R in it, but I agree once again with you, Derek. And they're just not going to get the beating done quickly enough. Look, the graveyard and the mine down. Plenty of ways to activate multiple mines already on the go. No hero for Plastic. Yeah, Plastic's shaking his head. He knows where this is at.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's up. You go Trickster, Blood in the Water. You hope that by some miracle they don't have a decent follow-up. But just with alone, the Counterfeit Blade swing, that's essentially game. Oh, Wicked Stab as well. Mamma mia.
Yeah, nowhere finding heal now, I don't think, for Plastic. No. Only 3 more turns away from Scabs. That'll get there.
Akani is a big draw. That does stop guaranteed lethal on the following turn as long as you pick Spell, which of course he does. Oh no, sorry, it doesn't with the swing of the weapon and the double activation. Yeah, sorry, it's still just game. Because I think the graveyard is still in play, right? This is turn.
Got prep anyway.
Yeah. That's going to be it. Plastic saying GG, throwing it down. Dravo with the Mine Warlock, the Mine Rogue, probably the most innovative of the lineups available in our players in the top 8. Gets himself that spot in the semi-finals. And I've got to say, I feel like a bit of an idiot right about now, because as I was going through those predictions in the top 8, the obvious names that jump out right out the gate, Gabby and Habu Gabu, #1s. Pocket Trainers, I believe you predicted, was also a real consideration for me. But Dravo, when you really start to think about it, he's been here from the start. One of the most winningest players in Masters Tour history, right up in the top 20, potentially entering the top 15 at the end of this tournament as well. And based on that performance, you can see why. That was just a very solid display.
Yeah, a couple of those games came down to one-turn decisions, very close calls made early in the game that made it work later in the game, and getting himself through there. And we're all going to look like dummies as well, talking about every deck apart from the ones he's playing for the whole tournament if he goes on to win it. It's like, well, which is the best out of this deck that doesn't matter and this other deck that doesn't matter, Derek? Well, it's Mind Warlock and Mind Rogue, obviously.
Obviously. And as I was talking about there, the two biggest names, it's fair to say, in this top 8, Habu Gabu and Gabby. Habu Gabi is a great ship name, if nothing else, are going to be going up against each other in the next quarter-final. It's just going to split the caster predictions right down the middle with myself and Raven on Habu Gabu, Gia and Sottle on Gabi. That is an absolute cracker. Such a great match right there.
Yeah, why do you think I picked Pocket Train? 2 of you are going to be out before I even have to think about anything. I'm just going to be in the top 3 on the bronze medal, cheering away, celebrating in 3rd place before we even start. But that is the first quarterfinal in the books. We've got a lot more to get on with, so going to take a short break and then queue up that massive match, Gabby versus Habu Gabu, right after this.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're ready to jump into our second quarterfinal of the day, and it is going to be Habu Gabu versus Gabby, or Habu Gabi, or whichever way you want to go with this. pick your poison. But for now, looking at the lineups, Lorinda, how are you feeling about this series? We've seen Gabby already dominate in his first match on stream of the day versus Fiori with a very swift 3-0. But how do you think his chances fare against Habu Gabu?
Well, I am going to sound like a broken record here, but in my playtesting, which I did more than you probably expect, this is where I got the opinion that Rogue was the fourth deck for these sort of lineups. I think it will come down very much to who can get the Rogue through and out of there the quickest. Obviously, you've got to get it out of there to win, so that's kind of an easy prediction, but I think that the Rogue is the weak link when this sort of lineup goes up against itself. I know it's not quite a mirror, but it's the sort of the obvious decks, the decks we expect, the top 5 or 6 decks. And this is where the Rogue is at its weakest, in my opinion. That's not doubling down. I've already conceded. I've seen the stats. Rogue's doing incredibly well in this tournament. But in this particular matchup, I think the Rogue might well prove to be awkward for both of them.
Yeah, interestingly enough as well, we have had the bans through where Gabby's Warlock has actually been banned away and the Mage has been banned away from Habu Gabu, which means we do get to see some of the Shaman play out. It's a deck I think is very strong, but not a deck I feel like we've seen too much on stream as of yet, or at least not as much as I expected to see at least. So we'll have to see how this one pans out, because now suddenly, outside of those rogues you were talking about, we've got a lot of different decks going at each other, right? So we are going to see the Wig Priest and the Rogue, of course, and the Control, but I would generally call it mid-range Shaman, honestly, going up there for Habu Gabu. And what a streak he's on right now. Not only defining the meta as he is wont to do with his crazy deck creations, but also a very recent champion as well as back-to-back top 8. It's all looking good for Habu Gabu right now.
Yeah, and those stats at the bottom there is significantly higher than that. That's from the last event, so he's got another load to add on to that lot, I believe, or at least from yesterday. And there's definitely some more wins to go on there. So yeah, just unbelievable. It's only 3 tournaments ago he went 0-3 drop,
right?
And still managed to get through to the champs, which is a big deal when you start off with no points at all. You've got to do it all in 2 tournaments, what everyone else did in 3, then wins the championships. Then has just become the person that everybody marks their decks by, like just creator, just an all-around great Hearthstone, any format of Hearthstone player. And interesting to me that Gabby banned away the Mage. I know I've ranted about how much I think Mage is great, but there were other choices here, and Gabby went, Habu Gabu or Mage, don't want it. Take it away from him. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, we already know that Gabby doesn't really respect the Wig Priest, so I didn't think that was going to see a ban, but we do get to see this first matchup, which is the Shaman versus the Presta Druid. Obviously, Presta Druid been running rampant since Renethel came out, and also just going to be an interesting matchup for me, because although Presta Druid is strong, there are no questions about that in any way, shape or form. I do feel the Shaman does have some gameplay against this,
right.
Mainly due to those Snowfall Guardians, get the ability to keep up with the sort of 1 to 4 drop turns of the Druid as well, with some of the openings. So I'm actually very interested to see this matchup played out by 2 of the very best players we have right now in this top 8. So it'll be good to see. There's, of course, always the factor, which is the main factor of this Druid deck, that Presta comes out early and then the Dragons start to do their thing. But I do think the Shaman does have a game plan here.
No, absolutely. And that's when I was looking through the bans, I thought, will it be the Shaman or the Mage? And I thought that maybe Gabby would leave the Mage up, honestly, because of the Rogue matchup being, non-terrible. But yeah, he has got to deal with the Shaman instead now, and that could be a big deal here. It's a very explosive deck. It's also, against the Druid, does have the capabilities, in the hands of good players at least, to grind out a really tedious last few damage sometimes.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're diving straight into game number 1 here. Again, the winner gets to go on to the semi-finals, which would be incredible for either of these players, right? And I don't mean just the fact that, of course, it's good to move on to the semi-finals, but to just add it to the recent list of results that both these players do have right now. So Real excited to kick this one off. Looks like Gabby is just keeping hold of the peasant for turn 1. And then Habu does have some interesting choices here because, again, it's likely that the druid will play out a bit of a curve for the first few turns of the game. So that might lean towards Habu just staring at this Balna, staring at this amalgam and seeing if it's worth keeping. But I think the overall strength of the hand wasn't there. So I do like the full mulligan and just get hold of schooling, which is turned out to be, I think, a way more powerful and effective card than I think the majority of players thought it would be.
I agree. It's one of those cards that will come and go in metas, I think, though. If the boards become less important, the schooling will become a lot worse. But yes, it's definitely functioned really well in this tournament, in this current meta. It just seems to get so much work done.
Yeah, and I think because it's exactly a Shaman card, like, I feel like the Shaman hero power has been the weakest hero power in the game for a very long time. You almost just never want to press it right now. So I do think even just the fact of having things to do in the first couple of turns with schooling is very, very strong indeed. There is, of course, the coin Wildpaw Cavern, something you are looking for in every single matchup you're going to have as Shaman because it's just that strong. But Gabby, of course, is going to start kicking out these curve plays as expected.
Yeah, and you can see that Habu there was having a good think about whether to use the coin there just to get rid of the peasant. Obviously, card draw for this druid is incredibly important because it's got 40 of them to get through to some degree. And you sort of saw the angry stare, like, yeah, I've got to leave this up, but the coin Wildpaw is just way too important to mess with here. Let's get that recurring free minion kind of going.
Yeah, interesting point here now where Habu can go for the coin Wildpaw, but knowing there's a Pelican going to come out, there is a world where he actually just goes with the other schooling and then just plays some Piranhas to trade away. Because suddenly it goes from the Pelican having a fantastic trade to having a horrible one just going into a small Piranha there. So even though I think it's almost never correct to not coin Wildpaw Cavern, we might be witnessing one of the few occasions here.
Which colour are you going for, Raven?
I actually end up playing left to right most of the time with this out of pure habit. I do like the red one the most, though.
Yeah, a lot of people say that you should play left to right just to get out of habit, to keep your habit strong. I've heard real players say that. No offence to you, of course.
But we know red ones go faster, but it looks like he's going to leave the red one on the in the hand for now. But again, like, look how horrible this Pelican potential trade actually is. So good job from Habu, just giving Gabby not great things to do. Gabby also not got hold of Presta yet, so looks like he's going to re-roll the hand here with Finley.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Draw 4 different ones. You're looking for one in particular. You're looking for the mines, obviously, all that good stuff that we know by now. So why not have 4 goes at it? And that was almost terrible.
And it's not like he can do it again, because he'll just get the other hand back.
Does have the composting now, though, if he wants to spend quite a lot of resources doing that. But it is more cards, time. He knows that the pressure's on here. The coin's still in Habu's hand.
It's kind of like a double whammy, isn't it? Can't Finley... Well, could Finley, because arguably his hand before he played the first Finley was better.
Just give me it
just
back.
To have stuff to play. But also, Aquatic Form has the same problem, right? If he does Aquatic Form, well, he knows roughly what he's going to get offered and knows that it won't make a huge difference. So I do think he has to fall back on just getting some form of additional actual card draw available, and does have to make this horrible trade. Habu going to instantly drop the Wildpaw Cavern now, does get to retain the coin as well. So I do think Habu's definitely put himself in a very, very solid spot for now.
Yeah, all the garbage that Druid uses to stay alive through the first 3 or 4 turns is all well and good. But if you don't draw your Presto in there, and you usually do, let's be honest here, you normally get it. But if you don't, this garbage is now getting completely outpaced by the real cards on the other side.
Yeah, the second composting being used here is going to help. But again, still no Presta, still no Guff, which really is priority 1 and 2 here.
Be a long think for Habu this turn, because this is the turn where he needs to plan out everything that's going to lead to that Bloodlust winning the game. In theory, there's a lot of other things that can happen along the way, but in straightforward terms, I think that's where he's at here with his turn.
Yeah, going to discover again. Starfish, not really something you want against this Druid for now. Could coin it out exactly this turn to deny a draw, which is worth looking at. But I think Starfish you don't want to play against Druid in the later stages, as it will just simply buff a lot of the cards anyway. So
could be the Tiger here.
Tiger's not
It's just
bad.
hard for the dragons to deal with because a lot of the dragon things rely on 2-1 whelps, for instance, to trade into something.
Right.
So just sitting there with 5/5 stealth, it's a bit slow, it's a bit garbage, but with a Bloodlust in hand, just in case whether he's ever going to get the time to play it or whether he wants to Starfish for just a little bit of versatility.
It's tricky as well because the Hippogriff isn't even that terrible as a 3/7, just trading multiple dragons. I do think either way, it was going to be a Frostbite this turn. Does give Gabby the extra card draw. And yeah, there's Preston.
Every time.
Abu obviously unhappy about that. Like the extra draw arguably got him straight to Presta on curve, and now things can start getting a little bit funky. But if Habu could know the hand from Gabby, still wouldn't be overly upset, right? Because there's no card draw, there's no sort of cycling through the deck.
There's Finley.
Oh, true. Yeah, there is Finley.
Just
that
chuck
is a very
this
good
lot away
point.
and turn it all into dragons that do good stuff. Yeah.
You are completely right. Very fair point. Actually, sort of didn't even look at the Finley on the far
Yeah. It's going to be a rough one, I think.
Might very quickly just be a jam everything face and go kind of plan now.
Yep, just try and get one board to stick once and Bloodlust and maybe you win the game. Here they come. It's dragon time. I don't think this game's going to drag on much longer, to be honest.
Hey, I get it.
Hey. See?
There
I've
does
learned
need
to tell
to be
jokes you
some.
understand.
There does need to be some removal here, though. Because I think Bloodlust is like 27 here. Maybe 26, depending on where Presta goes. Oh, okay. It does get something that's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting the whelps, absolutely massive there. That dramatically reduces down the damage that's available.
Yeah, it's starting to push back some sort of lethal effort the other way now as well. Forgot to draw the clownfish, always. A bit rough for the shaman.
Yeah, especially because there is Flurgle, right? But right now there is Flurgle, Cookie, Amalgam to do 2 AoE and then potentially clear up the rest. That's definitely possible here for Habu. Looks like he's going to coin Gulp instead. Glug, sorry. Glug the Gulper. Gulper the Glugger.
Gulp the Glugger.
Yeah. Still solid way here, just stacking up one huge minion with these trades, especially when the taunts go. Because again, with these dragons outside of Deathwing, there's not really a way to target specific minions. There's like Alexstrasza, which again, the Glug is already too big for. So, pretty solid actually, just going for the Colossal. And definitely the best artwork.
Oh, it's superb. All the Colossals are good, but yeah.
And Gabby has to commit the Deathwing. And all of that, the empty hand to end up being a 1/3 when Habu's hand is completely full is a very, very big deal here. Suddenly, Okani can be a very big deal, right?
Yeah.
Being able to block a minion. It's going to be helpful.
I mean, Gabby big brained this by playing my Mutinous, right?
Oh, yeah.
Can't eat my minions now. But yeah, it does look like Habu's going to be able to set up a very strong board.
Yeah, looking at Okani and then like, what, just Flurgle and Cookie, maybe?
Yeah, just
oh wait, that's
develop some stuff.
Sorry, I meant Cookie and Amalgam. Apologies.
You might be guaranteed to draw Clownfishes next turn. Go for that route.
Another Flurgle.
Sure, let's do it.
Little time.
Bit awkward, not quite the mana to play the Flurgle and the Cookie.
I think we just see the Akani now, and then he gets another turn, and then next turn he pops off. Just getting a load of cards on the board, doing a lot of damage with both Flurgles next turn, I think.
I
I concede.
Hey,
He just gives it up.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say Habu was like unhappy that there was the spell off the top, but most of the spells draw minions at this point, right? Which the minion would still not be playable. I think the biggest problem would be if that was exactly Guff, for example, like that would be I think the worst thing for Habu there, but really, really good job there for Habu, just putting Gabby in an awkward position and just going wide enough that Gabby had to respond with the Deathwing through the whole hand away because he had the wrong type of Onyxia, I think was the main factor there, was getting offered Broodmother and not Raid Boss. If it was Raid Boss, this game would have looked very, very different indeed, but great start for Habu Gabby there, getting a win on that Shaman and taking Presta Druid just down just a notch.
Yeah, and taking that 1-0 lead. Gabby's really having it tough today. With respect to all the other players in this top 16, which is a very strong lineup, you start off with Fury Hunter, you think, okay, that's the tough one done at least. You know, then you get Habu Gabu the next round. Like, we talk about how hard it is to play against Gabby, but Gabby wouldn't have wanted to pick these two opponents to start off the day.
That is true, but I will just draw attention to the Gabby versus Fury Hunter match, which basically Fury Hunter was not really allowed to play Hearthstone. So although unlucky in opponent, but had a good end of the stick in his first match, going there for a quick 3-0. Habu is going to be jumping over to his Wig Priest for the next game, and I believe Gabby has changed over to Rogue. Again, another interesting matchup where Rogue does want to get on board early, especially with those nulls, but the Priest can cause some issues because Rogue just doesn't really have good answers to big minions.
Yeah, if the Priest gets going and the Rogue just has an average start, this is why the Priest, in my opinion, is favoured in this matchup. You just lose. Like, unless the Rogue does something nutty and actually kills you really quickly, which it's quick, but it's not like a super face deck or anything. It's more of a fast mid-range deck. Unless they can smite you or something before you whack them with some things that have been buffed by the Wigs.
Yeah, I
it's
think
very tough for the Rogue to actually finish it off.
I think there's going to be two key factors here, which shock Koro. One is early nulls coming out, but also something from Tooth of Nefarian, right, can always cause issues where you can get something you shouldn't be allowed to have, which can be an answer to the big minions, right? There's that, and then arguably as well Krakatoa, because it does just pump out a lot of damage on the turn it's played. So there's a few things that can help if Habu starts to run away with the game, but those are very few in and of themselves.
You sound like my old teachers at school. No, you're not allowed that Savannah High main. Put it back. You're not allowed to have that.
Yeah, seems completely reasonable to me.
And I'd be like, no, I'm playing Rogue. I'm keeping it.
Abu got one half of the perfect opening, which is Slither Spear and Handmaiden, but doesn't have the Wig. I honestly would love to just see Priestess and one Slither Spear get thrown and just go all in on getting the perfect opening hand.
Do you need to, though? That's the question. Like, when you're in a favoured matchup, do you need to take that chance? Yeah, he's split the difference even further.
Okay, there we go.
And he's hit the Wig.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? If you just play two Slither Spears, that is something Rogue can deal with, right? Without the Wigs, then your deck is just playing just some Naga with no buffs, which is pretty terrible. So, yeah, good mulligan there for Habu as he does get hold of the Wig. Gabby, though, gets hold of the null, so a pretty big deal as well. Might even go for the armor up this turn, depending on how he's feeling.
Yeah, depends whether he feels the need to get rolling with Tooth, with minions on board.
You can't always trust.
Way to deal with Habu at source. If you can't have a 1-3 on the board, you can't turn it into a bigger minion, so going to mean that Habu can't just set up very, very easily. However, Habu can.
Yeah, this is why it's so strong, right? It's just suddenly a 3-5. Yes, this can be cleared up now, which is very, very strong here. Gonna get the stab and the tooth come out to be able to get that discover.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's offered. Okay, bash, not bad. Extra 3 damage from hand if needed.
But now he's gonna have to do this kind of every single turn from here on in. Is he considering Treasure Guard? Got to at least look at it, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think Treasure Guard, Coin, Wig. looks strong because it does just contest the Maestro on board, but there's always options to go a different route because of what's in hand, right? There is Queen's Guard, not quite for yet. Teacher wouldn't have been a terrible either.
Double Devour's interesting because you're facing a 3-2 right now. It allows you to do some funky things in a couple of turns, but in a couple of turns, your rogue opponent's likely to have a lot more going on. That's the problem here. Yeah, obviously, your eyes drawn to Bless, but yeah.
Well, I think the choice here, weirdly enough, is actually Devour or Thrive, because Thrive can get hold of the second wig, and Devour is just incredible anyway, especially when you're sitting on a treasure guard. Like, the amount of health that can get to is kind of ridiculous. But I imagine, yeah, he's going to go for the Thrive. Does drop the Queen's Guard to contest this Maestro once again. But I do like the potential dig for the second wig here, because that's how it's really going to snowball out of control.
If the Akani just keep things nice and steady. Then stops and looks at Bash, no, because that exists.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Yes, this is going to be Spell. I think Spell feels more disruptive than Minion because the spells are Devour, Wig, Bless, and Thrive, basically.
Yeah. See where he's at.
Yeah.
Get the good news. I think it's good news that he only loses 1 mana here.
Yeah, and also again, it just shows that Habu is prioritizing the Thrive over the Devour because that's how you get an additional wig.
State of this wig, Raven.
I know it is all over the place. It needs tidying up.
Just needs to sort this wig out.
Another tough choice, right? Because if he buffs the guard to trade into the Okani, that looks strong. But then it means the Maestro gets to value trade the... Oh, I guess it won't value trade, right? Because it'll just flat trade. He can choose to actually make the Slither Spear value trade into the Maestro, so it won't actually happen from Gabby. That looks like what he's going for. But if he played the Wig, the Slither Spear would go to 2 attack, but it would die to the Maestro.
Yeah, these are the decisions that, you know, on a one-for-one basis, I can get most of them right, but over and over again, eventually I'm just going to make a terrible decision with where to split the wigs.
Storm wind shall fall.
I'm really interested in this Viper in Gabby's deck as well. Looks like there's very little going on for Vipers.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Probably the Smite. You look at the Plague and it looks better, but it might not kill anything.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Really need the card draw with the Maiden in hand.
Oh, actually, can he double trade and leave it so the Plague finishes off the 2/3/2s?
Yeah, the problem is it won't this turn, right? Oh, maybe he can actually.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he trades into the Edwin, trades into the Akani, and then plays the Plague to finish off the others. But then he's got a load of really weak things hanging around.
Yeah, I guess after seeing the 1 stab and 1 tooth, maybe that's just okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't trade into both. You only had 1 minion.
There you go then. We'll never know.
Renaissance picked up here for Gabby. Could go fishing, but it would lower his ability to deal with this board instead. He could have just equipped the Cutlass and go for Bash instead.
Abatoa. Every time I see that card now, I just have to remember that Sottle exists. It's horrible. It's even more scary than the crab itself.
Kind of interesting here as well. He was hovering Spirit Guide, but I think I do like the Bash a lot more. And then just double trade into the Teacher, sit on the board with a Null, and then there's Krakatoa to build on next turn. This might end up being just Krakatoa, Smite, Go kind of game plan here at the rate it's going anyway.
Yeah. He has kept the Priest under control until now, but it feels like both of them are about to get going with the Krakatoa Smite on the one side, and obviously the hand size and number of minions increasing on Habu Gabu's side. We assume that the Nargling will remove this Null, depending whatever he took. Everything seemed to remove it.
Right. Interesting turn where it could be Treasure Guard, Elemental, Wig, Nargling, Wig.
Yeah, and he needs to check the numbers, how that lines up with Krakatoa and so on.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, he's going to go elsewhere, though. Going to go fishing with Thrive.
Ah, now he's going, though. And Gabby saw the speed at which that was taken and instantly adjusted into the oh my goodness position.
Yeah, still going to be a clear with Krakatoa, though.
Yep.
Because the Null was left up.
This is nutty. Slowly but surely, Gabby just chipping away, keeping the minions under control.
It did cost Gabby quite a lot, though, right? He's going to lose this Null finally. There is just Krakatoa and the weapon on board right now.
Yeah, I've constantly got this feeling that Gabby can't keep staying alive, honestly, but every single turn that is proved to be wrong for one more turn.
Really useful to know what's in the the Nargling, because
Yeah.
if it is Plague, then he can actually clear this up, right? With Devour now and then Plague with the Wigs. I think that would be incredibly strong, and the fact he's going for it makes me think he did pick up the Plague.
Agree. Now he's nearly there. Obviously, if he does kill this, it's huge because he's very safe on health total on 18. If you remove this 6-4. Whereas on 12, oof, not so much.
Yeah, it's Devouring Plague.
We've
That's
got to
huge.
assume it's Plague. It's
yeah,
the
it
health
is.
gain
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything here is just huge. Now he's in full force with two decent-sized minions that look like at least one will stick finally for Habu. Didn't get everything he wanted done, I don't think.
Okay, just casually gets 2/3 mana 5/5 taunts on the board. Why not? But the thing is, Habu gets to stick the board, gets to pop off with the Wigs again. There's at minimum 2 Naga to play this turn, which means that there's going to be a lot of Wigs. As the key factor here being that the Elemental stuck, which means that these Wigs are free every single time, which is so many stats.
Yeah, with a Bless in hand as well, it won't be long for this world after these taunts have gone.
Is Habu just looking at death scale here? Because I would not hate it.
You've got to at least try and work it out, right?
Well, most rogue minions are 3 health, or at least the ones he's scared of now.
Yeah.
3 spells. I think that's pretty easy with the Wig. He could just get that active right now, and then next turn he just has deal 3 to all enemies. That looks like a great pick, and definitely not one you see often, because a lot of the time you look for either the cheap Naga or Naga that generate things, right? But yeah, that is, the death scale is huge right now.
Just need to go. Reminder that this is a European player playing on Asian ping. We've had a couple of the players mention that, you know, they weren't quite ready for it. He's going to be fine, though. He's played a whole tournament with it. He should be okay.
Yeah, get to ending on the Okani as well. It's going to cause Gabby even more issues. Look at the strength of this board and the fact that we know there's the deal 3 to all enemies right now, which means this vessel is going to do a whole lot of nothing, especially if it just gets blocked by Okani, in which it's going to do even less. I did like the death scale pick from Habu, but it was not needed in the end. He had a backup plan for a backup plan right there, and Habu Lorinda goes up to 2-0 against Gabby. Really well played. I think there was some tricky decisions there, and some decisions I think a lot of people in that position would not have made. And that's the thing you constantly have to wrap your head around as a Wig Priest, is that you don't have to go all in every single turn. Right, you can play slower because you have the ability to just keep making these boards, and I think Habu did very, very well. And it means, Lorinda, there's only the Rogue left over. I've already cast one 3-0 match today. Am I going to get another? Is this how my day is going to go?
No, this is going to be 3-2, don't know who to, and it's going to be Rogue versus Rogue in Game 5.
Okay, there's Lorinda's call. We'll see if it comes true, but I think that just displays the problem and why, again, I think the mulligan was so good from Habu. Because if you have those wigs and some playable Naga, you will just keep making slightly bigger minions than the Rogue. And as we saw, Gabby did a great job of fighting there. He did a really good job of just pushing back, even through some awkward turns. But the one turn he got forced to leave the Elemental up when he knew 2 wigs were in hand, that was the beginning of the end for me.
Yeah, I think what Habu also does well, which all of these top players do well, to be fair, is just working out what shapes they go with.
Yeah, and it looks like Gabby is going to jump back to the Presta Druid for this one. And of course, Habu Gabu on the Rogue. Wild Paw Null straight away in hand there with Shroud as well. Not looking too bad for Habu. Might end up throwing away the Shroud as well. Depends on what your thoughts are about just waiting until turn 3 to go. But we'll have to see.
I think he'll throw the Shroud, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Gabby with the Mine, he is out of here. He's going.
Yeah, Mailbox Dancer and Cold Tooth Mine is exactly what you're looking for here to get that Presta out as quick as possible.
We just get the turn 1 cycle, but good chance he just ends up on the stab, which isn't ideal. But now picking up the Krakatoa, so he does have something to do going into the Presta turn.
Yeah, weapon into weapon with the Cutlass there isn't too bad. Just gives him more tradables, or he can just play the Null out on curve right now. There is actually just a small argument for trading the weapon and just Wicked stabbing the 2-1. But it really does decide on where Habu wants to leave this.
You can leave it in the lap of the Gods, Raven. Trade it and see if the Null gets reduced or not.
I think either way the peasant dies. It's just how he wants to do it.
Let Hearthstone decide. He nods. Yeah, Hearthstone's decided for him. And look what he hit. He has got the vessel set up.
That's right.
Oh! If he wants to, he can just play it. Big deal as well now, picking up Smite, so that on turn 7, there's every chance he could have some nonsense going on, or turn 8 possibly, with the fishing.
Yeah, it's tricky though, right? Because yes, he can play it, but he loses his Null, so is that really worth it? Oh, he's going to do this. Okay, this is better because he gets to keep the Null. The Shadow Step trade into Vessel. This was correct. The straight up trade wouldn't have really got him as far ahead as it looked, but this looks much, much better indeed.
Yep, it does mean that he has to trust his deck next turn and the turn after, but at least he's got something for that to do. I was just about to say, look at Gabby picking up the Presto, but we knew that was going to happen. Kind of the point.
Yeah, imagine it's going to be Priest Hero, yep, with the heal. Oh, Habu clapped. Oh. Yeah, that'll do. That will do.
Yeah.
The board's so wide. And this is the way you can prey on this Druid, right? Habu's got such a sick opening. And Gabby almost certainly has to coin Presta, which is effectively pass for the turn. So
it is,
he has to do it. It's not saying that this is a bad play in any way, shape or form, but now Habu just gets another full turn of attacks and then goes into Krakatoa Smite. Things are looking about as good as you want them to right now.
But he does need to hit something off the top, and he has. If he had missed there, Gabby would have had Moonlit Guidance into whatever he hit twice, and stuff may well have got nasty quickly, but just by hitting anything to do for Habu Gabu here has put him in a fantastic position. Look at this. He's just going to murder this board down. He's going to halve Gabby's health total, and Gabby is a guidance and a prayer away from going out of this tournament.
Yeah, this is pretty huge, right? The ability to actually go Defector and kill Presta means that that's not a problem anymore. Pushes a ton of damage. Krabito is going to come out now, and the weapon will just get to swing face, right? There's the world where Gabby doesn't play a minion this turn is the world where Habu wins anyway.
Double Amber Watcher.
Okay.
Looks like I'm here.
Do it all again, Habu.
Yep.
What is it, son?
This is still okay, though. This is not exactly what Habu wanted, but the response with the Krabatoa keeps this board under control, piles on the damage, and look at that. Gabby just healed for a million.
Yeah.
And look at Gabby's response to the Krabatoa. So that just shows you what I'm saying, right? Like, even though that wasn't good for Habu, he's still absolutely fine here.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason I got excited was because it needed to be something like that into something else, of course. But yeah, even now it's absolutely messy.
Okay, Aquatic at least gives Gabby some level of choice over what happens next. Again, the wrong Onyxia. If it was Raid Boss, we could talk, but Broodmother, just too slow, especially, Lorinda, because we've been staring at Mr. Smite in hand all game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get a nice little shield slam on the Krabatoa with this, so nice little play here with the Onyxian Drake. Let's get to ramp as well and still fit this in. It's what, 3, 6, 9, 11?
Smite.
Oh, double Cutlass. I think it does end up just being tempo Smite, right?
The thing is, if you go for Cutlass and you pick up a fish in, then next turn's nutty, even if Gabby clears your board.
But that said, there's still 22 cards in the deck, right?
But I mean, you can play the
21.
two cards you hit, right? It's yeah, you might hit the fishing, but also you might just find some stuff. You might find Fillet Fighter, you might find another stab, you know?
I guess my question is, how often does this Smite actually die, right? Because you don't use it to trade. You keep it on 5 health, do this trade that he's done now, and then just say, well, here's loads of damage I'm pushing. You have to kill Smite this turn or you're in mega trouble. Okay.
Not quite
draw.
enough.
There's another spell we can talk. Oh no. That's just a whole lot of nothing, and just like that, what did I say about me casting 3-0s today? Habu takes the victory over Gabby, puts a stop to Gabby's dominant performance so far, and Habu looking great. Going to be going into top 4. It's getting a mildly ridiculous, these two players right now, along with Fury. I mean, what a ridiculous top 16 overall. And they've all had to kind of play each other, which is absolutely brutal. But what a series from Habu. I think just as much as Gabby sort of looked dominating over Fury, Habu did the same to Gabby himself. I'm actually getting confused with the amount of times I'm saying these names. It sounds similar. But I will say, I think Habu, or at least Gabby, had some opportunity, or at least more than Fury did. But Habu, I think, just played super well, especially in the priest game, just piled on the pressure and just got the job done with, for me, the series-winning game really was game 1. Honestly, Lorinda, for me, the Shaman over the Druid, getting that victory was huge.
Yeah, and Gabby is just destined this year to win the World Championships, having to go through every single possible trying route to entry. The semi-finals here picks him up 8 points going towards the Fall Championships. So he'll be fine. He'll pick up some more points next too. We'll see him again. But if he's going to become world champion, he is just going to have to do it the hard way. No easy qualifications by coming first in the tournament yet. And I still expect him to get it done, honestly. But yep, that's a heck of a semi-final we've got lined up there, Raven. And proving once again that nothing gets in the way of Raven trying to go to bed early.
Definitely true, or at least maybe not for the last 2 days. But yeah, huge congratulations there to Habu Gabu. Definitely just another player. It's tough, right? Because like I said, there are some great players we have yet to see, that will be playing out the next few matches, don't get me wrong. But when you've got a top 16, at least for us, Lorinda, who are maybe slightly biased, but when there's Fury, Gabby, Habu Gabu in top 16, and those 3 basically play across 2 matches, it's hard to not just realize we're in some peak Hearthstone right now in terms of just level of competition, because we've only talked about 3 players out of the 16, but even just that small pocket of players is incredible. So really, really cool to see these play out and maybe start some rivalries, which I'm all for, because Gabby, for one, is definitely not shy on Twitter when he wants to be. But for now, with that match over, we are going to go to a quick break and very swiftly get the next one set out for you guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back to Masters Tour Vashj'ir. We're making our way through the quarter-final matches now with some speed as well. Habu Gabu taking a 3-0 sweep over Gabby in a tremendous fashion, which makes me personally very happy, as I am still in the runnings in the predictions, whereas Sottle, your blind fanaticism is your undoing once again.
I mean, listen, this is just the rules, you know? Like, it's a percentage game. It doesn't work out every time, but it's the first rule in the predictions handbook. If Gabby is eligible, you must pick Gabby. It's just that simple.
Well, speaking of just playing the odds, I don't think Jajo's got much of a shot here because he's the last remaining Asia-Pacific representative, and we all know how that goes. Maybe he can hope for a second place, but historically speaking, APAC has not been able to do any better than that. Going up against Gaboom, he's got himself a pretty interesting lineup. Both players here, actually, with, I would say, two of the slower lineups left in the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit different. Again, nice to be seeing a Mine Rogue lineup from the start this time around. I think it was yourself and Lorinda that got to dig into it last time from Dravo's side with a couple of absolutely insane series. Myself and Raven were watching in the virtual green room, and right before that second alignment appeared, I was like this is always alignment. I've read this script before. This box has alignment in it every single time, and yeah, so it was. And I do think Mine Rogue is a very interesting deck overall. I think the combo lineup, I suppose, has been a little bit underrepresented. I'm sure many people watching will be very celebratory of that fact because combo decks have been quite dominant at a high level in Hearthstone for quite some time. But I feel like the Mine Warlock, Mine Rogue, Boar Priest kind of lineup we haven't seen having too much success. But the stats do show that the players who have brought it have disproportionately overperformed. There are too many players with this lineup in top 8 in comparison to how many brought it in the first place, which kind of goes to show that it's an overperforming lineup. So really interesting now to see, with Gabby, of course, the hot favorite for all sane people, out of the running, whether the likes of Gaboom or Dravo can take it down.
Yeah, I feel like Combo's just in a really interesting spot at the moment where last year, a lot of the really good combo decks felt like their best matchups were actually against aggro, because you could just so easily use all your removal pieces to just deal with those early turns, and they transitioned so well into an alternate anti-aggro game plan. Whereas I think now, at least for the average player, like Boar Priest is really, really difficult to play against aggro. It's quite easy to play against the slower decks because you're just given all the time to do your combo. But now with, like, again, Boar Priest, the Mine Rogue, Curse or Mine Warlock as well, I would slightly argue, although to a lesser degree, they're pretty vulnerable to some of the aggro strats. So the likes of the Rogues, arguably, Presto Druids, Demon Hunters as well, you can find yourself getting run over pretty quickly, unless you are incredibly well versed on the deck, as our players in the top 8 are, which is, I think, a big reason for their capability to get so far with such a lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the players who have brought this sort of lineup have taken a risk, particularly because I think the 40 health decks have really thrown a spanner in the works. They have kind of new matchups that you have to learn. And I think, one thing that can be said for combo decks, even if you're one of those people that is kind of a combo down player that wants to say, you just kind of learn a flow chart for each matchup and then you execute the same thing every time. Even they, I think, would agree that when new matchups appear and you have to then relearn a new flowchart for a new matchup, that is kind of an overtly difficult thing to do with a combo deck initially. So having to learn the new interactions, the weird tech cards that sneak in to the 40 card list that aren't in the 30 card lists, what it takes to do that extra 10 damage in some positions. I think that is kind of putting yourself out there and really taking a risk when you bring this sort of lineup that Gaboom and, of course, previously Dravo have to this tournament.
All right, well, starting things off with the Warlock versus the Boar Priest on both sides. In your experience, is the Boar Priest finding itself in with those one of those cushy matchups where you just have all the time in the world to get your combo down, the sword activated and lethal that way? Or does the Warlock have enough tricks up its sleeve to be able to counter that?
Well, I was going to give you the inner word yes, but then you multi-claused the question and that didn't make any sense anymore. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Priest is still, I would say, king of these kind of race to combo matchups because on average they get there quickest, especially uninterrupted, right? Like you could argue that some of the Warlock decks are able to be efficient with removal and draw cards at the same time in the way that Priest can't necessarily do. Sometimes they have to choose one or the other. But if you're not really pressuring them, their ability to just draw 10 plus cards in one turn, cycling through, a Pyromancer turn with a Handmaiden and a Priestess as well, all of that kind of stuff thrown in there. I think it's very rare that another combo-based strategy can keep up with that.
Respectable looking hand for Gaboom as well. The switcheroo, obviously a keep. Illuminate, I'm a little bit less fond of, especially when you have one of the better cards to illuminate into in the switcheroo already in hand. And so I think I'm just more so trying to find the Handmaidens at this point, and maybe some of the Pyro Cleric combo as well.
I would agree with that assessment, yes. I do think Pyro Cleric pieces are very, very nice indeed in this matchup to have. hand maiden, always a bonus. You always like to see one of those banked in the opening hand. And even, you know, early priestess in this matchup, I don't think is the worst thing in the world to see, because you can really start to plot when your insane pop-off turn is going to come down somewhere around turn 5, turn 6. Heard you talking about this in one of the previous rounds, where uninterrupted, unchallenged, Boar Priest should try to weapon on 8. If you can find some magical method to do it on 7, then good for you, but it is a very rare instance. So planning backwards from there is usually the way this this kind of matchup is going to pan out.
Big tournament as well for Jajo. He has played in a surprising number of Masters tours, considering how unknown he is to me as a player. He has not had the best run. He's one of those unfortunate players who does still have a negative win rate in Masters tours, even factoring in his good performance this weekend. But he can put all of those qualms, all of those doubts to rest with a good performance this weekend. And so jumping into things, just looking very, very smooth now for Gaboom. Switcheroo could solve all his problems if it can find him a wild Pyromancer, and then very likely to get the gift as well off of the Thrive. But currently a good hand, but far from an auto win.
Yeah, meanwhile, just to sort of pick up on that point, Gaboom kind of on the other side of the card. He's one of those low-key players, hasn't actually played a great deal of Masters Tours, only 4 under his belt, but is at a plus 60% win rate currently, 18 and 11 overall in those 4 Masters Tour appearances. And there are a few players like that. Matty from Czech Republic comes to mind as the first one, who just puts up these insane numbers, has insane win rate in Masters Tours. Matty has eventually made the top 16. Obviously, we're looking at Gaboom here in his first top 16 as well. But there are a few players like that which this New Year's tournament format will reward a bit more previously than in the past, where, for example, even a player like Dead Draw was missing out despite being one of the 4 most winningest players in the entire system. But, you know, these days it's much more equated to 1 win equals 1 point, and what that means for going forward for qualification for other major tournaments. So players like Gaboom, who are putting up big numbers in small samples, can certainly start to make a name for themselves very quickly.
So for Jajo here, speaking of some of those tricks that you have access to, the big one to me, the obvious point, is Curse Warlock puts cards in your opponent's hand. That really feels like the main strategy you have access to in this matchup, to try and hope a slim chance of you burn a boar or an amulet and just win the game that way. How consistent of a plan is that, and how much do you have to greed these curse cards that he has in hand with the Syracuse?
I would say fairly inconsistent overall, because again, if we're setting a goal as the Priest player to try and weapon on 8, or, you know, let's say 9 at a push in most situations, as long as you're dumping cards from hand with regularity, and you do have a lot of 0-cost cards that you can use to dump, you know, Desperate Prayer right now, for example, might even just be a consideration for Gaboom to just keep that space out of the hand. You're really looking at some kind of like Bran Curse late game combo to try and fill up your opponent's hand in a lot of positions. And that usually requires a Rod to have come down. It requires a lot of cards to have been drawn, so on and so forth. By the time you've done all that, you're probably on turn 7, turn 8 by this point anyway, and the Priest on the other side is likely just trying to kill you. So you really have very little time to execute that kind of disruption strategy. But I do absolutely agree, and I think it's a great thing to bring up, because I think in terms of the power dynamics and the balance of the matchup, that it is something that both players will be looking at. Whether or not it actually ends up being a factor, both players are going to be counting cards in their hand every single turn, right? It's just a thing that you are going to be keeping track of.
100%. And one of the things that was brought to my attention that I kind of hadn't even realized, although it's very obvious when you say it, is because of the way that the curses interact, given that they activate before you draw a card at the start of your turn. If you have a curse that only has 1 durability left in your hand, you're never going to overdraw. So the Curse Warlock really needs to try and go all in on 1 turn, where they just go for Bran plus a Zakul or the Syracuse in order to put them all in at once, which is very difficult to do. But if you were to do so, this weapon, the Rod, really helps you to get to that point where you are able to get all those curses in hand at once.
Since everything in Hearthstone is now called Stuart, by the way, can we also call Rod Stuart? Just, you know, for reasons?
Is someone injured?
I'm on board.
Okay, good.
Okay, Flash Heal not bad to try and keep up with the Northshire Cleric draw train, but you obviously really need the gift of the Naru with highest priority.
Prayer Dump, I think, is the consideration again. I don't think it's a Priestess turn, but difference between 6 cards and 7 could end up being relevant. Gaboom chooses to take the risk, and I respect it. As we talked about, no real sign of big discounts, no multi-card combo really available from your opponent's hand just yet, so I think it's very reasonable. No great reason to panic about hand size just yet.
Only one spell has been played by Jajo so far, I believe, in the coin itself. So trying to activate this Queen Najara is probably pretty high priority, I would say, given this hand. So just Drain Soul Mortal Coil, I think, you know, it's the obvious play, I suppose, but also just manages to further your own game plan and increase your options. Like, it doesn't just have to be the curse game plan. You can get there with a big Colossal off of Queen.
Still no gift. Somewhat irritatingly, you are a Gaboom fan. So this might just be a clear up the board state kind of turn.
It does activate the Handmaiden.
That's true. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, I think you just don't care about this board. Like, the fact that the Mistress of Mix just heal you when they die anyway, this is really just not a concern right now.
There is first trade on the other amulet, putting that one up to 2 now. Still no gift, though. Like, I do respect this play because, obviously, if this play hits on the gift, then you are potentially in business. You could even find weird ways to go off this turn with the Priestess, even though you'd probably end up waiting one more turn for maximum efficiency. But not hitting gift again here just kind of puts Gaboom right back in the same spot again next turn, which is a little bit awkward. Looks like it is going to be the board clear.
Wow. I mean, it's a board clear. It's also a hand dump, quite important.
Yes.
At this point, you know, you are getting afraid. They have a discount. They could be seeing, you know, Brand double Syracuse is a possibility, as slim as it may be.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, completely agree. I think even though I called it a board clear, you are correct. That is 3 cards out of hand wearing a trench coat disguised as a board clear, right? Like, that's all that really was, because especially with the Rod discount going off that turn, right, you are starting to become a little bit scared about burning a couple of cards on the next turn. However, counterpoint, your opponent has 40 cards in their deck. They never have the thing they need to make you burn. Like, forget about it.
That's very true. Yeah. I don't know. I just think you're so likely to win this game at this point anyway.
I agree.
You may as well just make it a little bit harder for them for a turn, given that it doesn't really ruin his game plan. Like, it hurts to lose the Priestess, sure, but I don't think it's, with the way this is looking, like going to give you lethal a turn earlier, most likely. Maybe if you'd hit the gift of the Naru, that would be a different story. But right now, it's just another whiff for Gaboom.
It's similar to the scenario from the previous Masters Tour where we kind of had the debate about the boar being committed to the board and then Najek Hex and Shadow Step happening. It's a situation where I was arguing there was no reason to take that risk because you were so far ahead by every other metric that just don't get your boar stolen. I think that's kind of where Gaboom's head is at right now. Okay, that is such a massive hit. Wow, finds the gift of the Naru, picks up a couple of extra cards. Big, big deal, down to 7 cards in deck now. That is huge. Amulets have both been traded once each, I believe, so he still needs one more amulet trade to throw into this as well. And Bran does make an appearance at the top there for Jajo with 25 cards still left in deck. Thanks for showing up, buddy.
Which means double Syracuse available on this turn for 4 curses put in the other hand, which is a very annoyingly inefficient or ineffectual number of cards to be placed there. So are we looking at alternate routes with like Bran Queen? Feel like it's winning, does it?
Yeah, so that's Syracuse on the far left as well, right?
Yes.
Tucked in the corner, yeah.
And, you know, even then, if you go for those routes, you're leaving a cleric in play.
True, actually, yeah.
Okay, well, it at least makes Gaboom's turn a little bit more complicated. That's what you want to see. Trade Illuminate feels pretty good to me.
Trade Illuminate feels great, yeah. A lot of damage still stacked in hand here, let's not forget about, though.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. Another cool 10 next turn.
Okay.
However, as long as he can hit the other amulet of the Illuminate, it is guaranteed to hit the sword next turn.
What?
Yeah, he doesn't need to play these curses.
Have it now if you hit it, don't you? Because you can still, if you get it down to 0, you can spend 2 mana on drawing a card off the cleric. So you illuminate, you get it on top, you use 2 mana to draw, and you just have
good
it this
point.
turn.
Yeah, that felt like it was worth a shot. Heal. Yeah, because you wouldn't have accidentally killed the cleric, would you?
Oh, actually, no, because you'd have to heal the cleric first before you dredged, or else you would end up killing the cleric, because the cleric would have been on 1 health, so you couldn't cast the Illuminate first. Yeah, all right, sure. Fine, moving on.
I didn't actually see what he got off of the Illuminate there at the end. It happened so fast, but I'm going to work under the assumption that it was Amulet. It's a pretty good shot of finding it. Oh well, 50-50 I suppose.
Now it just needs to not take 20. Well, it's a little bit more complex than that, because if Jarjo can push a little bit of curse damage here and make a board of minions that survive the Pyro turn, then you might be able to push counter-lethal past the first weapon swing, possibly?
True. Yeah. So how are you going about doing that? Because you can't really do both at once. The customers are just not really big enough to do anything. So it would have to be Queen, Horn, and then play the Colossal at the end. But starting with a tap locks out even that possibility.
Yeah, Tapper's a little bit weird looking to me, I have to admit.
Right.
Did not mind the Queen Horn Colossal play, that looked fine. Not an outcome that would have presented lethal too often.
Okay, going with the ring. 2 series in a row we're seeing the ring, pretty surprisingly. It does, of course, allow you to double up on those curses.
Oh, it's so huge. It was the gift and not the amulet found from the Illuminate on the previous turn. It's a big, big deal. But now that is a 2 amulet and a 3 amulet ready to go with 2 pigs already in the bank.
So you have 5 damage now from this curse. And then next turn, they're going to be able to play the 1 mana leftover ring curse, which means they can deal 11 to you with the 5 and the 6. But then I think Gaboom will be able to heal up out of range and play them at that point. So still don't quite see it getting there, even though it was a clever setup by Jarjo.
Weapon swings Irella, yeah. That's good to me. Also for the armor than everything else. Now we sit here for 3 hours while this happens. Yeah. Jarjo just says, yeah, all right, 5 armor. That's fine. I lose to that. I'm not waiting for these animations. Unlucky broadcast team. You have to sit there and watch them all. I'm out. I'm already queuing the next.
It's a stupid way to end the game, but a well-played game by Gaboom at all points, I think. He very, very clearly had the overdraw consideration at all points in the game. As unlikely as it was, as you said, because it is a 40-card deck, he just knew how favored he was, so he's playing around even the fringe outs which is exactly what you do in a combo deck like this. It's just very clean.
Yeah, and the point that got cut off because of that crazy turn where he went fishing, hit the Shard of the Naru on a really clutch turn, which may have actually ended up being game-winning, right? The fact that that turn ended up making him go one turn quicker than he might have done otherwise was probably a really big deal with the way that endgame state panned out. So the fact that he did that was cutting me off from the point I was making, whereas we've talked about Boar Priest mistakes in the past about failing to play around very niche counters from the opponent. Right. However, Boar Priest is a deck that gets into a situation where you're never going to lose to any other method, which is, I think, is quite close to where Gaboom was this game, where he could afford to just essentially throw 3 cards out of his hand for minimal effect, just so that he didn't get caught with some sort of brand curse overdraw. And you saw, I think, on one turn, what was it, 4 curses went into the hand on a 5-card hand, perfectly managed the entire time there for Gaboom. So certainly a decently navigated game there for Gaboom. Couple of risky plays taken, but they paid off big in the end, and that means that Boar Priest is going to be getting out of the series. Weak deck overall in terms of stats in the tournament, but clearly Pocket Train, Gaboom, the players who are doing well with it, they are the ones that are flying the flag, and that is always going to be the eternal debate with a deck like Boar Priest.
Yeah, exactly right. It was, I don't want to say definitely going to get a win in the series, but quite likely when you're up against the Warlock, the Ping Mage, oh yeah, it is Ping Mage. Sorry, I was going to say, am I making a mistake? Big Spell Mage. No, sorry, it is just Ping Mage as well. A fantastic matchup, in my opinion, for the Boar Priest as well. It's a nice win, but far from a... still a very consequential win, but far from a, an unlikely win to get through. But with Jarjo going on the Ping Mage here, this is another deck that I've got to be honest, feels like it's going to struggle against Gaboom's pretty slow, combo-ish sort of lineup.
Yeah, definitely a very left field deck overall, I would say. Mage being predominantly big spell mage from what we've seen so far. 58 players in total bringing Ping Mage, just having looked it up, which is even a little bit more than I would have perhaps expected. Oh no, sorry, I was looking at completely the wrong thing. That's not true at all. Ignore that entirely. But we have seen a whole lot more big spell mage in general, and for good reason. That's a deck that's kind of been running havoc all the way through ladder recently. And if you want to play Mordresh, you can just put Mordresh in big spell mage. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. You don't have to play Wildfire if you really don't want to. I saw it. There was a series, was it day 1, where you just someone put a big spell mage list on the screen with Mordresh in it, and you just lost your mind. Like, you could not comprehend what you were looking at. Boom! Right there. Boom. What do you think about that, buddy?
Oh, it's so stupid. Like, why are you playing an 8-mana 8/8 in your deck? You have to work so hard to activate that goddamn thing. Like, you're going to play 2 Reckless Apprentices on like a 4-minion board each time? I don't know.
Okay, case for the defense. First off, clarification. I've played a good amount of Big Spell Mage. I do not play Mordresh in my version of the deck. I don't think it's optimal. I do think it's fine, though, because there are situations where you don't work that hard at all. Like, you just play Dawn Grasp, and you play 1 Reckless Apprentice. That might just do it, Like, you could just be then able to play Mordresh on the next turn after you've just done that, depending on what your opponent's board state is, whether the hero power is scaled alongside the Reckless Apprentice, so on. There are ways for it to happen, and I have seen it look incredibly powerful. I just don't think it has the consistency that you really want. Like, for me, Big Spell Mage has like 8 to 10 cards that are the roulette table, right? You just roll them, you see what happens, and see what. And outside of that, I think you want the rest of the deck to be as consistent as humanly possible. And Mordresh, to me, just doesn't really fit that bill overall.
Agreed. There were 2 conditions needed to play that card. That's like too many conditions. Compare it to the Pelican. You just slam that bad boy on 1, it dies to a Piranha on turn 2, and you move on with your life. It's just good.
Yeah, agreed. Although looking at Wicked Good's reporting on, card influence in this tournament, it's actually the Rams that have seemingly put in the most work in terms of those. He was calling it, which arena cards do you play in the deck? And the combination of Pelican and the Rams and so on and so forth that you can fit in that slot. It's actually turned out the Rams have actually ended up being the best choice. So that is certainly interesting, because I would say that's not the most popular outcome on ladder for sure. And even in this tournament, from what we've seen on broadcast.
Yeah, and another innovation that, surprise, surprise, Habu Gabu's been onto for a while now. He posted his RAM version of the Mage a little while ago, titled very inappropriately, but doing very well for him overall. And so I'll be curious to see how this particularly teched out version of the Big Spell Mage for Gaboom works out. I've got to say that aside from whether or not you include Mordresh in it or not, I feel like this is the kind of deck that Ping Mage again sort of struggles against, because Ping Mage ideally has this very smooth but very this very smooth curve of power that ends at a very high level, right? Where if you're able to deal with their minions one at a time, get the pings in, obviously you are doing ludicrously powerful stuff by the end of the game. But Big Spell Mage is not a deck that ramps up in power at a smooth level in its own right. It does nothing, 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 and then whoosh, shoots up in the air, which Ping Mage really struggles to respond against. And so I do think if you're hitting the Sorceress or the Belinda, then the Ping Mage is really going to be in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Having now actually properly confirmed the numbers, 17 total Ping Mages in the tournament in comparison to 188 Big Spell Mages. So you can certainly see the level of discrepancy we're doing with here. But again, I talked about this previously. Some of these decks that we're seeing in top 16, right? Like, just because your lineup matches the hive mind, right? Just because you're bringing the deck that 70% of the field has brought, that doesn't mean you've got it right. In fact, in most situations, it means there was probably a lineup that you could have gone digging for that was a level higher. You don't necessarily want to be doing the same thing as everyone else. You want to be doing that one thing that goes one tier deeper and is beating that thing that everyone else is doing. So when we look at things like Mine Rogue only being 3% of the field, and there's 2 of them in top 16, 2 of them now in top 8 as well. Ping Mage only being 5% of the field, and there's one of those hanging out in top 8 as well. Those are the decks that you sometimes have to look at where they're being over proportionally represented by the time you get to the top level at the end of the tournament. Those are really the decks sometimes to keep an eye on.
Alrighty, Gaboom giving us a little sheesh that draw with the mailbox dance of the Belinda on the coin.
Can you do that in French instead? See a difference? Or?
Sheesh.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
He's counting it out. It's not especially complicated, buddy. You play the dancer, and then you coin Belinda, and you win the game. He found it. Hey.
Yeah, no, it's still worth just looking at like, okay, do I actually play any of these cards on any other of these turns? No, you don't. No. Oh, he's drawn the Blizzard as well! We talked about this. I think it was myself and Raven. Getting caught up in the Mordresh discussion. There's a lot of weirdness going on with this version of the deck that we didn't touch on going into the intro of this. Like, the list has a Blizzard in it. It has Doomsayers in it. It's very different from, let's say the Habu Gabu list that we've been seeing more and more from other people. So certainly that Blizzard introduces, let's say, a failure rate to the Belinda. It's not like it's necessarily bad if that happens, but yeah, having Belinda in the opening hand and then first draw topping the Blizzard, heck yeah, this is the absolute nuts for Gaboom this game.
A decent pickup here, though, for Jojo, obviously in the form of Wildfire. You can get these pings rocking and a-rolling, and it's another spell school to go with the multicaster. Honestly, you could consider just going Flurry first in this instance to play multicaster next turn for the full suite of draws.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, actually. Definitely worth thinking about. And just the way I think the turn started and was about to happen automatically there for Jojo, and then he went, hang on a second. I think that might just be what he's looking at here.
Like, your opponent kept another card in hand. It's reasonable to assume they have a Belinda or a Sorceress or some way, Barbaric Sorceress, sorry, some way of cheating out a big spell. But I don't think you really want to be playing in that world. Like, Belinda is such a powerful card that you can kind of say if they have it, you're struggling to win the game anyway.
The problem is the two options are diametrically opposed, right? Because if they have Barbara in hand, you absolutely want to dump the flurry and the coin as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
If they have Belinda in hand, you absolutely don't want to dump the flurry under any circumstance because you want to freeze the 9-10 or the 10-10 when it comes down instead. So unfortunately, the two options are just a straight up 50-50 as opposed to which one ends up serving your game plan better.
And I would argue that, you know, it's good to go for that game plan where you play the flurry a turn earlier and then you... pretty funny. Go for it a turn earlier and then go for the full draw on the multicaster. Because again, like I said, if they have Belinda, your odds of winning the game drop just catastrophically.
Yeah. Chances of victory drastic go down. Yeah, I mean, it's so heartbreaking. It's exactly that 50-50 I was talking about. Jarjo played great around the Barbaric Sorceress.
Indeed.
Right? Instead of going for the multicaster, he just dumped every cheap spell in hand. Instead, left himself with just the mass polymorph. So at best, it was going to be, you know, a 9 or 10 spell going into a 7. At worst, it could have been Blizzard getting more expensive with the way Kaboom's deck actually works, which is a great play around 50% of the things that end up hurting you. Against the other option, it's terrible because not only have you underdeveloped by playing Ice Barrier instead of Multicaster on that turn, you also dumped your Flurry, which means, guess what, idiot? There's just a 9-10 hitting you in the face this turn. Like, it's so heartbreaking. Ah, what a deck. Aren't we all happy this exists?
Well, not Jarjo, that's for sure. He does have a reasonable stall plan with Varden into the mass polymorph into now Wildfire at the end of all that, if you wanted to, which does remedy the situation, you know, actually quite a lot. The Rune of the Archmage is very far from a win condition. It's more often a catch-up mechanism when it's at its most powerful.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, the parrot does not help that situation, but it means there's something for Jarjo to be moving on.
It doesn't, but if you go Varden into mass poly, there's not going to be enough board space for a couple of turns for that parrot into the Drakefire to actually have an impact on the game for quite some time. So it does buy you a lot of time to actually get something rolling.
I don't think in this instance that you can play Rune either. I know it's tempting because it's just the only way to effectively use your mana here. But you just really, really want that Grey Sage Parrot to copy the amulet rather than the Rune, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree. I want the parrot to be Drakefire for as long as possible. You just ping one of your own 1/1s here. That's like the incredible caster vision suggestion in this position, looking at Mass Polymorph on the other side. But with hands face up, that might end up being the play that you make. No, anyway, it doesn't matter because Anixia is still on board anyway. We just refill it at the end of the...
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't make a difference.
Well, the question here with Poly is like, actually, do you trade in first with your 2 minions rather than leave yourself 2 1/1 sheep?
Agreed.
I know that they can ping away one of their minions, but it leaves them with a lot less mana and 1 full less board space.
Yep. You are obviously, you know from the stats that appeared on Belinda that the other cheap spell is a Rune and not the other Drakefire, so you are playing around Parrot specifically by doing that. But I think for the sake of not having 2 1/1s on board that get traded anyway, like, yeah, what's the downside, right? Like, I think presenting that level of difficulty to the opponent is probably worth it in that spot. Oh?
Oh, spicy, okay. I guess you know that there's a second flame in hand, right? So you have a decent shot at being able to just play Rune on this turn, but then once again, do you really want to play the Rune on this turn, is the question again.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the hesitance to Parrot because you're still a board space short once you factor in the Parrot in the end, right? You're still only going on 1 dragon, but Barbaric, when you in particular have that Blizzard in hand as well, like hitting a 1 to 3 mana Blizzard or whatever you might end up with in that situation does not really feel like a particularly good use of your mana either. But it's one of these weird mid-game spots that big spell mages just kind of get stuck into, is like sometimes, unless you're just willing to cast Rune every turn for the rest of the game, sometimes there's just not really much else that you can do that isn't as detrimental to you as it is to your opponent.
Vashj'ir does manage to get the board clear at the end of it all, for which Kaboom will be very happy that he saved the Parrot to be in Drakefire Amulet mode. I don't think it's quite at the point where you can just go for double Rune and hope that that gets you there. If they were at like 15 health, I think you could talk about it a little bit more and hope to just get there with pings to close it out. But right now, it's just...
Well, Rune being cast at 1 now anyway wouldn't even affect it anyway, right? It's
of course. Yeah,
relevant.
My bad.
Yeah.
You can't stop this snowstorm.
Nice choice. Parrot, not always the best picker of dragons, but did okay in that spot, actually.
Good job, Parrot. The amount of card draw available now, obviously. But I think this brand needs to be saved for something a little more impressive.
Is there a way to clear up around this? Get the flurry to come down with some level of consistency.
5 mana second flame, that'd do it.
I mean, it kind of does, yeah. All to your turn in terms of freezing, but it's immensely damaging to your self-respect to have to pay 5 mana for a second flame on any given turn.
Oh, is it really Bran? Surprised by that. Definitely feels like just a coin multicast to start things off.
Can it ever dump enough for Bran multicaster? You can, right? If you drop the Snow Flurry, yeah. Get down to 4 cards in hand, draw 6.
I kind of just felt like you might want to say Bran for like Bran Reckless Apprentice, or like maybe even Bran Mordresh with the coin that was still available in hand. Wow, another Parrot, very, very juicy. But if that's an attack phase, I think that's going to end up being a Rune to start the turn.
Yeah, could still end up being both again, of course, but it does feel like that's probably overcommitting into a Mordresh at that point. Obviously, no guarantee, no real control over the size of these additional dragons that might come out. Oh, not that one.
Wrong order too.
Okay, go middle. No, fine. What was that? Actually, what happened? That's unacceptable. I require a refund on my 1 mana. I'm actually upset that we paid 1 mana for that this turn.
I mean, you get what you pay for. That is Rune of the Archmage at home right there. Oh, the Apprentice as well for 3 damage AoE. This is getting very spicy, but Jaja wants nothing to do with it. Just throwing down Finley. What are we looking for?
Finley's getting countered by the Mordresh.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
He tested the Okani first with the first flame and then confirmed it was minion, so he just threw out the Finley to get rid of it, and then boom, guitar solo time.
Oh yeah, it does work with Parrot. I wasn't 100% sure.
Wait, does it work like that?
Yeah.
That's news to me. Interesting.
Wasn't willing to commit. Should have believed in myself. Oh, okay. This one's a little bit more like it.
It is indeed. Got the best of both worlds with the amulet coming out anyway.
Yeah. And now the second rune of the Archmage is really getting towards the point where it can close out the game, coupled with a 2-mana ping, a 2-damage ping to close it out over the next couple turns. It needs to be some high damage plays from Jajo to close it out, which he does kind of have. There's 6 damage face on this turn with the Reckless Apprentice, but it just needs a little helping hand to get over the finish line.
Take them. Wait, not all of them.
Ending on Snow Flurry here, presumably be able to deal with the biggest threat.
A simple turn once again for Gaboom. You send this face and you just queue up the Archmage, pray that it delivers.
Or you can just unsilence your 8 go face and win the game.
It's even simpler. Good spot.
That works too. Yeah.
Very nicely done. The Ping Mage, again, as I was kind of talking about, struggling with that, the tempo of Big Spell Mage, that one big spike of power that the Ping Mage just didn't have time to ramp up into.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we saw the opening hand. It looked like the Ping Mage was going to be in trouble the whole way through. Whenever you're able to go coin, Belinda, you're going to be in trouble. But particularly the way that Jajo chose to play it, where he had a very simple forked path in front of him, but the best way to play around 2 options. He chose to play around the Barbaric Sorceress, which you can argue is correct from a number of different angles, right? Firstly, there's 2 of them, and there's only 1 Belinda. So that just makes sense. It's twice as likely that there is a Barbaric Sorceress, especially having seen the Kept card. You're twice as likely to have seen a Barbaric Sorceress in your mulligan, twice as likely to have held onto it, twice as likely to have drawn it since then. Whatever metric you want to apply, there's 2 of them in the deck is the short version of all of this waffle. The other method is like, do you ever really beat Belinda on 4? Like, is that even a world? That's even a world worth playing around. So, you know, when you see your opponent keep a card in that position, let's go, okay, let's assume it's the one I can beat and play around that instead, which, yeah, you know, I respect the way that Jajo played that game, but I think in the end, with it being coin, Belinda, what are you really going to do?
Well, now, surely, at the end of all that misery, I feel like Jajo must have earned himself a halfway decent matchup with the Prestor Druid on his side versus the one remaining deck for Kaboom, the Death Rattle Mine Rogue. That has to be a deck that's weak to aggro. It feels like it's so good against everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Presto Druid is a deck that I was a big fan of, a big advocate for coming into this one. However, I have just had quite a lot of time off today as the schedule kind of got a little bit reshuffled. Myself and Gia just only did a very, very quick shift at the start of the day. So I've been jamming some ladder. I noticed I had a couple of Druid quests. I was like, all right, cool. I'll play a little bit of Presto Druid. Haven't played it in a couple of days. It really let me down for like 8 or 9 games straight as I was trying to play it. So it's currently in my bad books. However, I'm not going to let that small sample change what I have seen from the deck so far, and it was my hot tip for performance in this tournament. Has dropped off a little bit as we've got towards the end of day 2 and start of day 3, and I think that's to be expected. Because as we were talking about before, end of day 2, start of day 3 is when you start to see decks like Boar Priest and the combo decks and, you know, all of those things start to creep up a little bit more and more of the vanilla curve decks drop off a little bit. Contrary to that, though, is just the continued overperformance of Rogue overall in this tournament, with Mine Rogue on the other side being still the best performing deck in the tournament right now.
Well, I think for Gaboom, it's very much just another day at the office with this deck. It doesn't especially matter, I think, whether you're against aggro, whether you're against control. You're still just going for the full outburn game plan. There's a little bit of a difference now, as we saw in those key cards, now that there's Smokescreen in the list, in addition to Burning Blade Acolyte. So you can hope to hit some kind of a tempo mid-game, but that's never really what you're aiming for. And just going all in on the burn plan is still the best approach, in my opinion, even if your opponent has 40 health.
And looking at the stats from the tournament, which I've had to scale the sample size all the way down to actually find the data on this one, 7-4 to the Mine Rogue against Prestor's Druid in this tournament so far. Yes, sum total of 11 games have been played of this matchup in this tournament.
Surprised to hear that. Maybe I'm underestimating the Minor Egg. As you said, still just the highest win rate deck in the tournament. But for Jojo, it's a really quite slow start to the game. Like, keeping Prester in your starting hand, yeah, I probably agree. Even against Mine Rogue, which you really want to get the tempo moving, it's still just so powerful of a card. But holding on to both Captured Cold Tooth Mine and the Moonlit Guidance and Finley, which you're never going to play on turn 1, is a very, very slow start to the game.
Yeah, I have, like, there has been a couple of occasions in, like, day 1, day 2 of this meta where I was playing quite a lot of Presto Druid, where I've opened my collection, I've looked at it in the decklist builder and thought, is there any way we can slip in just like a couple of extra aggro Druid finishes so that in some matchups, you can just decide you're never going to play Presto and just straight up kill them with aggro Druid stuff, because I think that's sometimes something that you would like to do in a matchup like this against Mine Rogue on the other side, but then you start to really break down what that requires and what impact it has on like your draw high, draw low situations, all that kind of stuff. It just ends up seemingly not being worth it. But yeah, aggro Druid is still a, you know, functional deck that can put the beating on a lot of things, but when you remove all of the actual finisher cards, some of which have just been, you know, straight up removed from the game these days, you kind of have to play Prestor to have a chance in most spots.
Now we're talking though, Snowfall Graveyard off the top with double Naval Mine in hand. Counterfeit Blade as well has to be where your head is at, I think. Play that right now.
It's very nearly just counting time at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, more or less.
Which, yeah, speaking of which, Gaboom just assumed the counting position for a second there.
What shall I do?
Oh yes, you have 12... Oh, well, 16, I suppose, all factored in once you play the Snowfall next turn off of this weapon. 12 more from here, down to 15. You still need a little bit extra, even if both of these mines go off with the Snowfall Grave in play. You're not quite there, so hoping that the top of his deck delivers.
Bronze Explorer probably over the Kazakhstan in this spot. Yeah, respect it.
Costing? Okay, just Kazakhstan, sure.
Comes prepared.
Fairy Dragon is playable. Well, I didn't expect that. I kind of thought it might be the Primordial Drake because it has Torn.
Well, well, well.
What? As well, how does that Bra Swing interact? Because it's gonna kill the naval mines if Gaboom wants to, but it also heals for every naval mine that's killed off. That's really quite strange.
True enough, actually.
That's all for now.
Okay, yeah, fine. Moving on. Yeah, weird game. Mine Rogue just kind of running out of steam immediately. Like, honestly, it has to be this way, right? We've spent 2.5 days just looking at, like, me looking over at my other monitor, like, oh, Mine Rogue's actually still doing really well. Oh yeah, Mine Rogue's being sick. I hope we get to see some of the Mine Rogue players on stream. Nope, never see him. Oh, great. Okay, we're going to the Mine Rogue players. They're in a side match now. We'll go into them. What's that? Oh, Mine Rogue's already won on both sides in this series before we join it. Okay, cool. And finally, we get into top 8. Mandated now that we actually get to see the Mine Rogue play, and then that happens. Like, come on. That's not what I put in the script.
We're going to get to see it again. This is the, you know, Act 3 here, right? We're in our darkest hour before the redemption comes through here for Gaboom, as he still has the Warlock and the Mage left over. 2 decidedly better matchups. I mean, it just has to be against the likes of Warlock, which, again, even though it is another of these 40 health decks, is just much more susceptible to this style of gameplay. They have healing. You know, plenty of it in the form of double spice bread baker and a lot of these cheap spells as well. But I don't think they consistently have the kind of healing that can fight back against a good Bomb Rogue plan.
Yeah, 10-6 in this tournament for the Bomb Rogue against the Curse Warlock so far. So a crisp 60%. And I think everything you give as explanation for that makes sense. But the one thing I'd also add is they don't have the ability really to play a Boulder Fist Ogre on turn 4 that puts your opponent on the clock incredibly quickly and actually counter pressures in a situation like Druid was able to do, which I think can be a very, very big deal as well.
Oh, smoke screen kept in the starting hand. You love to see it. That is a bold keep.
Ah, I see you've brought guests.
Of course, worth noting as well that like this Burning Blade Acolyte version, where you kind of have the multitude of routes that you can go with straight up damage and board presence as well. Like this isn't the only version of Mind Rogue that you can play, but it does seem to be the one that the French players have favored, and the players who have been successful with Mind Rogue and got to top 16 and top 8 have chosen to go with. Does give you a little bit of extra flexibility, but I guess less consistent, streamlined damage output in a lot of spots.
Very slow start for both players here. Gaboom, I think, having the slightly better time of it for the moment because he can really start spending his mana proactively now with having got the Naval Mine. He can set up the Snowfall Graveyard as well in the near future. Whereas Jajo, for the moment, doesn't really have any strong proactive way of spending his mana. Like, the Demonic Assault is fine, but it's not the ideal start.
Yeah, suitably annoying for Rogue to deal with. I certainly remember like back in D6 Warlock days that sometimes, and there was like weapon rogues or whatever on the other side, just slamming this on turn 4 into your Rogue opponent's face was sometimes just irritating enough to get you there, but those days are long gone, and Jajo doesn't really have the juice to back this up as rapidly as he would like, I would imagine. Nice little buffer turn, though, at the very least. Like, Jajo can probably assume he's not going to be under significant pressure this turn just because A, he has 2 Void Walkers in the way, B, the nature of the deck on the other side, and that means a fairly safe Rod turn coming up on the next turn for Jajo, most likely.
Okay, so you go Graveyard. Is there ever Coin Lieutenant? Because you could go for the Forsaken Lieutenant and then Burning Blade Acolyte as well.
Okay.
But you don't even have a way to sacrifice into it. You'd have to go for like backstab on it. I don't know. I was just trying to find some way of speeding up our game plan with Death Rattles. But the Shambler obviously speeds that up drastically with 2 5/8s here as well. This is getting a little tricky for Jajo to deal with instantly.
It is, yeah. I completely agree. I do think, in particular, what's the name of the card? Shatter Shambler has the least appropriate usage of the word but that I've ever seen in my life. Your next Death Rattle minion costs 1 less, but immediately dies when played. No, that's what you want Death Rattle minions to do. That's the point. The word and, please, come on.
I'll give you £1 million, but you also have to eat some chocolate cake.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Double Lieutenant here alongside Naval Mine Backstab on the last turn, I believe, that the Graveyard is active. You can kill off one of them by rushing in and then the Backstab to take out the other. So it is a pretty effective amount of damage on this turn, leading up into a Coin Smokescreen next turn.
What shall I do?
Oh. Yeah, the mana being spent on if he's doing it in that order. Alright, looks like we've diverted back. No, very unsure this turn. I'm kind of curious as to what the alternate plan is. Okay, I guess we get to find out.
I think the main benefit of holding on to the other one is that it doesn't leave anything on the board, so they can't play their Touch of Nathrasims quite so easily, and their Drain Souls quite so easily either.
Okay, sure.
And then with Coin Smokescreen, like, you have a decent shot of finding the other mine to copy with the Forsaken Lieutenant.
More bones to gnaw on.
Okay. Very interesting indeed.
Finally gets to keep play the card he kept in his mulligan.
Okay.
Getchi also guaranteed to get you the other mine in your deck, which led to a pretty interesting decision actually at the end there as to whether you use the backstab, because there was some real consideration to holding on to it just to activate the other mine in the deck.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Ooh, Bread Baker now found as well. Second proc of the Rod coming up very, very soon. This is looking very much like Jarjo might be going back up to the lofty heights of 30 and even 40 yet again with the state of this hand right now.
All right, so how can we respond to this? Second smoke screen to find the Acolyte feels, you know, very risky, and there's not even much reward at the end of it. So were you to go
What shall
Blade
I do?
and then swing in, I don't think you can realistically expect to hit the lethal on the following turn, especially as you know the other graveyard is at the bottom of the deck based on the Gone Fishing on turn 1.
What shall I do? Time's ticking.
Presumably this is sketchy with the remaining mana if he's going with the lethal setup. The lethal setup is probably entirely out of the window now based on the fact that he got the Burning Blade Death Rattle here instead of the Mine Death Rattle as well.
Wow.
Just going to use the Wicked Stab to buy time instead. All right, fine. But yeah, lack of prep, lack of Trickster this game, I think has been a big problem for Gaboom after the smokescreen keep that you have alluded to a couple of times. It's just made him all the much slower in that mid game. If a Swift Scale Trickster had been drawn on time, then obviously that would have been a very, very different game overall.
Meaning now that Jarjo is, you know, homing in on lethal, actually, if he'd drawn any number of curse cards, but with only one having been presented to him all game, that's looking less and less likely. Instead taking the backup route, if you can even call it that, of just double Bread Baker on this turn if you want to heal up to essentially full health. I also think it would be reasonable to hold on to, cash in these touches of Nathrazim while there's stuff on the board.
Derek, you absolute noob. Imagine calling 29 nearly full health. Come on.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We have 40 now. Imagine. Come on, what are you doing?
Okay, well, it's all relative. I was, of course, factoring in the double touch of the Nathrazim to get up to 37, yeah.
Very reasonable indeed.
Well, it appears to have been so powerful that it is broken Hearthstone. Hopefully not irreparably, as I do think that Jarjo looked like he was rounding the corner there for Gaboom. The only real avenue back into the game, I think, would be to hit the other Gone Fishing to find the graveyard that we know is at the bottom of the deck.
Yes.
Or arguably is the next best draw just to hit Trickster to go Smokescreen and then draw most of the rest of his deck. You can then activate the Burning Blade Acolyte that way, activate the Mine if you find it that way as well. And you know, you're approaching the realms of possibility again. But at the same time, you're facing down a pretty scary board on the other side.
And I love that, like, Jarjo is still just wildly speculating about what the maximum amount of damage he could possibly take.
Right.
Like, he has 0 mana, he's at 29. He does, of course, have the possibility to go up significantly higher here. And I think you do keep seeing him glancing to his right, which I would imagine is just looking at deck lists and played cards and so on for what Gaboom has set up.
And I think I agree. Force them to find an answer on this turn.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
Oh.
How complicated.
Being it at all. You can get yourself a 5/8 in the way with a swing of the weapon, for which Jojo has very, very easy answers because he held on to all of his removal cards.
How complicated.
Yes, 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 we get it. Your deck's hard to play. You don't have to keep telling us.
Yeah, Lorinda.
Yes, Lorinda, and every deck.
Time's ticking.
This Pirate Warrior. Whew.
Oh, it's a thinker.
Yeah, he's just shifting gears completely. The board control game plan. I respect it. The bomb, or sorry, the mine game plan was never ever getting there.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty low percentage line. You're kind of playing into what Warlock does best. Like, if this was a no-rod game, I would say, okay, you know, I'd be trying to stay relatively optimistic from Gaboom's side, right? Where, like, okay, maybe they don't have enough removal for cheap enough that they can necessarily stack up against this board. They kind of need exactly second entitled customer to interact with me, right? But I think in this spot, even if there wasn't the straight-up lethal being presented on the other side, there would have been easily enough removal to take this down with the amount of discounts that you've seen coming out from the rod. So it was a futile attempt, but it was a respectable attempt on the other side for Gaboom because his deck was just not particularly kind. And once again, I'm not sure what act you said we were in last time, but we are going into the third and final act this time around. Again, who writes this script? We wait 2.5 bleeding days to wait to see some Mine Rogue action, and it looks like an absolutely unplayable atrocity when we actually get it on stream.
That is true. But again, as according to the script, Gaboom has gone up against the 2 Renathal decks now, which does feel, as we saw there, I think like a pretty good counter to Mine Rogue. It's one of those decks where at 30, it's a good deck. If Hearthstone classes had 20 health, it would be the best deck in the game. And with 40 health, they start to look a lot less playable because it's just so difficult to get up to that number. Against Ping Mage, I think it has to be by far the weakest of Jajo's decks up against the Mine Rogue. You have very little armor gain. Ice Barrier very often just doing absolutely nothing in the matchup as a one way of gaining armor. You have little aggression in the early turns, which is the other way that Mine Rogue could potentially lose a game. It just feels like there are none of the usual avenues to fight back.
Well, I've been hitting you with the stats for the tournament play for Mine Rogue so far with, I would say, decreasing levels of relevancy due to sample sizes. So we might as well top it off. Okay. Mine Rogue versus Ping Mage in this tournament based on a 3-game sample size. No, sorry, a 2-game sample size is a 50% matchup for both decks. It's 1-1, baby!
There it is.
Call it right down the middle. It could not be any closer as we come down to game 5 in this one.
Yeah, you're right. At 2 games, it could not be any closer. It couldn't really be anything else other than just 100, 0, or 50. So we'll take the down the middle here. As Gaboom getting himself Naval Mine. Is Mine the kind of card that you're looking to hold, even in good matchups like this, just to guarantee yourself that Death Rattle synergy?
I think, personally, I don't mind the mulligan here because I think the more important cards to have are the cards that operate around your Death Rattles, whereas you specifically have cards that that tutor Death Rattle effects, for example, with sketchy information, so you can dig that card back out of your deck, no problem. You kind of want those in your deck in case you're able to go like Trickster into Smokescreen or anything like that. I think that the more difficult cards to get hold of are like Weapon, Snowfall, Graveyard, those kind of things. So having those auxiliary cards, I think generally is more what I'd be looking to mulligan for, and that looks not too bad from Gaboom in the opening hand.
It looks fantastic as the Jajo wincing at the draw of his hand. And you can see why. I mean, it's kind of an average ping mage draw, to be perfectly honest. There's not much better that you can get in terms of aggression at the start. But when you have to look at it dead in the face, it feels terrible.
We're getting there.
God. It's such a good rogue hand as well. Oh my god.
Double prep now as well to be able
man.
to power through some of these spell turns. Yup, we know where that's going. Take 3, idiot.
Oh man, it's turn 2 and he's playing like 6 cards on this turn.
Prep sketchy.
Oh.
Trigger the Death Rattle. Take 8.
Jajo is the deadest man I think I've ever seen.
Ping. 2. Coin, weapon. Activate the Death Rattle that's already been activated. You don't have to play the card, you just have to activate the Death Rattle, so this already counts. Take 12 more over the course of this weapon, actually 16 more over the course of this weapon coming through. Yeah, this is pretty gross.
Pretty disgusting. 12 represented next turn, so not lethal quite yet. Especially as Jajo has one of the few cards that feels like it does anything at all in Blade Master Akani.
Right.
The only other play I could see any merit for would be trade the Fire Sail to try and hit Ice Barrier specifically.
Derek, look at your hand. Look at that Mordresh on the left-hand side. This is a ping amplified Snow Flurry turn. You gotta weave in those pings, Derek. I said 1 and then I said 2. I want to say 3 this turn, or I'm not going home happy. Do it.
Excuse me? Or is he freezing them? Okay.
He's freezing! Yes! We did it! 3! All right, you love to see it.
Well, this does mean that the graveyard loses its effect at the end of this turn, so...
Yep, really good.
Jajo not out of the running. He has a very, very nice looking Blade Master Akani as well for minion, I want to say probably next turn, just to specifically try and counter the Burning Blade Acolyte.
Yep, smart though, just break the weapon with the Redagger effect.
Yep.
Make sure you get that 8 damage going face instead of that 4 damage, and now you have very little excess damage left to do. Assuming that this mine doesn't get polyjellied or mass polymorphed or something ridiculous further down the line, you're a Wicked Stab, a second mine, a second weapon away from just straight up winning the game at this point.
Oh, okay, doesn't want the Akani.
Ollie, no.
Don't really just do anything, does it?
Yep. Just gonna drop the silence instead. Fine. Oh! That's the stuff.
That is the goodness. One last turn for Jajo to find a way to survive. Ice Barrier doesn't do it because you can just hero power.
Oh, you can, yeah. That's so gross with the Arcanologist off the top as well.
Yeah. I don't actually think there are any outs anymore.
You can... What, multicast it into second Snow Flurry, freeze the face again, and then it's still just hero power kills you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
An incredible discovery.
Yeah, I hope your opponent throws. It's the best you got.
Oh, a heartbreaker for Jajo, going down 0-2, clawing it back all the way to Game 5. And at the end, it is going to be Gaboom taking the win. The last hope for Asia Pacific falls alongside Jajo, as Gaboom showing us that France truly has the funkiest, freshest moves in Masters Tour history.
Yeah, I mean, based on what, 4 Masters Tours now, I'd say tournament performance excellent, 60% plus at this point, can't ask for much more. Mine rogue play pretty solid from what I've seen so far. Dancing, yeah, needs a bit of work, I would say. I'm not sure I'm ready to sign off on that one just yet, but regardless, a very, very strong performance. And Derek, I think it's only fitting to give you the last word on the last APAC representative going out of a Masters Tour once again.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. GM's all one region now. I have no affiliation to APAC anymore. I feel nothing. I'm all in on EU.
The long game Flake has finally come full circle. He is truly assimilated to become the Omnicaster. He represents all regions now.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, with Pocket Train versus Yuying at the end, we are guaranteed either at this point, as is just always the case, it doesn't even bear saying at this point, either an EU or a Chinese player winning the Masters Tour. And with Yuying being the last chance, we could just be guaranteed an EU winner at the end of this. Either way, I would be very happy. I'm obviously kind of rooting for Pocket Train as a member of the Mr. Tawny Offen Group practice group, a fellow Brit as well, and just an all-around very, very nice guy. But Yuying has been plugging away Masters Tour after Masters Tour, and is finally starting to see those results pile up.
By the way, we talk a lot, I think, about what France, Japan, China, in terms of major countries in Hearthstone and recent power level and tournament performances. Can we start to put some respect on the UK's name? Because, like, recent performances, Dead Draw, Judgment, Pocket Train, like, we're doing pretty darn great right now. Like, bring back Hearthstone Global Games. That's what I say. We're ready. I'll take our 4v4 team against anyone else in the world. Let's go.
As will I, yeah. It is funny as well to see the rise of most of the UK, and then Jambray for some reason seeing less results in his Hearthstone.
I don't think why. I honestly can't figure it out. Yeah.
Enjoying his life now, who knows? But with that all said, we're going to jump into...
And that'd be a warning, Gabby.
Yeah, true, actually. Enough of those press-ups, all right? You're looking good enough already. But that is us all done with our third quarter-final match. One final left to go in Yuying versus Pocket Train to find out whether anyone can stand up against EU or whether Pocket Train will round us out with a guaranteed EU winner in the top 4. Plenty more to come from Masters Tour Vashj'ir when we come back from this quick break.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to jump into the final quarterfinal of the day. This is going to be Yu Ying versus Pocket Train. Really happy, Gia, to see Pocket Train make it this far. I think he's a player a lot of other players and we respect a lot, of course, and definitely does make waves throughout the Hearthstone scene. So really cool to see him go up against one of the great players from China as well that's definitely been featured in Masters Tours in the past.
Yeah, that's right. Yu Ying, I think it's been over a year though since he's had a big finish in a Masters Tour, so it's nice to see him still grinding out those top placements and with a pretty cool lineup as well. It's just like, it's been a hot minute since we've seen Paladin and a Control Paladin on that, not a Mech Paladin here. Pocket Train on the other side, of course, already hyped up by your fellow UK casters, Raven, a while ago. He is a member of the Mr. Turney Uffen group and perhaps most well known for his Boar Priest gameplay. Just thousands of games on this deck. It's incredible. The deck hasn't been viable for that long.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where certain players, and we do see this, where certain players will just attach themselves to a deck. They just find an archetype that really fits their playstyle. And again, with Boar Priest, it is a deck that's very rewarding if you do master it. So, you know, hopefully we get to see some of that mastery on display, as it isn't actually banned out from Pocket Train here. So it's likely he'll get to play in this series. But you are right, Yu Ying bringing that Control Paladin. I think the only player who really made a big impact in this Masters Tour with Control Paladin, so very excited to see how that performs in this going up against Pocket Trains, because honestly, when you look at the Priest, the Mage even, you would think that Paladin might suffer just a little bit in some of these sort of slower matchups that can go toe-to-toe with the late game of the Paladin.
I totally agree. I think Paladin, it has a place in the meta, the control variant, only to prey on rogues and demon hunters. But that being said, I don't really see the merit to bringing a control paladin in the same lineup as an alignment druid, which traditionally preys on the opposite side of deck and struggles to rogue and demon hunter, especially when that alignment druid is of the 30 card variant that Yu Ying is rocking. But it's quite possible that he has one of those conquest lineups that's not necessarily hard targeting something, just bringing 4 decks that seem good overall and something that Yu Ying would be comfortable with. And he has had his alignment druid banned away, so potentially that paladin could still get a win against rogue later on. Moving over to Pocket Train, has the same amount of MT appearances as Yu Ying and a slightly higher win rate actually in Masters Tours before today. And yes, he will tell you that Boar Priest is 60% favored against you or higher.
Yeah, Boar Priest is the new rogue of any given archetype, where any rogue player has historically been felt favored in most matchups. But you were talking about the Paladin only really looking like it's going to do well against rogue. Well, guess what, Gia? The Paladin's going against rogue game 1, and I think if Yu Ying can get this Paladin over the line straight away, that's going to boost his chances of winning the series quite dramatically.
Yeah, I completely agree. This Paladin, I think, maybe had to win some sort of mind game to get the right cue into Rogue, and Yu Ying has definitely won it so far. I don't necessarily agree with what you said about Boar Priest being the new Rogue of any player who pilots it says it's favored, because I think a lot of Boar Priest players are not as confident in their own play as Pocket Train deservedly is, because he has so much experience on the deck and to this day is still critical of himself. Like, sitting in on some of the MTOG practice between players of the caliber of Pocket Train on Boar Priest against Fury Hunter, every small mistake they make, they immediately call it, oh, I threw this game, this doesn't count as a loss, trying to figure out, like, I don't know, they just call any tiny line that wasn't completely optimal as immediately a throw. That is the standard that these types of players hold themselves to. But before I get too excited about the Boar Priest, we do have to take a look at the game on our hands here. And I do say that Paladin is favored here because they have everything in their toolkit necessary to deal with Rogue. Lots of board clears, lots of healing, and then making it all the way to Cariel to lock out any huge burst potential as well.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier on about the lack of Vipers or the players including Viper in the lineups being a bit of a whiff, but I imagine Pocket Train really wishes he had the Viper in this list because he's one of the players who isn't bringing it, and I guess this is the one matchup where you'd really favour it in general. Look at the opening hands here though. Yu Ying does have a very solid start with the 2 Bannermen in hand ready to start not only drawing cards but also just beefing up the hand in general with those buffs. That's going to look pretty good so far, whereas Pocket Train, bit of a slow opening, and that's again something you don't really want versus this Paladin.
Yeah, Pocket Train on turn 1, if you saw there, was crossing his fingers, I think hoping for no Knight of Anointment on 1. Thing is, there is a Knight of Anointment in hand, but Yu Ying has chosen not to play it, which I can only assume means he wants to greed it out for turn 4. Looking at the context of this hand, he does get to go Bannerman on 3 into Bannerman, most likely Knight on turn 4, and that Knight goes all the way up to 3-3 with this particular situation, and that's probably more useful than it is as a 1-1 on turn 1. Not often that you see this, but I'm liking the line.
Yeah, it's definitely looking okay for now. I imagine now is going to be the Bannerman time.
Yeah, no two ways about it.
Yeah, just to really cycle. I mean, yeah, okay. Yu Ying just looking at what he really wants to do here. Of course, that Knight just going to be 2-2 for now, but there is a null. That is the the saving grace here for Pocket Train. That now, of course, he does have Boat, but even so, just having access to that null is huge. Can coin it out as well, just to make the board that little bit wider, and that suddenly put Pocket Train in a fairly solid position, especially when we look at the Krakatoa, look at the potential of Scabs a little bit later on as well.
Right. I was honestly so excited to make the pun of why not both when you mentioned there's Null and Ajaran Vessel available here. But unfortunately, there is a very good reason for Porque no los dos here, because the coin is very valuable to get down the Krakatoa a bit earlier, given the context of Pocket Train's hand, which has a lot of support cards and not too many curve options. We do see Yu Ying now going for second Bannerman and the Knight, which was held on turn 1 for this exact reason, right? It's now able to challenge the 3/3s from the Ajaran Vessel, and it makes for not the cleanest Okani turn unless Pocket Train wants to coin out the Wild Paw to fully clear the board and get that uncontested Okani.
Yeah, really tricky though, because as you were saying, if the coin is used now, it still has an issue with not being able to play Krakatoa the turn after. So a really tough call to make here, and I think this is, as you said, purely down to Yu Ying just greeding the Knight and actually just putting forward a really threatening board. The follow-up from Yu Ying we can see isn't fantastic, but still has the fish to play down as an absolute worst case scenario, so still not too bad.
Yeah, and Sunfish was a card that even prior to Null having 3 attack was a nightmare for Rogue to deal with, because they would have to usually already have Dagger equipped to deal with the shield, and then also have the Fillet Fighter alongside Null to get a clean trade on the Sunfish. Not so possible anymore with Null on 3 attack, and let alone Pocket Train doesn't have all of those required cards.
I do really like this play from Pocket Train though, just not trying to be fancy with the Shadow Step, just getting it used and pushing everything off the board whilst retaining the most health possible on the Pirates. So definitely looking good for now, but again, you've just got to stare, and I think Pocket Train's face just sums that up pretty nicely. Just seeing the 4/7 Divine Shield taunt hit the board is a little bit infuriating, but again, that's what the Bannerman sort of draw kind of does, right? It does hit a couple of minions, and they are going to be pretty beefy with those extra stats.
This fish has been eating bananas, and apparently that buffs it up to 4. No, it does work out. Yeah, bananas in BG and even in Standard, they give +1/+1. The Krakatoa here is kind of clean, but it still requires Pocket Train to either give up on 1 charge of the claw weapon or one of his nulls to get the clean trades through the fish.
Yeah, there is the other way, right, where this happens and then 1 claw's traded in. and then you just hold the weapon and trade in a 3/3 instead, and then just hope it doesn't hope the other claw doesn't die before you get to swing again. But he's just going to use the Wicked Stab along with Okani, which again, bit of a slower approach. Means the Krabatoa is going to come out naturally on 6 instead, but it does create some form of problem for Yu Ying, because we can see, weirdly enough, with all that, there's no minions in hand that are even playable right now, and all the spells, like, yes, flashlight and everything, like, can help just draw into something, but there is just that fear where something is just going to get absolutely countered here. And now Yu Ying gets the knowledge that it is going to be minion as the choice from Okani, so even if one was now drawn from Flash of Light, it's just one, it would have to be cheap enough to be played, and then it would get countered anyway.
Yeah, the choice between minion and spell is not necessarily blocking anything on curve here, because there's no 6-drop from Yu Ying that Pocket Train really want to stop. It's not like Belinda or Presser in a different matchup. But blocking minion here stops a pyro clear potentially, and also it just blocks more mana on average than spells, I would say, because there are so many cheap spells that Yu Ying would be easily able to proc that counter with.
Okay, that's interesting. Looks like he's hovering the Maki roll again, but I would have thought with the knowledge that it is actually going to be minion, that it might have been play the Myrmidon then, just to get the block out of the way, and open up the Leviathan for next turn.
Now that is a strong consideration, but Yu Ying perhaps valuing that Myrmidon because he has, in a couple turns, access to double Garden's Grace and Maki roll on it, which is pretty much infinite card draw by that point. Whether or not he can get there is the question, because given that he hasn't removed the minion block, he is really hoping to draw City Tax. Yeah, pretty much just that to get a full clear next turn.
Uh-oh. We're okay. Bit of a blackout there for a second, but we're safe. We're all good. It looks like Pocket Train wants to hold the Krabatoa, and honestly, I like this a lot because Yu Ying knows that spells are available, right? So why commit the Krabatoa when it can't actually do anything this turn anyway, and potentially get the whole board cleared when you can have that in reserve, right, for if needed. If Yu Ying does, like, say, clear a board and develop a minion, suddenly Krabatoa is like 100 times better next turn.
Bit of a sour look from Pocket Train because he saw his dredge options. I mean, yes, we know the vessel is there and it's good to get. Oh, Pyro, huge. Yu Ying can now get the full clear. Just proc the counter with the Myrmidon and then go Pyro equality. Bit sad to lose Myrmidon, but it's a necessary evil here. He will just have to get card draw from the Leviathan instead. But going back to the earlier point, Pocket Train saw that the Mr. Smite is also at the bottom, so it means that he will not have access to that for a very long time moving forward.
Yeah, now there's a pretty hefty Pyromancer on board, but that's the sort of thing Krabatoa is there for, and those claws are going to start grabbing. They're going to be able to clear this one off. Still putting on a good amount of pressure, and weirdly enough, if the Krabatoa doesn't die, this is one of those pretty like weird but solid scabs turns, right, where you could just bounce the Krabatoa back and go again. We can see, of course, the Leviathan is most definitely going to stop that being an option. And again, big board presence now from Yu Ying if he wants it. Leviathan comes down, going to be able to draw some cards, get the dredge going, but also has the option of dropping Light Ray and Garden's Grace instead. Whether that happens is going to be the question of how fearful he is of these scabs.
Right. I do think Light Ray makes sense, but no need to commit the spell here to be safer against scabs. I also like that he took the Divine Shield off of the appendage of Leviathan, even though it wasn't necessary to kill the crab, just get that card draw going. And now he has a pretty decent answer to the scabs, at least just being able to replay the Light Ray and then put some additional insurance on it with the Garden's Grace. Not great options for Pocket Train. I am looking at Crash because it technically represents quite a bit of damage after it dies, but the Tarantula is, you know, more damage as soon as it hits the board, so fair enough.
Yeah, I think I like the Tarantula really just because of the death rattle effect, right? 1/1 poison rush is actually really strong against what Paladin will want to do, which is just drop those big minions, right? Obviously, Divine Shield, bit of a question mark. But in general, I just think the stats overall on Tarantula plus those 1/1s as a threat is going to be a bit of a potential problem for Yu Ying going forward.
I think it might be too slow. Looking at it again, maybe Pocket Train took it for the tradable, honestly. I feel he's in a position where, if not getting lethal in the next couple turns, he needs Edwin to really have enough resources to try and fight against a Paladin that has gotten this many resources. He's going to be at least given the news that there's no Cariel in hand. These are not particularly good for Yu Ying. Maybe Avenge just to have a cheap spell that maybe throws Pocket Train off.
Yeah, that's fair. I do love Pocket Train's response to every time Yu Ying gets his turn. It's like, oh no, please don't have the best card. Please don't have the best card. It's just hilarious to watch. He's going to go Blessing of Kings again. Yu Ying does have access to an amount of cheap cards. I guess, again, that could pair nicely with the Blade Master if there's some kind of last-ditch attempt to build a board from Pocket Train.
Yeah. Can definitely see that happening. Blessing of King, Samuro, pretty much Samuro Bless in a different form. Okay, another roll at Recon. Najak Hexen would be insane here. Yeah, it is just getting traded away, but that is not a good reroll whatsoever. This Recon has to come in clutch. Allbreaker.
Okay, he can get Saber, trade it in, get the other one, and then draw the Tarantula again.
Right.
All coming
no more
together.
Krakatoa.
Yeah, it's all coming together.
I think it's slipping away. Obviously, the Fell Rattler does the most to clear the board, but it's hardly enough here. So Hullbreaker to try and cycle towards something. Some Miracle Tooth can represent miracles.
There is a convenient 1/3 just sat there as well that you can roll the dice with. Does have a prep as well to help out with any potential discover options right now.
Ugh. Wait, Phylactery? After the 4/3 dies, you can draw 2 more spells. Nah, I don't think that's like the Tarantula Phylactery.
It would have been great, yeah, if the Tarantula had died, right? Like that would have been pretty sick, actually.
Just a Plague here to remove some Divine Shields, but unfortunately misses 1 extra damage on the Light Ray, so Pocket Train couldn't get a full clear. Values keeping the stealth on his minions instead. But Yu Ying now approaching lethal, honestly.
Yeah, this is the big play, right? There's a minion on board that's targetable with an attack, so suddenly Samuro plus Blessing of Kings is probably going to close this game out. I never like calling them too early, but especially after seeing the double reconnaissance, like, there's not much that can really dig Pocket Train out of this, even if they're in the most extreme of circumstances, right? Scab's been played, double reconnaissance played. That was not just damage straight off the top anyway, and 17, I think, is a bit of a stretch to 1 regardless. So yeah, not looking too great for now.
Still another Tooth, which can get honorable kill if he commits Wicked Stab on the Light Ray first. Trade
he
that
can
away.
kill his own Tarantula, right? With Wicked Stab.
True.
That's something again. Like it means he's not strictly dead.
Yeah. It's a full board clear, in fact, with the Fillet Fighter.
Never bring a sword to a
Might as well play the other one. It's stealthed. Yep. Can Hero Power out the Maestra? Alive!
All coming together. This is part of the plan all along. A lot of buffs been played. I think there is a reasonable argument to not swing into the 1/1 here and just every single point of damage you possibly can. Which looks like Pocket Train agrees with. Gonna, of course, drop the Maestra on board, just maximum power, and hope that at this point Yu Ying's used a lot or enough of the resources to not have a strong turn. But we can see at an absolute worst case scenario, there's just Holy Mackie roll, right? And a fish, which would probably be just good enough to seal the deal here.
Right, all manner of sea creatures here good enough to seal the deal here. I definitely like the decision to leave up the 1/1. Like you said, double Garden's Grace already used and the card from Battle Vicar, so not really threatening too much there. But the entire aquarium is going to put the wrench in the works for Pocket Train here. I don't even see a way he can get honorable kill with the tooth.
You can't, right? That's brutal. We didn't even get to see the potential one last hope, the one last ditch attempt at being able to just generate a spell that does something. Yeah, I don't think this is going to cut it.
He's alive on board. And probably alive through the turn because this is Paladin. They don't really kill you until they really kill you.
Yeah, I do think just 10 mana's worth of Holy Mackie roll is probably enough now. I mean, not that it massively matters, but I imagine... Okay, went for, was that City Tax then?
Yeah. Only relevant draw for Pocket off the top is Edwin here, but even then I don't think that can do enough. Even with the perfect chain of draw afterward.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's just 6 mana's worth of Mackie roll, yeah. Makes sense, right? Just, again... extremely unlikely, if not impossible, that anything happens, but you've got the mana, you've got the heals, just do it. Yeah, there you go. And then make that an absolute 100% certainty. Yuying takes game 1 with the Paladin, and of course, you know, don't get us wrong, Yuying's played this lineup all the way to this far in the tournament, so it must be doing something right, but I do think just getting the Paladin off the table this quickly, getting that matchup against Rogue, has solved a lot of potential problems from this series.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the only reason that Yuying has been able to get wins with Paladin thus far has been Rogues and Demon Hunters. Maybe I can be corrected by Lorinda on this, but the vast majority of its matchups that it can try and sneak through a series win is because it cues into a good deck in its favor, because it really has an awful matchup against a lot of the other things running around in the meta. Just can outvalue it and potentially just kind of make the control package almost completely useless here. Gets the right target though, so it means Yuying is down to his big spell mage and a boat rogue of his own to try and get a win with. And that mage is something that we'll have to keep our eyes on, because I do think the boat rogue could potentially struggle against the boar priest from Pocket Train, and maybe the big spell mage also, but that's a matchup that can definitely go either way.
Yeah, and it looks like for now we are going to jump into the Rogue Mirror. It looks like both players have locked in Rogue now. And again, just a very knife's edge kind of battle, this one. Very aggressive fighting for the board, as you would expect in a lot of mirror matches, or at least non-combo mirror matches. And yeah, we'll just have to see. Big openings are going to be those Wild Paw Knolls. But especially, I think, even more important than just like that opening to me in this mirror is just a smooth curve, like just doing things most turns of the game is what's really valuable. Because I think once you fall behind and you have some of those hands that are like, you know, a bit too heavy on Shadow Step, Cutlass, and you know, just the cards that don't really impact too much of the game if they're on their own, I think that's when I've seen the most rogues lose out in this mirror big time, even if they have a good opening.
Yeah, I'd agree, especially on the point of making do with Shadow Step, even if the target is not ideal, even if you're using it just to heal a bit more health on a Wild Paw Knoll that's already taken a value trade, it's completely worth it. Getting too greedy with that card can be extremely punishing in the matchup, because your opponent also has Knolls. They can clear most of your boards in the blink of an eye if they get the right set of draws. There's also Tooth of Nefarian generations to kind of have in the back of your head, because if that can ever find some sort of mass board clear, that can easily turn the matchup on its head. Reconnaissance outcomes are huge. Of course, Najak and Gigafin always being the most important ones of those. But in the bare bones state of Rogue versus Rogue, it's a battle of first Vessel having a huge advantage, and also how many Knolls you can get. Because if you get only one, I feel like you're not supposed to play the Knoll just straight up for tempo, because it can get value traded on the other side. But if you get two, that's sometimes enough pressure to justify playing them for no rush value.
Yeah, completely agree. Just the sheer amount of stats you get to put on board with 2 is a lot. And looking at these mulligans, Gia. Okay. The Okani being kept from Yu Ying. What do you think about that? The extortion makes sense to an extent with the tradable effect, but the Okani is something I've not seen too often.
Right. Extortion, I completely agree with. You just always keep tradables, especially in this matchup, because early nulls are amazing. But the Okani, that I am not necessarily used to seeing. I feel like in this matchup, in the mirror, it's not particularly great because oftentimes you play Okani into a board where there's already 2/3/3s with stealth, and they straight up value trade the Okani. But it can definitely seal a position where one rogue is ahead into a complete victory. Maybe coined out on turn 3, it could block something from Pocket Train. Early hands though, and hero power wise, I think Yu Ying has a big advantage here.
Yeah, literally the best hero power to be given as rogue here, and just the fact that there's enough stuff to do. Again, no nulls yet, but still tradables in the hand, still a bit of removal if needed, and even the ability to go fishing. So not looking too bad at all for Yu Ying. Pocket Train gonna have to commit the reconnaissance here and have a little look at what he wants to do. Again, I think this is the second time I've suggested this to you today. Maybe it was yesterday, it's all going into 1, but I never hate the rodent nest here just because of how cheap it is. It's a lot of stats, actually.
All 3 are good options depending on the situation in the mirror. Like, Mida is insane if you can safely land it and, you know, you cycle a fair bit with the deck, you get the regeneration cast when drawn pretty often, and that lifesteal usually locks out some of the reach game plans from your opponent on top of winning you the board. And the Undying Disciple is a way to answer a board full of 3/3s on the other side. But the Rodent Nest is just the best tempo, especially going into the very next turn. Mida and Disciple were still a couple turns away from being playable. So I do like the choice of Rodent Nest can be played with the Wild Paw Knoll, and those 1/1s, even though they don't look like much on board, just allow so much trading initiative to the rogue that plays it first.
Yeah, and we do see Pocket Train committing to the board now. I think this turn, again, you talk about tempo. This turn was just too good to turn down, right? The Rat and the Null hitting, that's just so many stats that Yu Ying would have to fight to even just even up the board at this point. And Yu Ying still just looking at hero power and looking at when it's possible to actually start committing cards, because he will, of course, transform into actual rogue. But so far, even though the hand is very full, there's nothing really sticking out apart from the obvious Krakatoa, which is quite a ways away.
Yeah, not amazing options. He definitely has his nulls down to 0 now, but hasn't found them in hand. He has the option to honorable kill the null by playing a Cutlass and Tooth, but goes for Fillet Fighter instead into Gone Fishing, really looking for a null of his own, and hits. It has to be the pick here.
I think so, yeah. And then the question is the coin going to be used to actually clear off the null in any way?
That is the question. I think he can hold on to it for this turn. Coin
Maybe just prep out the
seems
Tooth, actually.
Oh, true. That can be done.
Hold coin for Krakatoa. I just think actually removing this null is going to be huge. It's a bit frustrating because the Rat gets to just trade into the null anyway, which is, I think, why Yu Ying just backed off on that plan and just said, you know what, it's a good trade, let my opponent try and do it. But Pocket Train's going to respond with a Tooth of his own.
Yeah, this is extremely clean. Yo, Feast of Souls? No, you can't really trade that many. I was just looking at Rats and how much cards you can draw.
Yeah. Quick, give them Rush somehow. Where's the broom?
Still going to take it though, which I think is very reasonable because most of these Rats are living through the next couple turns. There's just no good way in the base rogue deck to deal with this shape of board. They need to generate something off of Tooth. Going back to Yu Ying's previous turn though, I do like his decision to hold on to coin because I feel having Krakatoa on turn 5 is one of the few ways you can get back in the matchup. But in that case, I think it might have been better to just hold on to the null in hand.
Yeah, just not play it at all. Look at this, though. This Okani is literally just going to tank the Rats, and it's going to draw Pocket Train 1 million cards.
Yeah, but Pocket has to first consider if this is a spell counter. So you might have to trade 3 rats before, or 2 rats, dagger hit, and the null before he can apply the Feast of Souls. Okay, prep lets him test. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's perfect now. So many resources.
Is he just going to ignore this Okani now?
Yeah, is it even necessary? Looking at it again, it's a lot of card draw, but at the same time, the rats are just way more annoying for Yu Ying being on board. You know, it's more annoying than 5 more cards in hand for Pocket Train. So I really like the approach. Just going to hold on to Feast of Souls for later on.
Yeah, that's just the big difference in options, right? Like, do you want to play aggressive and be more annoying for your opponent, or do you just want more options yourself? And we do see the Krakatoa coming down for Yu Ying, no surprise whatsoever. But we also see that Yu Ying is almost forced to attack face, because it, like, trading 4 damage of the weapon into a 1/1 is pretty horrendous, but it does retain the minions on board for Pocket Train. So yet again, there is an option of a feast if Pocket Train wants to, and I do think the Krakatoa's are way more likely to die for, this turn than the Okani was last turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this could end up starting with Edwin for Pocket Train here because he doesn't need maximum value off the feast, right? I would like to see him continue piling on pressure. And even if you go like Extortion, Feast, Trade, you can still go with Edwin later. You have a little bit less mana to work with, but he's giving himself the option of seeing what these 2 draws are first. And Okani is a strong consideration.
Oh, wait, it's just Shadow Step Philip now, right? And then just have Smite and Big Phil coming out.
Yeah, that is a very clean setup. And the Okani can be played to prevent, I don't know what minion or spell really stops this setup. Like, Reconnaissance for a taunt is the theoretical counter to this setup, but like if you're countering spell, it's very likely they can dump some other spell before doing that. However, it's all just backup plans for backup plans because Pocket knows he is way ahead here.
Yep, Yu Ying no doubt going to start with prep almost no matter what the overall plan is for this turn. Just prep, see if Okani blocks it. Still got another prep in the hand, so it doesn't overly matter.
We are seeing sort of the feast or famine nature of Okani for Yu Ying, right? If you're ahead, it's amazing. If you're trying to stave back a board on the other side, it's really not quite too impactful. Still a chance, though, to find something to stop this lethal from Tooth. Desperate Prayer and Sentries. Yeah, okay. Definitely the better pick here over the healing.
Yeah, not too bad because of this Philip Fire and just the trade from the Okani can just completely clear the board if Yu Ying wants to, but yet again, looks like you much would rather push the 2 instead of trading 1 off. Okay. He's going to empty, just make these taunts as reliable as possible this turn.
Pocket's eyes went wide for a bit there after he saw the double taunts, but he's not in a disaster situation just yet. 19 health to work with, and he still has that Smite Fillet Fighter game plan for a post-Scab's turn. Just needs to survive this push, basically. But that first Edwin draw is a complete disaster. Probably has to commit Wicked Stab on the Knoll now.
Yeah, I think so. Just be ultra safe, right? Knows there's still a whole turn before his opponent can scabs, right? So he's safe from that. He just needs like the 1 turn window. I guess the potential fear is if he stabs the null and not the taunt, it yet again becomes difficult to say that the 2 taunts will be gone next turn, which means that Smite and Philip won't necessarily make it through for lethal.
Essentially. Gonna commit the Fillet Fighter as well here. Oh, and Maestro. Okay, it's a full board push game plan from Pocket Train, which I can get behind as well. Technically, he didn't have to stab the Knoll or remove any minions, and he wouldn't be afraid of lethal because it would only be Smite as the maximum push from Yu Ying. I guess that's not true. There could be some weird combination of spells that's kind of unlucky.
Right.
But 2 preps used is always like a bit of a relief for Pocket Train there.
Both players going Van Cleef into boats, which is definitely the card you are not looking for from Van Cleef. A little bit unfortunate, but you've got to say fair is fair. Both players did it, so...
You can already kind of tell when it happens to your opponent because they're like, Edwin, straight away, start of turn, and then a big,
Pause.
long, pregnant pause.
Is the option to go Tooth here on the Van Cleef by trading? Yeah, looks like that's going to be the plan for you. And go dig in for something that's going to help. Although with 1 mana, unlikely it's going to necessarily help right now.
These are not great. Fortitude, even though it's giga expensive, I think is the most appropriate for the game plan right now for Yu Ying, which is now he is the beatdown. Bit awkward that the Fillet Fighter sticks around, nicely navigated by Pocket Train, and he can return that to hand with the Scabs this turn.
Oh, it's one off lethal, right?
It is, it is.
It's just Scabs.
That was my first instinct, but every time you Scabs in the mirror, your first fear is the counter Scabs, right? That's the best possible answer from the other rogue, which gives them the 4/2s and puts yours back in hand. And that would put Yu Ying at 15 health, and that's slightly out of range of Smite and Fillet Fighter. It's not out of range of Smite, Fillet Fighter, and Boat, though, but I don't think he has the mana to do everything, even with the Scabs hero power.
Yeah, so if it's not Scabs, then it's going to just be everything else except Smite, right? And just Wicked Stab, play the boats, and say, you know what, this'll be enough. With the 3/3 stealth. Yeah, looks like, is the Fillet going to trade there? Okay, that's fine. Still, without Scabs, there's enough damage on board.
Right. The trade there respects potential Smite Fillet on the other side as well. Trading Okani over the Null, I imagine, is just some sort of hedge around Shadow Step.
Right.
Yu Ying is in a disaster situation now. Knows he can't stop these 3/3s. All he can do is apply +3/+5 to his Null, which is hardly relevant in this situation.
Yeah, not even sure what's really could pull him out of this situation from Shroud either, right? There's just nothing.
I don't think so. No generation effects to be found. Edwin already played. Mr. Smite too expensive. Yu Ying just has to play as though there is not lethal in hand for Pocket Drain, and in that situation, you probably just Vessel, Maestra, and pray.
Oh, just a little bit too late. Does get hold of the Smite from the Shroud, but that's going to be it. And if I can actually manage to count correctly these very basic numbers, that's going to be game 2 going to Pocket Train, evening it up, and my first non-3-0 cast of the day.
Oh, congratulations, Raven.
Don't know if
maybe
that's
not
something to
so.
congratulate, yeah.
You're not getting to sleep as early as possible.
Yeah, that's okay though, because honestly, this is my last cast of the day, so I'm happy to go a bit longer on this match, just to get as much Hearthstone as possible. Yeah, big win there for Pocket Train, getting the win in the Rogue Mirror. Means he doesn't have to worry about that too much. And a really tricky one. I think this game, even though it was a little bit crazy with the rats, of course, which I think was a great choice from Pocket Train, just shows how close this mirror is and how, like, every point of damage, you know, every trade has to be, like, just calculated to perfection to just maximize damage and get yourself that, like, one step ahead of your opponent. Because the second Pocket Train doesn't have that setup, well, suddenly Yu Ying's open for lethal, right? And it's just, it really was like just half a turn difference between both players.
Yeah, I think Pocket Train navigated that very, very well, right from the choice of the Rodent's Nest, and perhaps even more importantly, the choice to leave the 1/1s on board until much later on. And he didn't even try to go for max value with his Feast of Souls, just traded a couple of them, enough to make sure he had solid things to do for the next couple turns already locked up, but realized that the 1/1 bodies were still relevant there to push pressure and make the trades awkward for Yu Ying. And at the end, playing asking around scabs, even though it wasn't there, making sure that he had an answer, even if Yu Ying had the scabs himself, was very, very clever. On Yu Ying's side, he did have a good recovery towards the end game that looked a lot closer than I thought it would be after the Rodent's Nest, but I'm really not sure about the Okani keep in the mirror and also his usage of the first Knoll.
Yeah, and looking at Yu Ying's big spell mage, I believe we're about to jump into another mirror. Gia, of big spell mage on both sides, but different builds. For Yu Ying, he does have the one Knoll in there, which is very important. It's just one of the choices a lot of players have lent towards, and one of the big differences as well is Pocket Train actually running double spammy Arcanist, which I can definitely see the value of, but not necessarily in this specific matchup, right? Not really a card you're leaning towards in the mirror match.
That's right. He does have something that's good for the mirror, though, in Varden Dawngrasp, because if you get in that situation where both players have hit their early Drakefire Amulet, then you can just say, if you're the first one to play 2 big dragons, they play 2 dragons in counter, freeze that board, push face, you have a lethal setup, because that is just the average quality of a Drakefire Amulet. That being said, whether or not a player can cheat out Amulet is very contentious in this matchup, because you might just be swapping around a 10 cost spell for another 10 cost spell with your Barbaric Sorceress. It's pretty funny how that works out. Other differences in the list include the Mordresh there for Yu Ying, but not in Pocket Train's list, and that could be a big difference maker if Yu Ying is able to take the game long enough where the Mordresh will be active.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one as well, because you might think, oh, well, why is Mordresh in there? Because there's none of the buffs to the hero power, apart from Dawngrasp, of course. But the idea being that against a lot of more board-focused decks, the Reckless Apprentice could really stack up fast. If you just get to play it on, 3-4 minions, suddenly you're just about halfway. But in this matchup, again, I feel like it's unlikely the board gets wide enough, so I think it would have to be like a no Belinda game on either side for that Mordresh to really end up being relevant.
Yeah. Belinda kind of speeds up the tempo of expected plays a little bit too much, and maybe that Mordresh can't get too much work done, but I do think on average it should come out as a slight favor at least in terms of the list for Yu Ying, because he does run quite a few more greedy options here. The spammy, like you said, not overly relevant, so Pocket Train having that second copy might not be too happy for this particular matchup. These are all just tiny percentages moving around, though, because the most important thing is who is able to hit their power card first, who is able to find Belinda, and sometimes who is able to find the Sorceress here. It only really happens if one player isn't careful with their coin, though, so I doubt that'll be a big deal.
Yeah, it will get very interesting if there's like multiple mailbox dancers from both sides early in the game. It's like, wow, how do I spend these coins? When do I spend the coins? Like, will be just a little bit tricky. But we are jumping into game number 3 now. Both players with at least halfway mulligans, and a pretty rough opening for Yu Ying, honestly, versus Pocket Train that seem to have access to a much smoother opening curve with the watch post, the mailbox dancer, even having the choice between Okani or the Evoker as well.
Right. He did keep both the watch post and the Okani, which works out as a turn 2 into turn 3 curve. It's amazing if Yu Ying doesn't find anything in the early game for himself. But we see here Pocket Train choosing not to coin out that watch post for a variety of reasons, right? Like going for it into Mailbox Dancer isn't necessarily the best curve you can go for. Retaining coins is technically better if you're going to find Belinda, and having early Okani if you are ahead can also make things even more awkward for Yu Ying.
Both players getting the guards down now, so and both now have access to the Okani as well, which is kind of hilarious. There is actually the option of like, if the Okani comes down from Yu Ying and Pocket Train assumes it's minion, which I think is a fair assumption, there is the option to like coin Pelican and then Okani back. So there's a few fun things they could do between players here, but it does look like it's going to be just Ping and Snow Flurry instead there from Yu Ying, just going a little bit wider and whipping in that Ping to reduce the health down on the other side of the board.
Yeah, Yuying potentially hoping that Pocket Train uses coin early and maybe he can Okani in such a way where he has to force Pocket Train to guess whether it really is minion or spell without having an easy way to test it. Okani to block 6 mana is obviously the first priority here. Not going to cash in the hero power. Yeah, the 3/4 is just not a high priority target to freeze.
Predictable.
Block removed.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Minion back. Yep.
Yep, does look good here. No ping to actually kill off the taunt, but I guess in some respects it means that Yuying has to make the trade himself if he wants to draw an additional card. And I think right now I wouldn't hate it whichever way Yuying wants to go, but if he kills off his treasure guard, I think it would be pretty useful here.
Yeah, he really needs this draw because currently there is no minion that's convenient to remove the counter with. So 2/3 and 2/1 into the other treasure guard, put his own treasure guard in the Okani, and hope he picks up like a 1-drop minion, honestly, would be ideal. Of which he only runs Finley, though, having said that. So there's not a high likelihood. I guess he'd take a Ram Commander.
Yeah. Just anything playable that lets him follow up with the Evoker, I guess, is the generally hoped for outcome here.
Okay, Okani into the 1/2 instead of the 2/1 makes sense because he can just retain more health on Okani by trading 2/1 into the other Okani instead. Oh.
Hey.
Oh, he doesn't kill off the treasure guard. So is this just a full pass from Yuying? I feel like maybe he has to give up on one of these evokers. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, call me crazy, but I was even looking at whether that there's a chance you just throw the Parrot out there now while the mana doesn't really matter, and then just keep the evokers to actually just draw the spells anyway.
Yeah, I think that was also reasonable, but now Pocket Train kinda knows he has this extremely valuable 2/4 on board that he wants to preserve at all costs. The Reckless Apprentice is a little bit short of clearing the board really nicely, but I still think it's decent.
1 mana off a good time here, right? Just nearly had the ability to coin Reckless, which would have been insane on this board.
Reckless Ping still able to get rid of the Snow Flurry, and after a trade of the Evoker into Treasure Guard, his Okani is still safe on board, technically.
Runs out on me.
Yeah, it does look like the cleanest option, at least from where I'm sitting.
I can take him.
Also preserves coin, which means that he can still get a potential early Drakefire. Finding time to weave in Mailbox Dancer could also be a big deal.
Yeah, I think generally at this point, if Belindas haven't been drawn yet, you definitely can't rely on them being drawn. So being able to just double coin out some of the bigger spells like Rune of the Archmage or Drakefire will be huge. Yuying is going to drop the Dawngrasp now, though, and have that improved hero power.
Right? Okay, I'd be shocked if he doesn't take this opportunity to remove the Okani, but he really doesn't care. Wow. He still could have gotten an honorable kill with the trade and then ping. Okay, so we know now that the ping is at 4 damage, so technically can still easily remove the Okani. So for Pocket Train here, I wonder if he's now supposed to take a VT with the Okani to prevent it from getting honorable killed.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, actually. It's a pretty difficult hand to just work out here for Pocket Train. I think, again, although he had to, I think, ping last time, can he do anything there? No, not really. I think the fact that he just couldn't get that other coin was really just a big problem for him last turn.
Yeah, this Mailbox Dancer, he can't quite kill it off himself and then put the coin in Yuying's hand to try and then snipe the Barbaric Sorceress with a good swap. But he is going to attempt that setup over 2 turns here. I really like the damaging of his own Okani to prevent honorable kill. But even with just the 4 attack hero power, Yu Ying is making headway towards this Mordresh being active.
Yeah, and that's a huge deal, right? Not only a probable board clear, but also just a ton of damage push phase.
There's still this minion counter active after how many turns, but Yu Ying has just refused to remove it one way or another. Obviously, can get rid of the Akani itself. Now, with the ping, finally cycles into some armor. And we are reaching the very tense point of the game, Raven, when the big spells are finally playable. And that is a Drakefire off the top.
Yeah, it gets to use up those coins as well, so no Sorcerer's shenanigans, at least for now. Does get Raid Boss and Nixia.
And
Now,
Caligos?
I would imagine so. It looks like it easily has the highest upside here. And gets to push a good chunk of damage as well.
Crucially, there was the option for Pocket Train to trade his mailbox and then try and play his own barbaric sorcerers after having used his own coins, of course, to potentially disrupt Yu Ying. But he also knew that there was a Rune of the Archmage in hand for Yu Ying. Or was it Drakefire? I forgot, and it just got traded. But he got something off the Evoker, so it wasn't a guaranteed barbaric that was good for Pocket Train. Hero Power still dealing 4 here, I think. And that is going to get the honorable kill on the Starfish.
Yeah, and then Reckless Apprentice. Pretty nice, actually. Gets this up to 5 and going to be able to clear this off and go up. Oh, 6, sorry, yeah.
And Mordresh definitely active now.
I think it's active, yeah, after that turn, maybe.
Just a small hunch. Is it time to open some boxes? The parrot doesn't let you pick the dragons after replaying.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, one way or the other, open some boxes here. It's going to be the Rune of the Archmage. Pocket Train just raises his hands and says, well, let's see what happens. We've seen some truly filthy Rune of the Archmages so far this weekend. And
Ice Blood.
Tower.
More boxes! Whoa, Drakefire! Whoa, hell! Oh my goodness!
Counter spell as well, not terrible.
I don't think anything prevents Yu Ying from just going Mordresh here, ping the Hala. He can consider whether he wants to trade Jellyfish or just ping. Okay. So
yeah, this is still fine, right?
Yeah. You trade first, and then even if it's Oasis ally, Mordresh can clean up. It's nice.
Yeah. And we've seen Yu Ying very heavily focus on this ping hero power, right? Doing everything he can to actually just up the damage and just say, you know what, my opponent's on 20, and guess what things like Counterspell and Okani don't do? It's stop me pinging. So I'm just going to keep pressing that button.
Snap freeze? Is it clear? He has still so much mana to spend, and it usually goes wrong at this point because it just starts clearing your own board. Okay, yeah. So much mana spent on a whole load of nothing.
It's really a sheep now. 2 generations.
Transform a sheep into a sheep. Like Dolly, you know? Cloning sheep. Evoker to gain armor just while there is a spell possible. I don't even know how many big spells are left in the deck for Pocket Train, because that armor might even be more valuable than the spell itself.
True, yeah, like I said, it's just the fact, right, that the ping is so dangerous from Yu Ying now, and Pocket Train kind of just not getting a good Rune of the Archmage again. Yes, it's card draw, yeah, it's Wildfire got played, but not looking great for now, and Yu Ying can just easily keep pressing that hero power and almost like not care about the rest of the turn as long as that 2 mana is spent.
Completely agree. He knows there is almost nothing Pocket Train can do to try and race the damage. Even with all these boxes open, they don't actually deal that much face damage on average here.
Yeah, it gets hero power down to 12. A little bit unfortunate that Yu Ying's just a smidge off being able to hero power twice to win the game, because again, there is an ice barrier active, there is a counter spell active, so not that easy for Yu Ying to actually push through damage any other way. But with the nice little trade and the evoker last turn, I think Yu Ying should be very comfortable in saying, I will survive 2 more turns of this game.
Yeah, Pocket Train with no real recourse here, doesn't have his own Dawngrasp hero card, and Dawngrasp, the 4-drop, is not doing anything relevant here. Just going to succumb to the pings in a few more turns' time.
Wait, not all of them.
I would love to see Yu Ying just open a box for the sake of it, though, but unfortunately...
Or try to.
Unfortunately, it means he won't have mana to ping as well. Well, now he can get a coin, though. Best of both worlds? Oh, okay.
Yeah, is there a way, even if he could play Rune of the Archmage, is there a way that ever like loses him the game, so it's just worth ping pass? Or, you know, it could play like a taunt and stuff, but...
Yeah, it could play like all card draw and he lose on fatigue. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, I think as long as Yu Ying's pressing that hero power, game's going to be now unwinnable for Pocket Train, because again, he just can't make up the damage, and that's like one of the odd things about this deck is it can be very explosive damage-wise, but then it can also struggle and feel very slow and clunky sometimes as well.
Yeah, when your big minions aren't likely to stick because your opponent is running their big removal as well, then it sort of comes down to canceling out on both sides, and then you see who has other tools in their kit, and Yu Ying has that whole ping package, had the Dawn Grasp early, navigated it in such a way that he would get as many honorable kills as possible, got that huge Mordrash, and from there was unstoppable. I think it was a very solid overall game plan, well recognized by Yu Ying how to play the mirror.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really just like the focus on the pings there and saying, let's just simplify this game very easily. And just the prioritization as well of just maxing that armor, shuffling the amulet back, just to be able to get the max amount of armor possible. And yeah, just stay alive as long as possible for those pings to really kick out. And it does mean now, Gia, Yu Ying only 1 game away from a semi-final spot here. And he is going to have to go back to that rogue. But when you look now that there's the Boar Priest and the Mage left for Pocket Train, how are you feeling the chances for Yu Ying taking a win in one of those two with the rogue?
Definitely over 50% factoring in both of the decks. Against this one matchup, I do think he is unfavored against Boar Priest in general, and doubly so against Pocket Train on Boar Priest. Definitely going to have a better shot against Mage. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Raven. We do always have to specify when we say 1 game away. Sometimes we mean 1 rogue away, which is potentially 2 or 3 games away. And Pocket Train is not going to give Yu Ying the easy way out, queuing his better matchup first, and I am so happy that we get to cast the Marvel. I mean, Pocket Train doesn't hype himself up this much, but he is certainly a very, very skilled player on the deck. It's not quite that we're able to do it justice because we can't really speak to every small calculation that's going through his head as we cast the game, but certainly you're going to see the small differences that Pocket Train applies that lets him get some extra percentage on what is easily the most difficult deck in the meta.
If we talk about win rates of matchups, how much extra percent would you add to this matchup, or just any matchup Pocket Train is playing, if he's playing Boar Priest? What extra percentage does he gain from being Pocket Train at this point?
I would say 5%.
Okay,
especially since we also have our graphic that says he's 60% against everything.
Yeah, true. And for those of you who may be newer to Hearthstone and think, oh, 5%, that's nothing. 5% is a lot when it comes to win rate. So that was a compliment, even if you may not realize it. But yeah, that's going to be a big deal. But already we're in the first few turns of the game. Going to be Rogue for Yu Ying on top. The last deck he has to be able to get a win with and move on to the semi-finals. Pocket Train going to try to fight back. Does have that double switcheroo in the opening, which means he does have access to very easygoing card draw and the ability to probably dig those like boars and pyromancers out pretty easily.
Right. Seeing this opening hand, I want to add another 10% to his win rate here. Double switcheroo is amazing, of course, to find early on, especially when you're not under pressure of Knowles. And Yu Ying does have no early pressure, but access to Boat in the near future and the Shroud, and potentially can still make this work. Because a lot of the time, the early pressure you put forward as Rogue doesn't necessarily end up mattering against Boar Priest if they have one of those hands that is full of removal and able to get healing efficiently, which is almost all Boar Priest hands, let's be real.
Yeah, I think the main hurdle you have to get over against Boar Priest, if you're playing, minion-focused kind of aggro-style deck, is you have to just beat the Zyrella, right? I think you have to expect to be Zyrella'd at some point, and you have to be okay with it and still have enough juice to beat at least that. There's Pyro can go wrong and things like that, but I think Zyrella's the real scary one because of how big the AoE can be.
Sorry, he hovered reconnaissance, so I was about to cut you off and say Najak check because the game could just end on the spot right here. It does not end right here. Okay.
Okay.
Let's
Moving
proceed.
on. Yeah. That was your Najak check update for the day. We'll be back later.
Brought to you by me, I guess. Battle Ram, not terrible though, because it does make an eventual Krabato a bit cheaper later on and gets that nice rush, so the Null is clear to go face for sure here.
Yeah, and it's just the right kind of shape, right? It's only got 2 health. It's relatively easy to clear up, but it's threatening a lot of damage. So that's kind of what you want here. Pressure the Priest into using AoE sooner than they would want it to, because as with any AoE, if you're playing defensively, you really want to greed it out as much as possible so you can get the most value. But Okani, really good follow-up when you've already got the board, and the board's fairly aggressively shaped as it is. So question there was, I think that was minion pick. I did just glance away for a split second, but do you think that's the right choice here for Yu Ying?
100%. Yeah, I think it is almost always just minion versus Boar Priest because all of their clears actually require minions, Zyrella or Pyro plus stuff. In the case you take spell, there's plenty of spells that they're able to dump, and that's why we see Pocket Train actually not trading the Shard last turn. I think because he knew Okani was a very real possibility that turn, and Shard is really the only convenient way to deal with an Okani protected board as Boar Priest.
Yeah, it's about as cheap as you're going to get, isn't it? And not really a vital card in this matchup as well. So yeah, really ticking those boxes. Does get a ton of card draw. Has the Priestess available to him as well if he wants to keep going. But I think a good chance he just stops there.
Yeah, 2 refreshes, not too much, I don't think. Would allow him to fit in another Thrive, but I think it can get a lot better than that. However, here is the step Okani now. This is just the way to play Rogue versus Boar Priest. Get as many minion counters as you can online, force them to have both the shards, and even if they do have both the shards, you can push some incremental damage in the meantime. Pocket, fortunately for him, does have the second shard here, but doesn't have a healing spell to activate Zyrella at the moment.
Yeah, the really clean follow-up as well. Obviously, doing the Shadow Step on the Okani, that's ticking the main box. But then just having the stab and the Maestra means that there's actually not only the Okani, but again, a pretty threatening board.
Okay, Illuminate can be a dumpable card here for Pocket Train if he so chooses. Can also still end up being a Valish turn, but I still don't think it's quite good enough. Maybe if he hits Desperate Prayer off of Thrive, that does allow for a Zyrella play. It's okay. Ooh, Prayer. Hold on. Can this work if you go Valish? If you eliminate again, Valish, Handmaiden to get the Prayer and Zyrella. I don't think there's enough mana there.
Yeah,
It'd have to be another turn of sitting,
it's a
right?
little bit short, isn't it?
You might have been able to do it with like a tradable amulet, like you illuminate again, play Valish, trade amulet, play Prayer, but
And this is a big deal. Yeah, Scabs chuck everything back in hand, and is that actually going to burn? Did he play the pig first? He did. Okay. Ooh. I was
Well, it
worried
still
for
would
just
have
a
died
second.
here. It counts as dying if it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But the overdraw is still a real
Yeah.
fear here. Wait, we know it's prayer, right? Yeah. Okay, never mind. Sorry. That was
Okay, so
dredged to
just-
the top.
It does get offered more healing for the Zyrella, but still a little bit rough here because now Yuying's going to be able to utilize that hero power to just pound the pressure. And guess what? Still has an Okani that's playable,
Yeah.
which is hilarious in itself.
And Pocket Train is out of shards by that point. And we're also just looking at Smite Boat, which, oh wow, playable this turn, but not enough reach. So gonna start with the Okani, probably play one boat and just leave it stealthed. Have the setup for next turn. And now Pocket needs to respect every single board moving forward.
And I think Yuying's played this game so well. It like yes, he's had the tools to do so, but the pressure that he's actually piled on here is actually pretty crazy. Yeah, just really putting Pocket Train on the back foot and forcing him to use, like, you know, the shards, as you mentioned, which are useful tradable tools as well. They're just gone. And Pocket Train, I think, is going to have to pull something out the bag here. It's getting close, though.
Right. Starts with Illuminate on the off chance that Yu Ying has gone for the mind game and not taken Minion here, but obviously Minion is even better after the 2 shards have been played. So if Pocket wants to play Pyro, he needs to dump a card first. So it looks like the Pyro is going to be the sacrifice to let the Handmaiden go off instead, and then rely on Valish to find something to deal with this board. Oh, okay.
Oh, there's so much
Cycling.
damage. Look, it's flash heal as well. Just going to play this out, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, he can proc now, right? Because he's got...
Whoa! I had no idea you could proc this turn. I wasn't
Yeah,
even
he
looking-
can
oh,
devour.
okay. This is the Pocket Train difference. Found the
I'll
line.
tell you now, I would have lost this game 10 minutes ago if I was playing the Priest right now, 100%.
Yeah, no kidding. Just can't even follow all the layers he's thinking of. Like everything from holding on to cheap spells and dredging in the right order to make sure that you have enough things to actually get the boars procced even without a pyro,
Yes.
holding on to extra minions to get rid of the Okani procs, knowing when to hold on to silence. It's all just pristine.
It really is, and Yuying's still able to fight here with the help of the hero power and the prep, putting more pirates in play. But what a game! Honestly, I'm just sat. I think I need to re-watch this game about 5 times before I pick up on everything Pocket Train's done. He's gonna do the second swing and then re-equip or equip Zyrella, I guess, if we want to use the word equip. I don't really know what. But to get that extra armor is going to be extremely useful. Does have flash heal, or I guess the hero power at this point for even more healing potential. And I think that's just going to end it here for Yu Ying. It's likely we are going to go to game 5.
Raven, I'm still in disbelief. I'm sorry. This is just like one of those Boar Priest games where I might be on the other side as Rogue on ladder, for example, thinking I've done everything right. I've Okani'd, I've set up enough pressure, I've made the Priest's life as difficult as possible, but somehow they pull the rug out from under you. They've planned it in advance, getting the right dredges on the amulets to make sure that he actually had enough mana to work with to get the full combo off. There's just too many little things going on here. I can't even appreciate all of it.
It's the fact as well that, like you said, the amulets were traded enough times, even though the shards were basically thrown away throughout the game, which is, you know, normally how it helps you cycle through and just rotate those cards throughout to help proc the amulets. Like, that was such a sick game, and honestly, I'm so glad we saw it because we've all spoken a lot about Pocket Train and this Boar Priest, and I think I'm just glad we got the ability to just watch a masterclass, basically. This wasn't just Yu Ying drew terribly, so Pocket Train just did the thing and won. This was a difficult game. I think Yu Ying played very well, piling on the pressure, turn after turn, controlling the Okani, getting able to shadow step it, then bounce it to create the headaches for Pocket Train. And Pocket Train just won anyway. It's kind of just ridiculous.
Looking at that final board state and recognizing that the least valuable minion to him there was Wild Pyromancer is already just such a tough thing to identify. Usually that's the card that activates all of your combos. It's the card that lets you draw. It's the card that lets you clear board. But Pocket realized he didn't need to draw anymore. He already had just enough tradables to get there. He didn't need to clear the board. Just swinging the sword and making sure Desperate Prayer could get him out of some weird prep lethal range from the other side was enough to get there. And he's really showing why he is, I think, the only Boar Priest to make it this far in the tournament, and one of the reasons that Boar Priest doesn't have such an abysmal win rate there. The little things really matter with this deck. The only question I have, Raven, is it going to be the next step with the Okani meta? If you always just assume, as the priest, that they're picking minion counter because it's the most disruptive, what if they just pick spell counter and then you completely waste a shard? Does that do anything? I don't think so.
I don't. If it's exactly shard, no, because the shard gets spent and then there's no Okani anyway, right? The outcome's the same. But it's when someone decides to test it with a different spell, right? And then things can maybe get a little bit funky. But yeah, it was just great play from both players, honestly, throughout this series. And I'm glad we are going to this Game 5. Rogue, of course, again for Yu Ying. And then Pocket Train, gonna have to grab a win with the Mage. And you know what? It's a pretty good start. Like that's probably the cards you want versus Rogue. Two of the Elementals to freeze with those pings, the Evoker to gain the armor, and then the Belinda to just seal the deal.
That's the absolute nuts. Pocket Train gets to give his brain a break. I've heard him say in practice that he never is happy to play Boar Priest. He doesn't want to play Boar Priest because he has to think a lot. And when he does it, he still gets the job done. With this hand, he can have the best of both worlds.
Though for Yu Ying, he is on Warlock Hero Power, which again is pretty fantastic. Does go for the Shroud of Concealment, really hoping for a null, and he gets it. So gets that nice and easy with the 0 mana. Looks like he's going to trade as well. But knowing that there's big ping potential from Pocket Train as a response here with that 0 mana. Still though, looking great for Pocket Train.
That's to refresh that 0-cost hero power as well. Apologies, there are actually already 2 Boar Priests in top 4. Looks like watching that game melted my brain more than I was.
Pocket Train's the best one. There you go. That's the recovery.
He's the Boar Priest, yes. Shadow Step on Null can still get some decent work done here. Like, obviously, it doesn't feel great to use it for not burst damage in this matchup, but it's going to be a long way before like the Fillet Fighters can be stepped for burst, no smite in hand. I do think Yu Ying should just try and clear the runway for a Vessel next turn.
Yeah, I can get behind that because I think it's more important to not fall behind on board against big Spell Mage than it is to like hold a Shadow Step in hopes of the big combo later, right? So completely agree with this play. Yu Ying going to do a little bit of fishing by the looks of things.
Man, that prep is a turn too late. But it's still going to be the pick here. Does let Yu Ying potentially fit in Maestra next turn alongside the Vessel because this game plan is very straightforward, right? Double Fillet Fighter. For tempo, he is just trying to play for maximum aggression, but it is quickly met by the Reckless Apprentice, cleaning up most of this and giving Pocket Train definitely enough time to coin Belinda next turn.
Yeah, it's all looking pretty good so far. Pocket Train just staring at this hero power, staring at the null, staring back at the hero power, and then pressing enter.
I feel like there is some meme waiting to be born here, but I'll leave Derek to it. Prep Vessel Maestra looking pretty straightforward. Maximum pressure game plan if you expect Barbaric Sorceress or if you expect the... Oh, okay. Wicked Stab over Maestra. Like, I don't think this plays around Sorceress because you still have a spell of the same cost in hand.
Right.
So I kind of thought maybe playing as many minions on board as possible made sense.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the benefit is there. As you said, if that was the only spell, then we can definitely have that conversation, right? But yeah, still going to be there. But the Belinda does come out. Double Drake Fire Amulet here. And Pocket Train is going to just start piling on the pressure. And again, there is the Scabs, but that Scabs feels like it's an eternity away right now if Pocket Train starts just dropping big dragons.
It's 3 turns away, and guess what? It takes this Belinda 3 hits face to clear the Pocket Train and give him the series win, even without the Drake Fire Amulet in consideration.
If there's something I like, it's very basic maths, and I can do that maths. 10 times 3, let's go. Ooh, just slightly off the Okani as well, which is a bit of a shame. Like, that could have caused massive headaches for Pocket Train this turn, but just not got the mana.
Right. Could have been dealt with by Belinda, of course, but it is 10 less damage to face, which we all know you hate, Raven.
Yeah, is a whole extra turn towards Scabs, right? That's a big deal.
All right. 8-8. Or 12 with taunt.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And the 10 damage to the face from Belinda.
Can I interest you in 13 total?
Yes, I was going to say, if you're going to say 14, no, you cannot, because I like the freeze on the minion here. Looks like he's going to trade away. Pocket Train just saying, you know what, as long as I protect Belinda, this game's over. And it's hard to disagree with that thought pattern, right? Like, as long as there's just as much protection as possible, this basically just sets up lethal, and I just don't think there's a way for Yu Ying to stop this, right?
There is none at all. Pocket Train is going to advance to the semifinals. And Raven, I really don't think it's an exaggeration to say that not many players except specifically Pocket Train could have won the series because of how that Boar Priest versus Rogue game panned out.
Yeah, this was so huge. And even just this setup, right, is just so perfect. The trade, the freeze means that, like, even with Smite, a 0-mana null, to go out there for what, 9 extra damage, it still doesn't deal with this board. There's still enough, and there the fist bump and the pop off from Pocket Train. It's a smooth 5:15, at least over this way, and it's still got the energy for the pop off. So a big win there, and that's going to be a Pocket Train going through to the semi-finals. Absolutely huge. I do just want to say, though, I think both players played exceptionally well this game. I think Yu Ying, in the Mage game specifically, just did a very different route to the victory, but a very steady one as well. Looked like it was the most consistent way to get there. And Pocket Train, of course, with the Boar Priest setup was huge. The crazy play of just throwing away the second Pyro, which is the one card I wouldn't have picked if I was given multiple choices. Like I said, I would have lost that game every single time. So some great heads-up play. And of course, we ended on this Mage win. Of course, you know, Belinda being played helps out a ton. But again, just doing everything right, saving those pings, really considering when to throw out the freezes there to get the maximum value. And there you are, Gia. There's our top 4 for Masters Tour Vashj'ir.
Yeah, that's a lot of EU, Raven.
Isn't it always? is my response.
Okay, it's usually like 3 EU and 1 rest of world, maybe, most likely China, sometimes APAC. But
it's okay to say 3 EU and 1 China or APAC, and definitely not Americas. That's a complete statement as well, just to let you know.
Yeah, it's also a lot of Boar Priest because I'm a complete idiot. I forgot Drevo and Gaboom are playing that indeed. It's Habu Gabu still rocking the Wig Priest in there. And we do have a very high caliber of players joining us in our top 4. Very exciting stuff for Pocket Train. I'm pretty sure this is best Masters Tour showing to date. Very happy to see it. You saw on camera how much it meant to him as well. He looked like he could hardly believe it. And he's going to have some time to relax first because our first semi-final of the day is coming up very, very soon.
Yep, we've got Drevo versus Habu Gabu coming up next. We are going to go to a quick break while we set that one up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
It's semi-finals time, and I'm looking forward to these two matches that we have coming up. We're going to start with Dravo versus Habu Gabu, and then we're going to get on with the other one straight afterwards. Sotol, who is going to win this? You haven't got a Gabby to pick here. You must be in absolute ruins. What are you going to do?
I have to think. I have to go back to step 1 and 2 in the working out who's going to win things process, because you don't get the Gabby by default rule. Honestly, can my answer just be Pocket Train? I'm still reeling, honestly, from that series at the end. Like, when that Pyromancer got played, once I was able to adjust my brain to, okay, Pocket Train's good at Hearthstone, and he's just played Pyromancer there, so let's make sense of why he's done that. I very quickly got to, oh, because it's lethal. That makes sense. Like, I then saw the rest of the line.
Right.
But how you start that turn with Wild Pyromancer into Akani is beyond me. That's just not even something I would have considered at that point. Clean Boar Priest play. The Pocket Train Boar Priest narrative has certainly lived up to the script, even if the Mine Rogue narrative has struggled a bit so far. But we are going to be able to get take 2 of the Mine Rogue narrative now, as Dravo is going to have to rock it out in this case. Dravo is also... Wait, it's... Oh, no! Oh, it's banned. Okay, fine. Mine Rogue is officially cursed, but yeah, we do at the very least get to see some more Boar Priest, as that means that is not banned out of this series. Boar Priest, again, as mentioned, I think multiple times, not a wildly commonly brought deck, not a deck with a massive win rate overall, but 3 of the players in the top 4 have Boar Priest in their lineup, which is pretty crazy when you look at it as a, 44% win rate deck over the whole tournament for the field, which is pretty crazy. Dravo has got a very combo-heavy lineup with the Mine Warlock, the Mine Rogue, the Boar Priest, and then that 40-card Druid thrown in there as well. Of course, a very strong representative from a very strong country in France, but not one of the names I would say we're too used to heaping praise on at this point, Lorinda.
I've heaped praise on Dravo before, Sottle, and allow me to tell the story for the second time in one day.
You've heaped praise on literally everyone. That doesn't count.
Dravo was the saviour when everyone was getting paid for playing 1 round of Masters Tours and dropping. He tweeted at 0-1, well, I'm not dropping, and then I don't think he said rude words, but he just told everyone, you know, I'm not dropping, drop if you want. Went 8-1 and made the top 8. And from that point onwards, he has been one of my favourite players to cheer for.
Yeah, and of course, Habu Gabu on the other side is the model of how if you just drop and you can't really be bothered to finish the tournament, there's no way you can be successful in Hearthstone, right? Like that's the narrative we're going with.
Yeah, 0-3 in the first Masters Tour of the year, makes it through to Winter Champs. I still don't know how you do that, by the way, on just 2 tournaments when the other one's just an 0-3. Wins it, and then here he is again, just beating everybody all the time. Absolutely. I mean, in the very short term, the best player in the world on results, at least in recent times.
I'll pose you the question, because I know you do fancy yourself a little bit of a Hearthstone historian, keeper of records and all that things. I mentioned to Gia earlier that I'm starting to come around to the opinion. I was thinking about this in bed last night. And when I say last night, I mean whatever on earth hour we go to sleep while we're doing this. That this current streak for Habu Gabu might be the best streak of form in Hearthstone history. Top 16 Summer Champion, and now top 4. Like in
just saying.
And Summer Championship. Yeah, like saying Hunter Ace, JJ.
Won. JJ went 19, I think it was, back in the day with like a dream hack with 2 big things in between. Sayan went 30. Sayan went, let's call it 31, but there was all sorts of ways to define that number because he lost a final in an upper bracket thing, which he then won the tournament with. So do you count that as a match? Do you count that as 2 matches, etc.? But I'm not sure how many things he actually won during that streak. He won a dream hack. He won a couple of other things. So probably saying, but this is up there. If Habu wins this... Oh, then there's Bly's as well. I mean, I know it was only 2 tournaments, but just back-to-back 400-player plus tournaments, as I hear the narrative goes, is probably up there as well, just because of the magnitude of what those 2 tournaments were. But yeah, Habu is an absolute monster.
The reason I throw it in there, and I think Saiyan, Hunter Ace, JJ, maybe Zixo were the names that I had thrown together while I was thinking about it. But for me, like, Saiyan was doing great things in tour stops, right? But like, tour stops weren't necessarily the size of tournament that Habu has been topping in over and over again. And, you know, specifically, obviously, when I pop off about Bly's, it's the back-to-back 400-player tournament thing. Like, that's the size of field that Habu has been going through over and over again on this streak, and then actually has a big trophy lofted above his head with a Summer Championship thrown into that as well. So I think it's an interesting debate.
Chuck one more in there before you talk about this actual Hearthstone.
Yeah, go on.
Broken out on our screens. Fury Hunter, 3 top Master 16s in a row, including a win, and he's still doing it again today. He's missed a couple in between. Fury Hunter might be in that equation too, depending how you want to define things. If Habu wins this, I will give you he's in that top 2 or 3 for sure.
Okay, fine.
Meanwhile, I think he's in a good
suppose.
spot. We've talked about Dravo's lineup earlier today, and when you do it on paper, when you look at the stats, he shouldn't be very good against these fairly aggressive lineups, which is what Habu has. But he's been doing it over and over again. All right, over to you, Sottle. Talk about some Hearthstone. Go.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I think I will just disagree with that a little bit. The type of decks that Habu Gabu has, I think when you describe them as fairly aggressive, for me, Rogue is the only one that really fits in there. You can argue about Naga Priest, but to me, Naga Priest, BS Mage, and Shaman all kind of fall into the same category, which is a little bit slow to start and then mid-game power spikes, which... For me, when you're very adept at combo decks, which I'm sure Dravo is to have got to this point with the combo lineup that he has, that's the kind of deck that you can exploit because you use that slow start to set up, and by the time they've got to their mid-game power spikes, boom, you're sort of 1,000 truthing or you're doing 1,000,000 damage with your mine or whatever. So I think that is kind of the route that these players exploit, and we saw that a little bit from Pocket Train in the previous series as well. So yeah, I'm looking very eager to see how this one panned out. For example, this game that we have largely glossed over up until this point, I think you saw Habu's reaction there as he drew the Wild Paw off the top, because without that Wild Paw, I think he was going to be a little bit light on consistent pressure for the next turn or two, and probably would allow Dravo significant time, especially with a rod still equipped, to just run away with this game. So that extra stag coming out every turn here, I think, could make the world of difference between how much pressure he's able to pile up.
Yeah, especially given the nature of the Warlock removal, right? The stag sort of staggers around that removals, as it were, producing one per turn of just irritating size. Whereas the Warlock likes to just remove a lot of stuff in one go and then one for one on the smaller stuff if there's anything hanging around. But the relentless pressure is irritating.
You know, it's just the name of the card, right? Stag Guard, like they've already made the joke for you. You don't have to force that pun to happen. Okay, fine.
I like explaining jokes.
Okay, good.
I think it's funny because it's not funny.
Yeah, because of course when you explain a joke, you can somehow force people to really dig past the lack of comedy to then find the comedy in the lack of comedy, right? It's why explaining how comedy works is obviously very beneficial in a lot of situations.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Yep.
Thanks for explaining.
Somewhere, the joke was somewhere in there. Yeah, we're not entirely sure how many levels deep we are at this point, but it's definitely in there somewhere. You can
jokeceptioned this out of sight for sure. Obviously, Dravo holding back minions now in case the mine gets eaten, which would slow him down somewhat.
He's already played one. He's got mine already banked in the early game.
We might have been talking
about win streaks and things. Yeah. With my marginally younger brain, I was able to multitask and keep track of multiple things. It was a good job that one of us was.
We have established that we are the same age from this point on.
Yeah.
Otherwise you have to keep counting.
Yeah. Famously, of course, I am now 40, as we all know.
That was Raven's fault, by the way.
Can now establish that as canon, if you like.
Yeah, there's a very long story which we probably won't go into on this stream, but Sottle is now officially 40 years old in all circles where he hangs out.
Yep.
And it is definitely a circle. Right. Dravo operating with a very low health total, which is sort of stifling his card draw to some degree here.
Hey, and that'll do it.
Yeah.
Starfish, colossal pressure from these staggards. And the Starfish is going to be able to push through just that final Okani, willing to do enough. Even with the rod, just not quite enough of that smooth healing that you need to find in the early game. No big removal options as well, I think was the big one there. No entitled customer being found. Hellfire just being ineffective because of the size of the 3/4s on the other side. But honestly, Dravo, I think, would have been one entitled customer away from a good time in that one if he'd have been able to pick it up, get it discounted, blow up this entire board, and then from that point, that reset, that one big board reset, probably would have just allowed him to run away with that. Like, the discounted hand there with the Tamsin and everything else, all it takes is one Drain Soul, one touch of the Nathrazem off the top, right, and suddenly you're away to the races. So, an unfortunate draw overall from Dravo, but honestly, it does seem like these combo decks are a little bit camera shy at the moment, right? Like, they're obviously stomping for both of these players, Gaboom and Dravu. when they're playing off stream.
Yep.
But as soon as we shine the bright lights on them, it does seem like they're wilting under the pressure a little bit. And by that, I do mean the decks and not the players. It just seems like the decks are putting themselves in the wrong order and making the players' lives massively difficult. I haven't spotted really anything from either of the two players that would suggest that they're nervous or choking from playing on stream. It just seems to be they're hitting the unfortunate draws for the decks at the most unfortunate time in the highest pressure situations.
Or is that a function of playing against these players who are eking every last bit of damage against them out? Is that a function that, you know, in a 320-player tournament, but now you're up against the best 8, in theory, let's say some of the best 8, if you want to be, you know, sensible about things, maybe these players are just getting that extra couple of points, taking a turn away from them. We shall see.
That is certainly a valid angle as well. We will now move on. We have some BS Mage going up against the Warlock on the other side. Tap on 2 overplaying the Naval Mine is fairly standard here. I think the key point here is that Barbara in hand for Habu Gabu, because this is one of the matchups where I know you've been sort of having this this discussion, this argument on multiple occasions, is the ability for various decks to be able to play around the Barbara on 6 or on 5 or on 4, depending on how many coins you have. Warlock, nah. There is no way you are managing to keep a fully empty hand of spells with any reliability. There might be specific situations where you can find a moment to get all the spells out of your hand, which I think is something Dravo might just be leaning towards here, able to dump the 4-on-4 and now just has the 3-1s in hand. But it's certainly not something that you can do reliably, so that Barbara could be about to wreak some real havoc.
Yeah, and the question also becomes at what cost if you dump all your removal. This mage does have some sort of mid-rangey just stuff going on if you dump too much as well.
More bones to gnaw on.
It's doable. Yeah, just gonna go with the mine instead. Yep, tempo out, just take it from this position. I like it, respect it, get on with your own game plan, don't panic about it too much. Breakneck speed coming from these players. Habu with the massive fist bump. Drake Fire Amulet 4-1, I think, is the dream outcome for Habu sight unseen in that position.
You know what the dream outcome is now? Is some sheep. Mine is just sitting there.
From a Drake Fire Amulet?
Oh, he's got the Drake Fire. Sorry, I thought it was the rune. There you go.
I
always hit the
those good
rune
old
when I
sheep
need it.
Dragons.
Yeah, but Drake Fire's fine.
I know Gia referenced Dolly the sheep earlier, but I'm pretty sure we never got as far as cloning sheep DNA into dragons. I'm even in our incredibly advanced 90s animal biology laboratories, I'm pretty sure we never got that far.
How would that even work?
I don't know. Dragons aren't real.
Oh no, that's a good point. I played this game for many years, Sottle. Dragons are becoming realer and realer. Yeah. Okay, so this is a heck of a clock now, and it's going to keep on coming on with a Dawn Grasp next turn, even if this is cleared up. Just repeated large dragons. I know that a lot of people just talk about the box in this deck, but honestly, in these sort of matchups, just getting repeated 8-8s and 4-12s is just so much work to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a very surface level take, but as a very general rule of the big spells, Rune is your anti-aggro card, Drake Fire Amulet is your anti-control card, right? Like, that's generally the way it works out. Dravo having to play around the threat of Okani, doing it relatively well so far, having the initial test and then going with the hero card Tamsin, which is, of course, unaffected by either. Very nice discounts, though. Can clean up most of this, certainly not under any immediate threat of death right now.
Yeah, and that is one of the downsides of the Mage deck, I think. I've harped on about how good I think it is, but the actual finishing blow is sometimes oddly hard to find. Okay, yeah, you can Pyroblast him in the face, I get it. But a lot of the time, the rune just casts a whole bunch of nothing. You don't really want to play it when you've got the board anyway. And actually closing out the last 6-10 damage can just be a bit awkward sometimes. Especially if they've got little bits of heal, annoying heal.
I do like this decision from Habu Gabu. If he can get some face damage, some card draw, some value, he'll take it. I don't think you really want to overdevelop here with the other Drake Fire Amulet, because if you go like Drake Fire Amulet for 0 and then Dawn Grasp casting another Drake Fire Amulet, there's a pretty good chance that you don't get dragons higher than 8 health, as is the case here, and then your entire board is just getting deleted by Entitled Customer on the following turn. So Habu using the free spell on the Rune of the Archmage, I think was very, very wise there, because this board is going to go bye-bye pretty much no matter what he did.
Is it going to happen, Sottle? Is Mordresh actually going to finish a game? Is it going to prove its worth?
Are you gonna
I think this
clean
card's
that up?
fine. Like, again, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's optimal. I don't play it in my version of the deck, but I don't understand really the backlight. I think we saw in Yu Ying's series even, like, how quickly you can get there without Wildfire just by playing Dawngrasp and just running a few pings out. It's a very effective card that, particularly, I think with the amount of other mages that are in the tournament, I think having Mordresh in your deck is probably pretty freaking good in the mirror, especially as evidenced by what we saw in that Yu Ying series.
He's going to be online on turn 9, most likely, depending if Dravo decides to leave this customer up.
Oh, Fell Rifts are very nice here, I think, for Habu. Because of that Reckless Apprentice, that is just extra juice potentially getting in that hero power.
And now it's decision time.
I mean, there's too much garbage hanging around in the hand, right?
So do you play sensibly, or do you dump the garbage and then do it next turn? It's going to get you a turn quicker. I think the dragons are too late now. We're just going to the face for damage. We're going to pump up our hero power and then play the apprentice and then Mordresh next turn. Is that the plan?
I think so, isn't it? That's what I'm looking at, is just hero power damage into guitar solo. Like, I feel like the dragons might just end up being too slow. 2 dragons individually here against a double discounted hand from the opponent. You've seen only 1 null, 1 customer, and really not that much other removal. I think even if you get 2 12 health dragons, they can probably just get picked apart by the opponent's hand at that point. I think it has to be a damage plan.
Not the most fun damage plan ever in some ways here. It's not quite lethal. Yeah, he needs this 3, I think. It's the setup here. Just the way the mana works out next turn. Oh, no, that's fine. He gets the ping in this turn, so that's fine.
He's good.
Yep. He's good. In more ways than one.
However, Double Bread Baker might have something to say about this. Touch of the Nathrazem comes down. And I suppose, you know, if you want to remove, like, confirmation bias or just biases in general from what I said on the previous turn, I just kind of wanted to go with the damage plan and then formed an argument around that. Basically, everything I said about, well, if you go for the board, think about all the removal they still have left that punishes you. Well, if you go for a damage plan, think about all the Bread Bakers and Touch of the Nathrazem and Tamsin and Drain Soul that they still have available that punishes you. I think the real takeaway here is you're kind of on the back foot regardless of what you do. I think your win condition here as Habu Gabu is less about what you're doing and more about the position of the phylactery in Dravo's deck at this point.
But I have a long thing about this parrot, right? He can get the trigger again for another 5, which would be 10 to face into Mordresh ping next turn, depending how much healing he thinks is left.
Yeah, I learned how this card worked in the previous series with Derek. I've genuinely, while playing this deck, read the card and was like, oh, okay, well, if I cast Rune of the Archmage for 1, it's not going to change. Like, I've played every game based on that interaction, but never actually tested it. And then I saw it in the other series. But, oh, it does still reset. Interesting.
No. Not happening.
Oh, okay, that's enemy only. Yeah, that ends up doing nothing. So just going to take the 5 damage and move on. 4-1 on board. Still, Dravo just hunting for the phylactery here. Picking away that rod.
Oh. Now, this I will give you is one of the instances of these decks not behaving on stream. We have seen several of these games where it should be kind of over, but 12 cards left, just not hitting.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Still plenty of time though, and a lot of these cards are rifts, so it will dig through itself fairly quickly, especially with the benefit of the life tap. Yep, there you go. Deck thinning itself out quite nicely now. There is the Tamsin, just in case you would need it. But the mines just do so much freaking damage.
Yep.
Bottom 7.
My.
No discounts available now. All 4 charges of the Rod Stewarts are now used up.
I'm not going to let you have that one. I heard you say it earlier. I'm going to just blank it. It was reasonable.
I thought it was quite good.
It wasn't bad, actually. I refuse to acknowledge it more than this one time. Uh-oh.
Is there anything better than last face and clear? That's kind of all I'm seeing.
Parrot and hope if you think this is your last turn.
My calculations are correct.
True, yeah.
He's decided he doesn't think it's his last turn, or he just doesn't get... I mean, he doesn't get there very often. There's very little base damage actually happened.
Actually, no, this is just a better out, right? If you're panicking that you feel like you're going to lose the game this turn, your best out is to try and hit the phylactery and give them a 10-mana phylactery, right? And swap. Because if you're saying it's my last turn, that means they have phylactery in hand. So what you're trying to do there is make the phylactery cost 10 so the combo doesn't actually work in a single turn at that point.
Yep, I'm buying that one. Sold.
Hey!
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
I love how the bombs go off like from the appropriate positions now, so you can actually see how many more times you're going to get hit in the face. Quite amuses me.
You mean visually, like it actually moves across the screen from left to right? Yeah, I do like that too.
Is it nearly over yet?
Praise one death rattle information, and yet as we give with one hand, we will take away with the other. Please, the Sword of a Thousand Truths I wrote. Please change it. It's so bad.
Briar Thor just has to turn off every time he sees it.
Yeah.
There we go. Minus 27 health. That will indeed do it. Yeah. One apiece, and the Warlock is out of here. And now into the, what I think might be slightly uncharted territory. If you look at the stats, Dravo hasn't got a chance from this point on. But that's because there's only about 12 people in the world can actually play Boar Priest, even though hundreds attempt it.
Yeah, it's not far off the truth. In terms of what tournament stats as a whole, Boar Priest against Shaman is not doing great. It's, 48% win rate overall. You would suggest then that the pocket train stats make that 53-54% in favor of the Boar Priest based on Gia's hypothesized 5% buff. But yeah, it's a pretty similar story across the board with many of the other decks that are available as well. And Dravo, it looks like, is going to be skipping all of that nonsense for now and going on with the Alignment Druid, which I think I will pass over to you, Lorinda, because I think it'll be interesting. I am done after this series, so final word on the subject. Obviously, we've had the debate both on and off character? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Both in and out of character about whether or not Presto or Alignment Druid, 30 cards, 40 cards, etc. What's the way to go? What's your final takeaway now we've reached the semi-final stage of the tournament?
Well, I was right all along. The stats, Wicked Good sort of sorted out all the stats for us, and it was significantly better on the 40 cards. So I'm not going to argue with stats, Sottle. If I can't produce my own stats to prove that I'm right, I'm going to use somebody else's, and that's where I'm at with Wicked Good stats. Thank you so much, as always, for producing those on Twitter. It was significantly better with the 40 cards. And again, we know why this might be, but it's going to take a long time before any of us has a real feel for it, is the true answer, right? Because we know this equation now. Does the 10 health buy you enough extra time compared to the inconsistency of the deck? We're going to have to play things millions of times as a community before we actually really know, I'll be honest.
The one that really shook me to my very core when I read that same thread that you are referring to was that Burn Shaman improved dramatically by turning into a 40-card deck. And like, not that card. If that's true, I quit. Get that?
Sure, yeah, I can't. Even I can't process that one.
If that's true, we're changing Renathal, okay? Like, no, I'm not ready to cope with the fact that everyone's just going to play 40 cards in their deck.
Like, I'll even go as deep as Beast Hunter, maybe, right? Like, it's a well-tuned deck, but 10 extra health just buys you that extra time to get your big stuff rolling. I'll even go that far. But even Burn Shaman, how can that be? You're looking for 2 specific cards. With Barn Shaman, that goes with the Beast Hunter. That's where you put the beasts in your Shaman friend's house.
It's full of Dolly the Sheep being cloned by Big Spell Mage.
I hate the way you think the same way as me, but you get priority to speak. It really annoys me.
No, it's just my, decade-plus younger brain. I'm
Sure.
a little bit quicker.
Yeah, we'll go with that rather than just being the rules around here. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is my defense in this situation, of course. Because I've never spoken over my analyst ever in my life.
Hobby with his hands up, seeing the growth come out from the opponent. He knows it's about to get worse as well because he's already seen Jerry on 2, and Jerry on 2 into growth on 3 usually spells disaster for you at Sacrifice. That's the second time I've made that reference.
What to do?
I did watch the promo quite recently. It is stuck in my head.
I'm so lost right now. I don't know why I'm lost.
No way.
It's 1,000,000 AM.
You've actually watched more TNA than I have. It's the Steiner Maths promo. Surely.
Oh,
The
sure.
Steiner Maths promo.
Yeah. Okay, sure. I'm with you now. I have actually watched significantly more TNA than you, which is weird because I haven't watched more of anything than you.
No, that is also true.
Apart from maybe Hearthstone.
Well, how about we divert from the Nourish on 5?
I think that's a good plan.
I'm good.
Best card in Hearthstone in your hand. Let's play it. Sort of like this is a plan.
Hobby's reaction. Oh, the Anaconda as well. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, imagine questioning this deck. It's clearly the nuts.
Why would you play 30 cards when you can do the same thing with 10 more health?
There's 40 cards in his deck and he's drawing like this. Get in the bin. Oh, why is this entire expansion designed to tilt specifically me?
I mean, when we had you referencing losses you had in 2015 the other day, just because of the way the expansion's panning out, we know we've got you. You're on the road. You're done. Absolutely all over.
Jerry on 2, growth on 3, Guff on 4, scale on 5, alignment on 6, Anaconda game over on 7. Yeah, forget about the other 34 cards in your deck, I suppose. Who needs them?
Habu's got a box incoming, though, if he wants it.
What to do?
Let's see how that's going to save him, but it's a box. Do it. You know it's going to cost 5. Unless you hit the alignment, in which case you've lost anyway.
What to do?
What else can you do? Can my opponent really have everything? If Finley's, he can't find anything useful, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Finley, it's just, again, it's one of those weird situations with the deck. Like, the Finley certainly does not seem to be doing much right now. You have to make a play with this hand that you have, I think. Alright, he's just going to be Reckless Apprentice for now. So now, joking aside of how good this draw is, Dravo does actually have decisions to make here, because in this matchup, you don't necessarily auto-alignment as soon as you have 8 mana. There is a line where you just kind of hold on, you play normally, you just kind of allow the mage to trickle along slowly. And then you can get to the point where you can actually just Anaconda alignment all in the same turn when you've already played Guff, right? As soon as you have the ability to get above 10 mana, that becomes possible. And then you can just pop off from there in a single turn. And what that does is it does not allow your opponent to respond with 1 mana Drakefire Amulet, 1 mana Rune or whatever, by you just playing alignment and passing, and then that way you get put under a good amount of pressure. You just do so much in a single turn by going alignment straight away with the Anaconda that they're going to be resistant to it. But Dravo, I think, you know, the pause, the hesitation that turn was thinking about exactly what I was just describing, but in the end decides to go with it anyway.
I think when you start mapping it out, the time it's going to take him to get to 12, 13 mana required to have a go at that, then Habu's going to already be starting to play boxers and Belindas and stuff anyway, so you might as well just go for it now. I do believe that's exactly what he was thinking about, but when you actually start planning how long will this take me, you're facing this lot anyway, you might as well get on with it with your advantage.
Habu, sometimes when players get all my opponents playing cards salty on camera, or I'm the first to jump on their back, in this situation, I 100% stand with you. This is some nonsense. This is not okay. The draw that you have been up against this game, against a 40-card deck, is not okay, and the authorities will be informed, and Dravo will be arrested immediately.
I think one thing that Habu does have when he does this, though, is he snaps out of it in a second.
He doesn't actually care. Yeah.
He's like, oh my goodness, why now? Okay, well, next case then, let's go. Like, he's already back to reality and thinking about game number 4 here.
Speaking of getting back to reality, Dravo needs to get back to the reality of this board state very quickly, because there is a lot of lollygagging going on right now, and there's a lot of possible actions still to come, particularly with a Malagos still to play. Yeah, and I think we have now officially reached the point of do something good enough that kills some things on board as opposed to doing what was optimal. Dravo, I think, just a little bit messy towards the end of that turn.
Yeah. Of course, he does play some Battlegrounds, I believe, as well, so he'll be used to that exact situation when he gets there. It's like, okay, just do some stuff, make it work.
My hand is too full.
Blizzard. Nope, less of that. Okay. That it? That's it. Right now, we're in the very sad position of having to trade one of these minions into the Anaconda.
Yes, indeed.
Ain't no one about that life. Rush? No rush.
This is horrific looking, yeah. No, I'm not worried. Just hope again, see what happens.
I
dare you.
No. Just morally objected to the idea of trading into that Anaconda.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't vote. Maybe he just ran out of things to do last turn, huh? With his 7 mana and his 10 cards, and they all cost 1.
I mean, it is a fair assessment. The deck doesn't have, like, the infinite nature spells over and over again. The build of the deck is very different from what, like, original Alignment Druid was. So Habu might genuinely just be thinking, well, you know what? A lot of them were dumped already on the early turns.
And to be fair, he's not far off with that assessment, looking at Dravu's... Dravu? His awkwardness here of what's going on.
You will be crushed beneath the endless tide.
Yes. If you look at Habu's hand going into next turn, I'm going to assume that Dravo's going to do some nasty stuff here.
Another Mali. Okay, fine.
The sea floor be its own treasure.
Through to the reef.
Bammy? Habu might be able to deal with this lot next turn, you know.
It's not looking far off, yeah. Big minions are getting cleared up, though, but I spy 1, 2, 3 at the very least.
He's got a bunch of 1/1s, he can do what he likes.
That is also true, yeah.
I'm not going to work it out, but you can definitely do what you like when you've got that many 1/1s lying around.
Yeah, that is very fair. In which case, you want to make the trade so that the chain stops before 7, because that way you get to keep your own Onyxia at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
You'd also much rather be doing this with Reckless Apprentice as well, now that you look at it, right? With the hero power already juiced up, because same deal.
Oh.
You could create like a perfect 2, 3, 4 across the board, right? So the hero power just juiced over and over again off a Reckless Apprentice.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be
Spammy will have to do.
That would have been so much
health.
with the Mordresh as well.
Yeah, it would have been
Another
insane,
thing.
right? The Reckless could have been picked up. Would have been absolutely crazy.
Maybe next turn. The 1/1s are back.
Yeah, there's such good spammy food, right, for both players.
Yep.
You will be crushed beneath the endless tide.
My poor little brain
Finally,
started to go,
Null.
he can't get him out of cards here, forgetting that Kazakhstan is still a thing that exists in Hearthstone.
Yeah, Kazakhstan is very much a thing that still exists, and I think is the biggest problem that Habu really has to deal with this game. These nulls, though, have been a big problem for Dravo. A big reason, I think, why he hasn't been able to clear effectively is that he hasn't had these zero-mana nulls available. Are so strong when you get into this position. Yeah, imagine this at any point, right? Like, a board gets presented from Habu Gabu, Moonlit Guidance into null, or there's 0-mana 10 power in terms of removal that he can just throw straight back at you.
Compromise.
Capture Coldtooth Mine, huh?
Yeah, you take Cold Tooth Mine for
Ready for
post-Kazakhstan, I would imagine, yeah.
Agree. Then you just find the one card you need to win the game, and you win the game with it.
Yeah, the interaction's just so strong because of the way that Book of the Dead works with Draw High. It just sits in your deck as a 14-cost card the entire time that you can always hit with Draw High, which is pretty insane.
Why did I ooh there? Yes, great. 5-mana spells.
Yeah, I'll play a 1-mana 1/1. Nice.
Just can't wait.
I mean, 1-mana 1/1, draw 2 cards. It's all right.
They're 2 good cards.
Are they actually? Is there still remaining at this point? Actually,
Drakefire
has been played and a Rune has been played, I think. So I'm not sure what's still left remaining in the deck. The Mordresh is juiced though. That'll do nicely.
You're putting his pressure on.
Yep, for sure.
Rune in hand as well. So now we're into might get lucky territory on top of big board and opponent on 18 territory. It's still a long, long way to get out of this, of course. But hey, I'm an optimist, right? I'm known for it.
You'll lead a Nixia, trade off the Whelps first. Initial instinct from Dravo was to go with the Alex Straza first and foremost, but I think he's now going to pivot and use that as healing instead since he has the immune Onyxia that he can trade with anyway. Oh, really?
Wow. Must be after
He wants the cards
specific.
remaining from the deck.
Okay.
Want to go align? Does he just want to end on alignment Okani from here? Is that the plan?
Looks like it, doesn't it? Shut your opponent down and buy another turn.
Okay. Yeah, seems fine. Go with Kazakhstan now. Just make sure you make these picks fairly rapidly. It would help if you don't get offered complete garbage. That would make your choices a lot easier. What is going on?
goodness.
Good
Oh, there's
cards,
the-
please? Okay. Oh, there's a good card.
Got there in the end.
2 good cards and 8 piles of garbage. Like, honestly, if you draw a book off the top next turn, you might just Kazakhstan again immediately just to get rid of the other garbage.
I mean, of course he's going to draw the book. He's playing a 40-card deck and drew everything else. Why wouldn't he draw the book next turn?
We are all
Yeah, and then Okani alignment to end. All right, yeah, I love it. Initial instinct was to hold on to the mine as we were talking about for post-Kazakhstan, but I was completely forgetting that the Okani was still hanging around in the deck. So guaranteeing that you draw that and then having this this power play turn to be able to shut everything down.
Now this needs to be a box, Sottle. Of epic proportions.
Good start. Great start. Much worse.
Going downhill.
Oh, where's it going? Okay, if that went to the Okani and actually froze both of the 8/8s, that would have been absolutely absurd. It was still, as it stands, considering 10 mana got wasted on the Iceblood Tower, that was actually a pretty sick box.
But it needed to be beyond even that. It was good.
It did.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but it needed to be even crazier. And now it begins. He's finally starting to take damage. He's got 45. What's happening in Hearthstone? Why did Mage have 53 health going on? I mean, I know why.
Water Evoker is a hell of a drug.
I know why, I know how. I just don't know why.
Or how.
Or how.
Belinda?
I'm just going
to see the Belinda.
Get some dragons. Oh, Habu. Now he's starting to feel it.
Uh-huh. Don't need a translator for that one.
No. His English is very good. I'm not even sure why this is the moment to tilt. I think this game was kind of out of reach. Did I miss a potential lethal?
Oh, I don't think it was. I don't think this game was over by any means. Like, just look at this.
Yeah.
Like, imagine there was not an 8-8 and a 12-12 added to this.
Sure.
And this turn comes out from Habu Gabu. Kind of insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I may have misassessed this. Is he deciding whether to play another Kazakhstan before the Malygos here?
You're never going to play. You don't have enough mana, right, to play another Kazakhstan at this point. You'd just be filling your whole deck with unplayable cards that you'd just be able to deal with. Because the second alignment was played on this existing Kazakhstan. So I think you need to be ramping up a little bit of mana before you get to any of this.
He's back to 40. Do that thing.
Shall we say displeased the way this game has gone?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but also Dravo's played it very solidly all the way through from your descriptions.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. This is always total desperation in this situation, in this matchup, by the way, because taking cards from hand to deck removes enchantments, so all of those cards have now gone back into the deck at full cost.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously a long-term disaster, but at least for the short term, is something that might be able to keep him alive for one more turn.
Oh.
And has.
Stay where you are.
It's parrot number 2 to come, yeah.
Stay where you are.
That's really frozen.
Need to kill it here. Yeah, you need to do something at the very least. Hero Power takes it out. Yeah, this is really good. Really smart from Habu because he's playing around Starfish here, right? You don't want to just leave the board being frozen in that position because it's just so much power that you would end up getting punished by Starfish. Really, really strong turn in response from Habu. Like I said, long-term, wildly detrimental to his overall game plan because he now has a bunch of full-cost cards in his deck that he can't play as he draws them off the top. But in terms of a short-turn gambit, back in the game.
Also shows how how right you were with it not being over. Like, look at the board he's making there. Okay, that 40 health is absolute disaster, but it's down to 20.
But honestly, there's only 3 cards left, right, for Habu to get through. And then Dravo would be forced to be playing a Kazakhstan when he'd have, what, 6 mana naturally if he wasn't ramping. But I think at this point he will start ramping with the hero power if it's an option that becomes available to him so that he can set up for the long game with that second Kazakhstan if needs be.
And Habu's basically out of stuff after this parrot as well. Not quite, his hero power's pretty good, but yeah.
Although I haven't actually sanity checked. Yes, okay, it was. I realized I hadn't, like, fail-safe checked whether the second Kazakhstan was actually activated, like at what point it got discovered, whether enough dragons were played, so on and so forth. But yeah, you can see the yellow border.
Years to see the yellow border. Don't know how I didn't see it for so long. Okay.
That actually now draws a 10-mana spell, or 9. Both helpful and unhelpful.
true, actually. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, lines are being seen.
So what is this? Parrot for a box into... Oh, you can only do 4 things. He wants to do 5 things. You pinging this? Yep.
8 damage, straight up. What if your hero power just gets there this game? Have we considered that?
I mean, I thought it might earlier, but since the Kazakhstan was played, I kind of gave up on it, but maybe it's in play.
All right, there's book number 1.
One card left.
That is not book number 2. Abu is alive.
They just play Starfish against each other now all the time. On turn 8 million. He is alive, but how's he going to do 30 damage with this hand?
I don't know, okay? Stop asking difficult questions. I'm working.
My job is to ask difficult questions. Yours is to answer them, all right?
Yeah.
That's how this works.
Yeah, that's the bad news. That is the bad news from Habu. Now that he gets the news that the last card is book, he knows exactly that that last card is book, because anything else would mean that he was dead in this situation.
Yeah.
Let me remind you who you're dealing
Well.
an idea.
Wait, spring water? No. Not enough.
I'm presuming based on this as well that the last of the expensive spells have been consumed by the tower that was cast from the previous Rune of the Archmage, and that's why the Deep Water Evoker is not currently hitting anything.
This makes sense. Yeah.
Otherwise, this would not be the line from Habu Gabu.
Hasn't hit a single ignite in like 700 boxes.
I bring the muscle
Or is something that gives you an out of some sort.
I mean, that's going to take an incredibly long time against Fortin.
Yeah.
Yeah, remaining
The game's
2
been
cards
going
now.
an incredibly long time.
Remaining 2 cards now are Snow Flurry and Ram Commander. So yeah, the whole thing with the Evoker drawing an actual expensive spell and then flipping it, yeah, that was never a real thing. It was just never available. Really, really good game though, I would say, from Habu Gabu's side. Like, even in defeat, sometimes it's nice to highlight that, like, I think you set it up really nicely. It was like clearly very openly and visibly frustrated with the way that game was going. And again, rightly so. 40 card deck, Jerry on 2, Growth on 3, Guff on 4, blah, 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 blah. You've heard it all already. But stayed focused, kept playing for the outs, knew that he had to wait as long as possible not to panic, knew when to pull the panic switch with the Finley to try and set himself up something. But as soon as that Finley was played, that was kind of last chance saloon, right? You needed to make something happen extremely quickly from that point. And then I think with the tower consuming the remainder of the expensive spells from the deck at that point, that was the last push that had to win the game from that point. And you can, yeah, start to see some of the visible frustration coming out from Habu Gabu in this one.
Still one more to go, though, and it is against the Boar Priest. Draver, though, has been very clean from what we've seen, and from the fact he has great results is also a hint at that. But yeah, Habu's going to have to play at his very best. He's going to have to draw well to get through this one. Draver, though, probably the furthest he's been in a big event now. He's right on the hill, 2-1. So let's see if he can maintain his composure. I think he can. I think he plays infinite Hearthstone on stream and off stream all the time in all formats and all modes. So I think he'll be fine.
I mean, he's seemed incredibly unbothered by the whole proceedings up until this point, right? The 100% of his time spent on camera has seemed just entirely unflappable and, in fact, unflapped by what's going on around him. He's just been jamming games of Hearthstone as if he was playing on ladder in his underpants, right? Like, thankfully he didn't put clothes on for the sake of the broadcast, but he is still just seemingly calmly and collectedly jamming games of Hearthstone and doing very, very well indeed. Not bad for a weekend's work up until this point, but he will, of course, want to go the 1 step further and the 2 steps further from here to be able to take home the title of Masters Tour champion.
5% GSAs. 5% more than average the good Boar Priest players.
says. Sorry, I heard 5% GSA, like almost as, like it was the print in a commercial. Yeah, like
5% GSA, 3% do not consult your physician or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, our all-natural orange juice contains less than 5% GSA. That's what I had no idea what you were talking about.
Which is a first, because everyone always knows what I'm talking about.
Have you always said says instead of says? Because I noticed that you do that. And obviously, like I've made the word says sound as stupid as possible for contrast there, but you do very clearly enunciate says.
Yes, says, and RDU always laughs at me for the way I say again instead of again as well. RDU laughing at my accent. This is how low I've come in life.
Imagine.
The Guildford School of Acting, by the way. Is GSA.
GSA, really?
I just thought of that there, meditated for a moment, and it appeared.
Yep. Yeah, there's been a distinct lack of people going silent and meditating and then just suddenly having information during this tournament. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, we miss you, TJ. See you soon. Next tournament. Meditation, man. So good at it. I still haven't done it yet. I still haven't looked down and gone, hey, Habu on the Demon Hunter. But I'm trying to every game. I've come so close.
For those of you at home who haven't followed along with this narrative, what Lorinda has been doing all tournament is internally making that mistake every single time and instead of saying it out loud, saying, I haven't yet made that mistake, despite continually making that mistake over and over again. But that's how casting works. If you don't say it out loud, it doesn't count.
Have you ever known me think of something and not say it out loud simultaneously?
True. Actually, I take it all back. I have no idea why I even said that. You're absolutely right. The thought that of anything entering your brain and not coming out of your mouth is ridiculous, and I'm sorry I even broached that subject.
Okay, you accused me of not talking enough in one of the rounds. What is happening to you?
All right, 2-1, Dravo on the hill with a spot in the finals on the line. First ball has been found. Habu is transformed and revealed. Null has hit the board. And I think very crucially, Akani has been found. The 1-2 punch of how to win this matchup as Rogue is very much in play. Early pressure plus Akani. That's kind of the two things that you are really, really looking for. And if you can't have one, you would like mountains of the other. If you don't find Akani, you need mountains of pressure. If you don't have pressure, you need so many Akanis. Akani step, Akani step, Akani. Scabs, get your Akani back, play it again. Counter minion over and over and over again. You either need both or one or the other in massive quantities. And right now, Habu is on the both train.
Yeah, and the boat train starting next turn as well. The vessel will, of course, get cleared up by the Pyromancer, but with the Gone Fishing set up for the later on Mr. Smite kill, if you can get enough early damage in as well, everything will be set up nicely, I think.
But forget about both of those irrelevant trains, because the train that Dravo needs to get on in this position is the pocket train, as we very clearly demonstrated in the previous series. This is basically the exact scenario that Pocket Train was facing down. Masses of pressure plus Akani, where he was able to come up with that, game-winning solve at the end to navigate those last 2 or 3 turns really, really expertly and make a fool out of basically everyone watching, I would imagine. I think there are very few players in the world who would have won that game.
Okay, there's the first reset for Dravo, and now things start to just get that little bit tougher. Want to Vessel immediately? Do you want to actually get some cards? What would you like to do is the decision here.
First point to assess, crushing sadness because the Akani died. Right? Like, when you play the first one, you don't necessarily think that first one's going to win the game, but what you really don't want to see is the Zyrella clear on your first Akani, because you want to be able to hold on to it long term, find Shadow Steps, find Scabs, replay it over and over again. Without that now, Habu's 100% all in on pressure. It's his only route to victory. So the answer to the question, what do you want to do this turn, is basically always going to be figure out what the max stats are and put them in play, because that's basically all Habu has left. Yep, exactly. Edwin's second Null are the other two cards on the bottom. That's a crab, though. Okay, I was about to say, second Null Edwin being on the bottom, not good news. Those are two really strong cards that you'd like to draw. Crab being the next draw, however, suddenly has perked me back up again.
Yeah. I'm still looking at the numbers, though. There's a lot of damage to be done, but Crab being there into what do we need next? After Crab, if you're a Habu fan, what would you like?
Well, I would say Edwin, but I know that's impossible.
You know it's not there. You
Seen
can't
it on
have
the bottom
it.
of the deck. Yeah, exactly. So something even from Tooth at that point, or Reconnaissance, picking up another chunky Death Rattle at that point, just something to curve out, spend mana. You have a few tradables to go with after that point as well.
I'd probably lose this game right here, though, from Dravo's side. I'd have probably cleared this board rather than just eating 12 points of damage.
Yeah, I think you have to
spells.
wait here.
Yeah, I think it's right. Having seen it done, I can see how right it is, but yeah.
No reason to panic, I think. Double gift in hand, still Desperate Prayers available. I think Dravo's chilling. Happy just to take the damage here. I think we'll be a little bit more peeved at the fact he's taking the extra damage from the Krakatoa as well this turn. As you can see, that is Dravo's peeved base. That's about as far as he's got in this entire tournament so far.
Oh yeah, look at the anger seething out of him. He blinked. Yeah, absolutely stoic all the way through the tournament. I think this time he might want to clear the board, Subtle.
I'm in favor, yes. Gotta dump some cards first, though, because you want to weave in the Cleric Pyro turn alongside everything else. Get some cards out of hand. Yeah, gonna lead with the Flash Heal first. And then Pyro, Cleric, Shard, Gift, and hope your draws are kind. You want Priestesses, you want Prayers. Do it.
Can actually go wrong, can't it?
It can. It can go wrong very, very easily. It hasn't gone wrong because the cards have gone green.
Yeah.
That means there's a Priestess coming. There it is. Spoiler alert. But the Priestess did come off the top on the very last card, and now as long as Dravo can execute on the rope, which has been a little bit shaky for him up until now, yeah, plenty of time. Nothing to worry about. I think he's significantly ahead of where we are on these animations, just based on the way this turns out.
Yeah, I was just watching him, like, waiting for the panic, and there just wasn't a single flicker of any sort of panic. Unfortunately, the panic is coming from Habu Gabu now. He's not out of options, obviously, but he knows how this ends up now. Dravo's down to 2 cards in the deck.
I wonder.
Yep. And they are 1 Amlet and the other one Shudder the Naru, I believe, is the other remaining card. Yeah, I think even at this point with the boars dead, this is kind of the desperation mode sometimes as Rogue, where you're like, okay, let's go tooth fishing for Poly Boar or go fishing for Najak Hexen.
Yep.
Find something to get yourself out of it, but with the boars already dead, really not seeing the solution. And it is dig time for Habu, not finding it whatsoever. I think we've got our first finalist, Lorinda.
Yeah, I think we have. It's going to be Dravo taking down Habu Gabu in this top half of the draw that was absolutely nutty. The bottom half of the draw is absolutely nutty, but pales to this top half of just the who's who of current Hearthstone. And Dravo's the one who's going to come out of this half. And very well done, very well deserved, with a lineup that none of us were talking about even yesterday. Apart from when we had...
Hey.
Don't try.
I have been talking about this lineup all tournament, thank you very much. I will not take that slander of my name by any degree. I have been talking about this lineup all tournament, at least since mid-day 1, when it started to emerge that Mine Rogue was winning games for some reason.
Yeah, and if you missed that, like I did, you can check the VODs after we finish. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow everything, and off you go. Check the VODs straight after we finish and hunt down Sottle. and his
and then
addiction.
tweet him the clips of me talking about this constantly for the last 2 days.
Absolutely. I'll take it. I'll take it on the chin if you do all that. Good for you. But yeah, Dravo, very well deserved. In the final, slightly unusual, well, very unusual lineup compared to what everyone else is playing. And a tough lineup in a Masters Tour to execute over and over again over these hours. He's now ahead of us, so he's had an even worse sleep schedule than we've been crying about. And getting it done in the middle of the night with difficult decks and long, long matches as well. So good for Dravo getting there. Commiserations to Habu, but he's had a pretty good run this year and looks like he's going to be back for the Winter Championships if he gets 2 even half-decent performances in the rest of this year.
He'll 0-3 drop next tournament just to annoy you. I do think a couple of last takeaways from that bracket as we look at it. Firstly, I've just realized like northwestern Europe, absolutely farming. UK, I think northern France is considered geographically northwestern Europe and southern France isn't, something like that. And then Finland as well. Like, there's a very specific region making up the top 4, but also now specifically with Habu Gabu knocked out, yeah, you can meditate and find the answer.
I was going to then change my mind because we're closing in a sec. Yeah, I was like,
yeah. But specifically with Habu now out of the tournament, that means the 3 players remaining in the tournament as of this moment right now are all Boar Priest players. Top 3 in this tournament based chronologically from remaining in, all with the Boar Priest in the lineup, despite once again among the entire field, Boar Priest being a weak deck, and that kind of has been the narrative from the beginning of time with Boar Priest and with these kind of combo decks in general, is in the hand of the masses, it might not seem that powerful, but when you give it to a specialist, special things can happen. And that's kind of what we're seeing this tournament.
And with those closing notes from Sottle, we are going to have to set up 2 more Boar Priests by the sound of things. So we're going to take a short moment to set that up. We're back in just about 3 minutes, I imagine.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
it is time for the second semi-final of Masters Tour Vashj'ir. We've already sent Drevo through to the final, and Gia, now it is time to find out whether it will be an all-French final or whether good old Blighty has a chance of getting that win at a Masters Tour.
That is correct, Dirk. I mean, it's not uncommon for us at this point to see an all-French final, but I know a lot of people on the casting desk and also just fans of Boar Priest in general have been rooting for Pocket Train. So Gaboom has his work cut out for him. He also has a Boar Priest of his own, not to mention a lineup that is not too conventional, perhaps not quite as out there as Drevo's, including that Mine Warlock, but there's certainly still this Mine Rogue to watch out for, which took admittedly quite some time to get rolling in his previous series.
That's right, yeah. It was a little bit of a questionable deck, but here for Gaboom in the semi-finals, I think that Mine Rogue is going to be really nicely placed. For Pocket Train on the other side, his own Rogue feels like it's going to be probably a little bit too slow to be able to fight back effectively in time. The Priest as well can feel a little bit tough unless it's able to get up to a very, very quick win condition there. And then also to round it out, I think the Druid feels like it might be the one decent matchup for Pocket Train, given the Prince Renathal in there as well to bolster up the health. So for Gaboom, the Mine Rogue I think is going to be very, very nice. It's just whether the rest of the lineup will be able to get the job done as well.
That is right. The bans are in, and both of the Celestial Alignment Druids are out of contention here, so we're not going to be seeing any Renathal business here. Both players with the Big Spell Mage, both players with some version of Rogue, and both players with Boar Priest. So this Mine Rogue, I do agree with your assessment that it is in a very good spot against Pocket Train's lineup. I'd even go so far as to say it's favored against the Boar Priest, even with Pocket Train piloting it. Because there is the capability for the Mine Rogue to go for a full 30-0 combo and not give the Boar Priest any time to heal. It takes some time to set up, but I think that time is certainly there against that deck.
I definitely agree. Which will be very fascinating should we get to see it. First of all, though, I think it is going to be the Big Spell Mage versus the Boat Rogue from Pocket Train. A matchup that we've seen many, many times already, with them being, I think, the two most brought decks to the tournament. Where are you coming down on this deck? Does the Boat Rogue have the aggression to get there before the Big Spell Mage comes online?
Yeah, I do think it is a slight favorable for Boat Rogue, but it's by no means a terrible matchup for the Mage, right? If the Mage gets to check a few specific boxes. Wow, I don't even have an excuse. I'm not that sleepy. I don't know what's going on with me, sorry. If the Mage is able to check a few specific boxes in the early game, their percent skyrockets. Most important of which, of course, is that early Belinda or the Barbaric Sorceress, but also importantly, the Deepwater Evoker to give them that 10 extra health, basically playing a Renathal thanks to that armor, 9 or 10 gained depending on which big spell they draw. And that often gives them the leeway to have, you know, a couple dead turns of just playing big minions and then forcing the Rogue to eventually respond because the reach won't be enough throughout all that armor.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very reasonable assessment. I'm trying to think if any of the techs in Mage have come into effect so far. Gaboom is one of the players running Mordresh Fire Eye, in which the debate is raging back and forth. Against Mage, it's probably just going to be one of those dead cards. But only one Smothering Starfish, that's probably fine. You're not looking for that card too often anyway. Can be used to clear off the stealth on some of those pirates. But for the most part, it's just the good old-fashioned game plan for the Mage in trying to look for Barbaric Sorceress for Belinda as well. It's going to be an interesting match jumping into the implications for both of our players as well, because Pocket Train has been off to a reasonable start to this year in terms of Masters Tour performances. He is still, I always forget, a pretty newcomer to competitive Hearthstone, given how well he's been performing and how well his stream has been going for him as well. So it's cool to see that he is getting off to a strong start, whereas Gaboom on the other side has been here for a little bit longer, I think, in terms of competitive play.
Definitely. A lot of people, most likely French fans in our chat, correcting us on how to even pronounce his name. So sorry about that. He is definitely a player who's had a long competitive history already. I think especially with local tournaments, winning several Arma Cups or placing well in those and Max Lands, etc. We have Pocket Train as you said, a relative newcomer, but already building a very strong brand for himself with that excellent Boar Priest play. But he is going to be on the Rogue first. And the mage from Gaboom, even though we did highlight the Mordresh tech, perhaps a more impactful one for the matchup is the two Doomsayers that he has in the list, which is by no means standard. He's cut out the Ram Commander and Wild Goldshire Knoll package to make room for that. And I do think it should help his percentage against Rogue a little bit.
That's right. Feel groove.
Pocket Train nodding his head there. I wonder what he was expecting his opponent to play on turn 2, other than like, I don't know, amplified Snow Flurry. But it's a reasonable start still here, all things considered, for Pocket Train. He's able to go for the Shroud while still in Druid form, while still disguised, which means that the Knolls, were they to be drawn, would still be playable. The rest of his hand, though, is a bit of a weird one. It looks almost more reactive than aggressive, with coining out that Shadowcrafter Scabs being an expected play on turn 7 to maybe answer an early Belinda or Barbara.
Could be. I would say if the Belinda or Barbara is that early, then I don't think Pocket Train really lives until turn 7 to safely coin out Scabs. But if it is just a general on-curve one, he definitely has the leeway to go and play the long game. His hand is really not allowing him to do much else at the moment, but at least he can prep out this Shroud now, and I think all the Knolls are down to 0 cost, given that he's drawn 3 Rogue cards and traded twice. Gonna hold on to prep, though.
Ooh. That'll do nicely. Akani, not bad at all either.
Right. We've seen how much of a backbreaker Okani for minion can be into the big spell mage, especially when they don't run too many 1-drops. For Gaboom, only Sir Finley in there.
Okay, not a bad little draw. Opens up the Barbaric Sorceress quite nicely, were that to be drawn.
Pocket Train now with the... go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that it's a very respectable life total, so Gaboom probably has many, many turns to work with now.
Yeah, definitely would agree with that. Pocket Train now with the info that it is Rune in hand and not necessarily Drakefire. I would assume the Okani is top of mind here because we are approaching turn 5 with coin for Gaboom, so able to play Belinda or Barbara if they are in hand. But the problem is there's a lot of pressure on the other side for Pocket Train. He needs to commit the extortion and a trade to make sure Okani's not dead on board.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Okay, more stall for Gaboom. I mean, I think he can pretty much give up on the idea of actually winning board control anytime soon. But it's the kind of hand that can fight back and at least keep things at a sort of equilibrium for the near future, unless there's any really powerhouse plays like a Big Edwin or a Boat plus Gone Fishing. But having said that, I think just going for some kind of play like trade into try and play Amplified and then coin out Okani, if that doesn't work.
I can definitely see that. Of course, Okani on the mage's side, I would say, is way less impactful than it has been for Pocket Train, because Pocket Train will have more board presence and potentially more different ways to clear. The mage is a lot more predictable in how they want to go about killing minions because they don't have single target removal. They rely on their minions as a whole. Gaboom choosing to sacrifice the Starfish instead, which I think is reasonable. The Snow Flurry here, its battle cry is definitely not irrelevant.
Saving the coin as well, also pretty impactful for Rune. A turn earlier can be very, very important, as that's kind of about the turn where the board becomes truly unmanageable. But for the moment, sorry, the board looks very manageable. That was at least until a Sharan Vessel came off the top and was discounted as well. It's exactly what Pocket Train needed to see with this Mr. Smite in hand as well.
That's an incredible top deck, and I do favor him using the prep here, even though it doesn't look necessary because of the discount. It allows him to weave in the fillet fighter, which I think is pretty relevant to just ping off the 3-1, and even just as a 3-1 body on board is quite threatening to Gaboom.
Not interested in saving the fillet fighter for Mr. Smite.
Could also be, and looks like Pocket Train is going with that line if he's taking this trade. Merit to daggering here is that it allows him to scabs next turn immediately and still have that dagger intact, because as soon as he replaces his hero, he can no longer necessarily dagger, but he's going to commit the coins here, play around Barbara as best as he can, and that is a huge relief for Gaboom, honestly, because the scabs is just so far off now. Pocket Train not even committing the Maestra.
It works out fine for Gaboom because his opponent just dumped their hand for no reason at all from his perspective. But at the same time, you know, yes, your opponent's playing poorly, but that, oh, sorry, playing around cards that you don't have, I should say, making a play that in this instance is bad. But he doesn't have the cards that would be good were they to not make that play anyway. So he can't really do much with that situation. He just has to play like a 3-3 here. Yes, it saves him some health, but it's really not locking down the board. And it's giving Pocket Train a lot of time to start setting up some real damage.
Right. That being said, Pocket Train's next turn is looking pretty miserable if he doesn't draw something impactful. Obviously, Edwin, another Shroud or Boat would be ideal here.
Oh. And that Mr. Smite nerf really hurts, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Game is quickly slipping away from Pocket Train here. Gaboom is only 2 turns away from being able to coin out that rune of the Archmage, and he's still at 39 health here. Probably gonna go down to 33 at the end of this turn, but that's still above starting health. No problems at all.
Agreed completely. And what are the draws that could even like start to help this situation for Pocket Train?
Edwin to fill out turn 7 is definitely decent.
Yeah.
Especially if you can get it to a health total where it is more resilient to your average rune outcomes.
Outside of Edwin, though, there's really not that much, to be honest. And Gaboom's only just starting to ramp up his power level. He's not slowing down at all.
Abatoa would still be decent here, and maybe Tooth to find something to spend the rest of this mana.
On purpose?
Misordering. Yeah.
Well, not trading first, is that? I mean,
Yeah.
that's fine.
It's 7 a.m. It's fine. We'll let that one slide.
Yeah, pretty much has to just let this board go unless he wants to commit Smite and Dagger into the Doomsayer, and your Smite is done on board?
You have to expect a coin rune as well at this point.
Yeah, he 100% knows it's in hand.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, because of the evoker. So I agree. I think you just let this one go and set up for, you know, play the Scabs, play the Ajaran Vessel, and then hope to get card draw into double Gone Fishing with Mr. Smite. Some nonsense like that.
Yeah, it does need to be supreme nonsense. And to a certain extent, the Doomsayer going off, that sometimes makes the average quality of a rune worse because so many of these spells only target minions. And so we actually see Gaboom going for Okani over rune here, saving the coin for the Drakefire Amulet instead, which I completely agree with. I think it makes a lot of sense here. As to what he should counter, I think Minion, personally, because from his perspective, I think Edwin is the scariest card at the moment.
Agreed completely. Fortunately for him, Scabs is neither minion nor spell nor mineral, animal, vegetable, whatever. It's its own thing.
Wait till they release Diamond Okani that lets you counter hero cards as well. or a new Blade Master that counters either hero card or location card.
Oh, that sounds cool.
All right, here we go. Dragons.
Oh,
Wow. Alagos probably.
yeah, Callie's just always been so strong.
Oh, and the taunt.
Yeah, gobble that up.
Oi, oi, oi. Recon.
Okay.
Any Najak?
Just a little field work.
Nope.
Disciple, yeah, it's like just the most expensive, but it's not really even that good.
Yeah, can be played alongside Vessel, so maybe that is just the line. If he wants to push damage immediately, he can take the Fell Rattler, which is effectively 4 damage on the Primordial Drake.
I'm undead, not dead.
Rocket Train knows he is a million miles away from getting his game plan online, and he's now vulnerable to Rune, but he is just gonna pray that Kaboom opens some below average boxes, I guess.
Yeah, that's the out here. The out is just that they draw some garbage on 2 consecutive runes. That's not great. That's a bit better, but that is a pretty
Wait,
hilarious 10 and 10.
that's literally it. Okay. But Barbara hits here. Now Gaboom knows there's either a prep or a shadow step in Pocket Train's hand that costs 9, another rune for free, and an Okani to top off the turn. There, Gaboom is playing 22 mana worth of spells, worth of cards this turn.
Absolutely disgusting. Oh, that's not
More than
bad either.
Guff. Is it actually 32? Is there a Drakefire left? Yeah, there's a Drakefire left in the deck, and he got Ice Blood right off of the first spell.
God. Yeah, and he only got a copy of it, right? There's still the one in the deck as well. Oh, man, that's... So trade Ing allows you to clear off the whole board, right? Because you've upgraded it once with Wildfire. But he's going with the Okani instead.
Only one dragon.
Oh,
No board space. Oh, poor Pocket Train, completely outclassed by this mage. Honestly, the draw was quite perfect, but also the way Gaboom approached it was very smart. I think he held off on Okani at the right turns, held off on Rune when it wasn't necessary, and Pocket Train, the curve just wasn't kind enough to him.
I respect him still thinking this through, but I would be staggered if he can find anything, even if he could order the cards in his deck exactly how he wanted them. There's nothing here.
Well, he can attempt to get the Undying Disciple Death Rattle to deal with part of this board.
Hold on. I'm getting inspiration.
He cannot play Smite because Okani most likely counters Minion from his perspective. Oh man, the 7 mana step.
7 mana step. I mean, it does counter both halves of Okani being able to step the other pirate, which is kind of funny.
For 7 mana, what a great deal!
Absolute bargain. Is this just lethal?
14, 16, ping, 18. Oh, it's not over yet. Is the Morjash active after ping? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Just go for the owl.
I mean, another
Oh, the
Drakefire.
parrot, sorry. Yeah.
Parrot might be the one way this goes wrong. Completely fringe out of all card draw into fatigue. I don't know. Probably doesn't even happen. What is the most card draw you can get from a parrot? Like 6 AIs and a gift of Vashj'ir, which is 13 draw, but still wouldn't kill him. I'm sorry, that's a math problem waiting to happen. You have 20 mana to spend. How many cards can you draw? Forgot he was just hard running Blizzard as well.
Yeah, that's been the sticking point in his deck. It hasn't looked great so far, but you know, it's an interesting tech and has a lot of utility, obviously, against Rogue with all the stealth they have. Ooh. All right, we can finally let this one end, I think. Finally.
Looks like Pocket Train has a bit of a sense of humor about it, though, given his facial expressions, doing whatever the heck he can, which is not very much, except gather his thoughts for Game 2, because Kaboom takes a completely one-sided victory in our first match of the day. The Big Spell Mage showing why it is so universally just lauded as one of the best decks in the meta.
Just really killing the absolute living daylights out of that Sleepy Dragon before making his way out of the game. Game 1 going to Kaboom, and a nice win as well with the Mage. I think that could have been potentially a bit of a sticking point versus Pocket Train. The Priest feels like it has a nice matchup against that. The Rogue, again, like you said, feels slightly favored against it. So a really nice start for the series for Kaboom, leaving him with just some slightly better matchups, I think. That Rogue still looking very nice.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that Mine Rogue in action. It really hasn't shown its amazing win rate on stream so far, but the numbers still come out in its favor in the Masters Tour as a whole. I think, what was it, just a dozen players bringing that deck? 2 of them in the top 4. It certainly needs to be re-examined, I feel, by the larger field as the week goes on. And that clean list, only 1 column taken up here. And we do have to talk about if it is going to be the switch to Boar Priest for Pocket Train, how exactly the Mine Rogue should play the matchup. I'm pretty sure the way is to make sure that when you play Snowfall Graveyard, in the very next turn, you are able to get a full 30 damage. And that includes a pre-equipped Counterfeit Blade that already went face once. It includes, I think, several Shatter Shamblers and Mines, and, you know, some combination of those alongside the Forsaken Lieutenant if it has something to rush into. But it's certainly possible given enough mana.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when you factor in the Smokescreen that I think was such a nice inclusion in the deck. It obviously gives you that kind of high roll potential with the Burning Blade Acolyte, sorry, as I'm forgetting the name of it, to go alongside that for a bit of extra statage, a bit of extra taunt in the way of the aggro decks. But like you say, it just draws through your entire deck and allows you to set up these close to one-turn OTKs, or sometimes actually true full OTKs in 1 turn. But it's not going to be against the Priest, it's going to be against the Mage, where that is a little bit less of a concern, I think, and it's really just about finding the you know, keeping each turn and the next 2 or 3 turns in mind, but just finding the most damage-efficient route possible, no matter how many turns it takes to do it.
Right, and there is pseudo healing available to the Mage in the armor game from the Evokers, but even, let's say, with 19 armor gained for the Mage, which is about the best well, 20 is the best they can do, but let's say 19 on average if they manage to find both Evokers. I think the Mine Rogue is still well within enough damage to get the job done with the help of a couple 5/8s from the Burning Blade Acolyte. The question is whether they'll have the time here. This is also a matchup where in some situations you can get stuck with a Mine on board and not necessarily a way to kill it off, especially when the Mage can freeze Forsaken, before. If you get in a situation where the Mine has transformed your Forsaken Lieutenant, but it's not died yet, you can't necessarily rush that Mine with attack if it gets frozen. There's a lot of weird small interactions to keep in mind here. And another one is the interaction of the Barbaric Sorceress with Smokescreen, which is one of the whiffs for Barbara to hit.
Indeed, yeah. That could be a bit of a sticking point for Pocket Train were it to come up. Pretty cool start, though, for Kaboom. Unfortunate draw with the Burning Blade Acolyte, but I'm glad that we are getting to see the Swift Scale Trickster plus Smokescreen combo hopefully come up at some point here. As the backstab, while it is really nice to kill off the Naval Mine, I do definitely think it's worth it here just to get this cleared off. You have to do that before the Trickster pop off anyway.
Yeah, completely agree. A little bit of connection issues that I hope will be resolved soon. Both our players playing in an unfortunate time zone, I'm sure, really fatigued. And this certainly doesn't help mental, but we will get them reconnected as soon as possible there. Okay, looking good. Pocket Train's hand is looking very promising. He has the Mailbox Dancer to have one of his powerful 6 drops on turn 5, and I assume that will be Belinda because I think he will see on turn 3 that Gaboom is already going to start playing spells from hand.
Well, if you ever needed a hand that could fight back against the Mine Rogue, this certainly looks like the one to do so. The pickup of the Evoker is absolutely spot on the money to be able to gain a bit of extra health, get some more stats, and bridge you through to probably the Belinda on turn 6 to get those spells online.
Pocket Train has assumed the position of a man who's about to get smoke screened. Nothing, 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 and nothing. No death rattles triggered here. I mean, every time this happens to me, suddenly I'm facing down 4 or 5 8s on the other side of the board because they've already also played Snowfall Graveyard. I mean,
oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Not too bad, but for Gaboom, obviously it's still good to get this cycle, right? Even without the upside of Smokescreen, you did just kind of play 4 mana, draw 5, which is, in most circumstances, pretty good.
Yeah, and it's still not bad here.
Oh, no!
Right? Overdrawing the Naval Mine does hurt, but thankfully for him, the other one in hand, it helps, but that sketchy information is now actually doing nothing as well, right? That's a...
Gets the other Acolyte.
It's only 3 or less, so...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is actually doing nothing here. So Shatter Shambler to set up for that Acolyte on the next turn, I think makes some sense here because I think Gaboom will quickly realize that with only 1 mine, and especially without Graveyard in hand, the pure bomb-based damage is not going to get there against Pocket Train on 38. So he has to somehow connect a couple of the death rattles from Acolyte to face.
Time's ticking.
And I guess if you're going to be going about that, you kind of have to start using some of these burn spells or combo-ish spells like Backstab on just clearing the board. Like, first of all, pray they don't have Belinda or the Barbaric Sorcerer. But then also get rid of all those cards and also get rid of the coin as well, you could argue, to play around Barbaric Sorceress. But for Bagoom, thankfully for Gaboom, it's Belinda anyway.
Barbara, Belinda, and Bagoom.
Bagoomy.
All the good buddies here. Yeah, I think Gaboom was certainly aware of the potential for Barbara on this turn, but I think it's one of those spots where, like, as Boar Priest, you sometimes play the Boar even if you know there's a potential for it to get Naject or something on the other side. It just hurts you too much to use the coin for no real value there, so he held on to it. I think it's very reasonable, but it's not the Barbara which becomes the bane of his existence here, but the Belinda instead. Going to start going face with the Counterfeit Blade. This represents 12 damage over the course of 2 turns. Maybe more if he can find himself that Snowfall Graveyard, but this is looking terrible because even that Forsaken Lieutenant has no targets with both the bombs just used.
Yeah, it's just looking terrible. I think Pocket Train will also very quickly come to the conclusion as well that you can just go for the Drake Fire Amulet, right? 30 with no... no graveyard setup is just a little bit too much, and you can just save the Evoker for next turn whilst setting up lethal.
Right, even if the hand were like prep Graveyard, Wicked Stab, that would not be enough to kill from 30.
Yeah, it's true, especially because, again, you've seen the other Naval Mine. You know that the graveyard shenanigans are somewhat limited.
Love the Halapick. Honestly, kind of a formality, but it's fine.
Yeah. Not the best options there. Even taking just the Cobalt Scale Bane, although from the looks of it, he did not mean to click that.
Okay, if he was gonna misclick at any point, very thankful for Pocket Train that it was at this situation where he has pretty much 100% won the game.
That's all for now.
The man's brain is absolutely melting out of his ears right now. I mean, it doesn't matter at all, but I just love how confused he is right now.
It is pretty entertaining. Man, these players have really been through the ringer, right? It's an absolute marathon that they've had to play through. What time is it now in the UK, Derek?
7 a.m. coming up on.
Waking up in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, waking up in the morning in about 5 hours time usually for me. But yeah, big win for Pocket Train, of course. Both mages ticked off, which means it is a priest on both sides. It is the boar priest for both players as well, right? Which means the only difference is this mine rogue versus the traditional boat rogue for Pocket Train, which again, I think hasn't changed the equation all too much when it was the full best of 5. I do just still think that Gaboom is in a pretty good situation. This mine rogue, very well positioned.
Right, he is going to move away from that rogue for now, though, onto the boar priest, and we are gonna get to see a matchup that I haven't cast in what feels like forever, Dark. It's a boar priest mirror. Hoo-hoo!
Yeah, this is the one that Pocket Train, when I was talking to him just before this match, was saying he probably has to end up queuing this one and winning it for him to have a chance of winning the series, which absolutely looks to be the case. Very well prognosticated by him. Yeah, it's a word I shouldn't be trying to use at this time. I'm definitely going to mess it up and say something inappropriate by accident. Boom here. It's going to be a tough one, right? Again, you do not want to go up against Pocket Train on the Boar Priest, especially not in the mirror when he is just the best Boar Priest player in the world.
Yeah, I think not many people will argue with that, but you know, we gotta shout out a lot of our players. Like anybody who's made it this far with Boar Priest is definitely among the best Boar Priest players in the world, especially because we keep bringing up the fact that Boar Priest overall in the Masters Tour has had a sub 50% win rate, something like 47. So there's a few select people that are, you know, trying to hold up the integrity of this deck, and in the end, in our top 4, it's still outnumbering any other archetype of priest, and they have been playing well above the quality of the rest of the field. Gaboom definitely hasn't really shown too many questions on his play so far. I think it's been very solid on that Boar Priest, but the mirror is a whole different beast, Eric. You have to be so careful about your hand size and whether or not you can afford to leave a cleric on board. Answer to that is usually no.
Good tip for both the players. Hopefully they're listening into the cast. As we see Gaboom holding on to the amulet, which makes sense. You know, you can just trade that away on turn 1 and you are replacing it whilst also furthering your own game plan. But the boar keep in the starting hand is a little surprising.
Really? I feel like it's a decent one to go for. Maybe the fact that he's kept 2 cards which aren't like strict card draw. You can kind of say tradable as card draw to a certain extent, but the boar itself doesn't feel necessary till later on, I would agree, but it's never something you're upset to see in the opening hand, especially in a matchup where it can sometimes be hard to get it dead without committing a pyro because there's not too many minions on the other side.
Okay, pretty juicy hand coming in for both players now, with Gaboom having access to Northshire Cleric and the Gift of the Naru. So a switcheroo into a Pyro gives him a very, very impressive draw turn indeed. Whereas Pocket Train on the other side has found the missing piece of his Pyro Cleric Gift draw turn, which means both players are looking to get off to a very, very fast start.
Something to take note of with the Cleric Pyro combo is that you don't often have minions on the other side of the board to take advantage of as damaged. There's not often too many gonna be left there, so sometimes you need to make do with just not too many draws from your Pyro and Cleric turn. And that can be fine as long as you've kind of planned it out that you have enough card draw to generally meet the bottom of your deck here. So Gaboom, with the option to play an active Handmaiden this turn.
Right. A little expensive, but you know, none of the cards that he would be expending are crucial in the form of Shard, Shadow Word, Coin, Handmaiden. I think he still has the core combo of Cleric, Gift, and then a Pyro, which he will hopefully draw in the next 1 or 2 turns.
Right. This works out very cleanly for his curve. At the very least, he can play a Handmaiden again next turn and dump a card like that Illuminate. Should the Illuminate be played this turn? I don't think so. He can save that for a Pyro turn or a Vashj'ir turn.
Big problem for Pocket Train right now, which that Holy Smite may have just solved, is that his Northshire Cleric has 4 health after it was swapped with Zyrella. So it's actually going to be a little bit difficult to clear off on the turn where he goes for Pyro Cleric draw, which, as you so correctly laid out at the start, is a massive liability. Your opponent can overdraw you quite a lot of cards if you allow them to do so. But as I said, with the other Northshire Cleric picked up or the Holy Smite, it should be fine for Pocket Train to go in on the draw next turn.
Pretty good pickup from the Dredge for Gaboom in the Flash Heal, if only to just draw 1 more card at the end of the turn. But he still needs to find something else to kill the Cleric. It can just be 2 spells from here, to be fair. Heal anything but the Cleric. So exclusively the Pyro, and then you're good. Oh wait, my bad. Yeah, the Gift is gonna heal the Cleric further, so he needs to get something from these next couple draws. Still has mana to work with thanks to Vashj'ir though.
Oh, well, it's actually possible to do it now with the pickup of Gift. That's with the Desperate Prayer. That's so sick.
Yeah, that's great that he doesn't need to commit the Vashj'ir this turn. He could still though, and just weave in the Handmaiden because that is plenty of mana to be refreshed. Might as well, right? Going to weave in the hero power before finally putting the Cleric to rest here. It's done her job, and now she's just a complete danger.
No more tears, my queen.
Very nicely done from Gaboom. I think getting the vast majority of possible draw there. I was wondering if there was any angle with Handmaiden instead, but this definitely looks solid. He can still go Handmaiden next turn.
Well, it almost looks like Pocket Train is not going in. Okay, no, you're still going for the draw on this turn, not going for the Holy Smite first, and that's fine. He can go for the Illuminate. Finds himself Amulet, the perfect card to get off the Illuminate to allow him to get the combo almost guaranteed on turn 8 now. And with the way this is looking, it's no, probably not available next turn, but a good setup for a turn 8 Sword Swing, as is the most common play that you're going for.
Did give the shake of a head though, because that's not too many spells to work with here to keep the Vashj'ir train going potentially. He has seen, to be fair, double Gift on the other side, so leaving Cleric is less scary than it would normally be in this position. And Gaboom's also in a spot where if he wants to spend like 2 mana or 1 mana of Flash Heal or that 2 mana hero power to try and overdraw Pocket Train, he would need to do it 2 times, and that probably wrecks his own game plan.
There's the other piggy. And with a 0 mana amulet of his own, I'm thinking once again, that's looking to be a turn 8 swing for Gaboom. However, he is obviously going second, so the turn 8 swing becomes very often just not good enough.
Right. Doesn't pick up the other amulet here because maybe the smite to kill off his own boar is prioritized. Definitely needs to dump it here though. And Pocket Train breaking all the rules, right? Leaves the Cleric on board a while ago, plays a Pyro into an Akani, and it just works out because of the specific situation recognition. I don't think he's ahead though. Let's see how he can leverage this. That Handmaiden can be activated here, and the Vashj'ir can potentially keep this turn going far longer than it normally would.
Okay, trade. You can take I think the 0 mana amulet back, because I don't think the other one is at level 3. So you do need to keep trading on this turn, most likely.
Question is, what's the Handmaiden activation at? Because I think that heavily informs whether or not Pocket Train is going to dump this shard.
Okay, there we go.
That's ready.
Yeah, all the trading needed done. So it is probably just setting up for play a bunch of small spells plus Priestess next turn, I suppose, but they don't really actually accomplish that much. He just needs to be able to kill the boar and then basically pray that he gets the other amulet off the top of the deck now.
Right. There might be a world where he can continue to dig with Handmaiden all in the same turn as killing the boars, because that other amulet costs 0, and the Vashj'ir also lets him work with a lot more mana. He is just kind of scared of himself dying this turn if there is double 0 cost amulet from Gavoom or some sort of mana cheat combination like that. We can see, though, only one amulet for now, and crucially, a boar still in hand that needs to be killed off by this Holy Smite, and no Devour or Pyro to kill off the activations from the amulet. So I think in most instances, Pocket Train still gets ahead here, but he needs the draws to be kind to him, because I don't think he can see the very bottom of his deck next turn.
Is there any way that Gavoom can kind of fudge a 2-turn setup where you... the mana's just not quite there. I was wondering if you could go for, like, kill the boar, play the 3 mana amulet, and then next turn play the 0 mana amulet to get the sword anyway. If you can play maybe the Devour alongside it, but I don't think Pocket Train's really going to give that to him.
It is certainly worth thinking about, but yeah, you're right. The mana just isn't there. And even if he could, I feel like being the second to equip sword still works out against your favor.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. This is the turn for Pocket Train. Picks up a 0-cost spell, which is amazing, if only to both create some more hand space and work as more refreshes for this Priestess Vashj'ir.
There it is. That's what we needed to see. Board space is fine, as long as you go with the 2 first, then the 3. No worries whatsoever.
Absolutely. And even Vashj'ir for good measure, because she's not really doing much after this turn anyway.
Yes.
This line to stick the Pyro on board and represent a minion threat on top of having the sword. Pocket Train gets across the finish line, even though it looked like he was much slower on the card draw train. I think the prioritizing of saving Vashj'ir for the combo turn is something that needs to be looked at as well.
It is finished.
And the thing that I love most about this, after what appears for all intents and purposes to be an incredibly clean game of Boar Priest, Pocket Train is already thinking all the ways that he can criticize himself, all the ways he threw in that game. He can just always find something. He's the nitpickiest of players with this deck, which is what makes him such a strong player with the deck overall. So a huge win. Getting the Boar Priest out of the way means that now it's just the Rogue that he needs to get over the finish line. So it's Boat Rogue versus Boar Priest and Boat Rogue versus Mine Rogue on the other side for 2 final chances for Pocket Train to take the win. I'd put him in the lead at this point, given that he's 2-1 up, but not by a huge margin, because I don't like the look of either of those 2 matchups especially.
Yeah, that is true. I think that the latest iteration of Mine Rogue that now has the capability of getting random 5/8 taunts has helped its matchup against Boat Rogue quite a bit. And I don't think it was terrible even before this version was out, because just kind of beating down the the Boat Rogue when they don't get the double null start is pretty reliable. We are going to see this match up first, and Pocket Train does have Vessel available to him and Extortion. I'm certain the Extortion is a keep. I was going to say Vessel is questionable as to whether he has time, but obviously if he picks up Prep, that's the best way to actually end up racing the Mine Rogue.
Okay, very, very welcome pickup indeed for Pocket Train here.
This is so interesting how to approach these early turns because on top of having two different tradables, he's also the Warlock hero power, which is normally great for the boat rogue, but every tap and it's both damaging you, getting closer within certain breakpoints of the Mine Rogue, and also a turn where you're not developing minions here. So we could see Pocket Train forego the hero power altogether in favor of coining out the prep vessel.
I think in this instance, though, against specifically Mine Rogue, every single turn is so crucial, and getting out of this pressure as soon as possible, I do think, is just that little bit too important, which is why I'm a big fan of this play. You got the Cutlass to trade away next turn as well. You should be able to find something.
I completely agree. You're on a very tight clock as the Boat Rogue here versus Mine Rogue, and that's why I do favor Pocket Train not getting baited by Maestro, giving him the good hero power in the one matchup where it's not that good. And also just the decision to trade Cutlass over Extortion on turn 1. Normally, I would say trade Extortion first because that's the card that you don't want to get discounted by the Cutlass. But I think Pocket Train was in a position where just trying to high roll that discount on the vessel so he could get it down as soon as possible was a reasonable line.
And both players starting to draw pretty dead, though, with Swift Scale Trickster being the best option available to Gaboom. Really, really, really praying for the smoke screen now, obviously, for the best draw in his deck by a country mile. Whereas Pocket Train, I think, could just keep quite happily trading away here. Reconnaissance, fine. Just a way to spend your mana.
I have a question, Derek. I know you're not American, but the term country mile, is that longer or shorter than just a straight up mile?
A regular mile. I have no idea.
Is it closer to a kilometer? Oh no, Gaboom is top deck. It's terrible. He has no Death Rattle synergy and no good hits for the Trickster. Relegated to clearing the board as Mine Rogue, unimagineable. And this Vassal Jailer pickup is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing my best TJ impression here, but I think a country mile, from what I can tell, just means a mile. It's just another way of saying it, as to differentiate from a nautical mile, I think, perhaps.
Oh, I see.
Or just because Imperial is bloody stupid.
Well, that's finally a mine found for Gaboom, which means he can now get some activation on the counterfeit blade. Represents 12 damage, maybe more if he finds the graveyard, but he's even been robbed of his Trickster here. I think there is no way on earth that Gaboom is going to commit damage into this Jailer, so that Trickster is just completely in the void now. Oh, chomping up the mine as well.
That's so sick.
Yep. It was there.
El Sol Jailer says, no, mine, and takes it for himself, getting a good amount of pressure on the board at the same time. You know, at the start of this game, Pocket Train was getting nowhere. He was just, you know, doing his best impression of a crypto enthusiast, trading back and forth, but having absolutely nothing to show for it. But now, finally, he's getting somewhere.
Wait, that's the other mine, and there was a Shatter Shambler played. So technically, Gaboom is just, you know, either a Wicked Stab or a Snowfall Graveyard away from lethal next turn. This is still very real. Hands together in prayer.
It's possible. It's still possible. We're looking for the graveyard as the out right now.
Tradable graveyard or Wicked Stab would get the job done, right? Because the mine explodes upon playing it, and then there's 8 damage right now from the blade.
Oh!
He has to keep going! What is this? This is giving me flashbacks of Glory versus Possessy. Tradable. Oh no! He doesn't have enough mana. If he could only play this blade and blow it up in the same turn, that would have been enough.
Oh, and it's so close. There's just exact lethal for Pocket Train next turn. I mean, ignoring the obvious way over lethal that he has. But I think that's going to be it. A final kaboom for Gaboom, but it's not enough as Pocket Train sends himself through to the grand finals. He has done it. Dravo versus Pocket Train is going to be the finals of Masters Tour for sure.
Immediately typing in what I can only assume is the Mr. Tourney Ufen group.
Let's see.
There to everybody on his results, and absolutely he should be proud of it. That is an amazing showing there on the Boar Priest, of course, as his signature deck at this point, but also showing that he has very good matchup understanding on all the other decks. On the Rogue here, I think a lot of players could have potentially gotten baited by the Warlock hero power. The choice to pick Fellsoul Jailer was definitely the right one here. It denied Gaboom of a mine for lethal and a trickster for, you know, potential smoke screen if it had been drawn. Very, very cleanly done there. Derek, my only regret is that we don't get the chance to see a Mine Rogue versus a deck that has Pelican Diver, and I cannot truly make use out of my mine joke.
As hilarious as that would have been, Gia, I'm happy to let that one slide. As Dravo, as we see there, versus Pocket Train. It's going to be a really interesting finals, I think, actually, because Dravo has got himself, again, that very, very unique lineup with the Mine Warlock, the Mine Rogue, just very, very slow decks in general that tend to prey on the slightly slower decks in their own right, given that it's mainly combo decks. Whereas Pocket Train is the kind of the premier combo player in his own right on that Boar Priest. So I think there's going to be some really interesting counterplay no matter what here, as we have it all set. And for no matter what here, for Dravo, Habu Gabu, Gaboom, and Pocket Train, it's looking like a great start to the second half of the year here, with them all in great standing to try and make the full championships, but the winner being in decidedly better stead.
Definitely so, Derek. I think all these players should already be very proud of their performances, putting themselves in a great spot to make it through towards the fall championship. But right now, all eyes on Dravo and Pocket Train to see which one of them can get themselves that ticket to the championships right here and now. It's all coming down to this. The grand finals are coming right up.
That's right. So while we get that set up, we're going to go to a break. I'd imagine maybe a slightly longer one, just so Pocket Train can get his band set up, whatever other strategizing he needs to do pre-match, as Dravo had a good amount of time to do so himself. But when we come back, the grand finals of Masters Tour Vashj'ir. It's finally time, and we're going to crown our champion. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Over 300 players started this journey 3 days ago, and only 2 remain here at Masters Tour Vashj'ir. And with me, the 2 of us that remain, Derek Brown and myself, are going to bring you the action with a UK player in the final. Derek, are we going to get it done this time?
I'm feeling it, man. The UK has been on the rise in competitive Hearthstone. We've had Judgment, we've had Dead Draw, we got Pocket Train as well, now flying the flag for the UK in the finals. But cannot be stressed enough, this is not going to be an easy match for either of our 2 players, as Dravo has been one of the longest running Masters Tour players. He's been here right from the start. He's played in a whole bunch of them. Top 20 in terms of all-time Masters Tour wins coming into this weekend. And I think he might have crept up there over the course of today as well. Like, he's overtaken Possessi, I think, at this point, current Hearthstone world champion, and a good few other names as well. To cap that off with a victory here at Masters Tour Vashj'ir, I think would truly cement Dravo as the household name that he deserves to be.
Yeah, playing very calmly on stream, playing a lineup that we really haven't seen that much of outside of the French players as well. Taking on Pocket Train, who has the lineup that their playtest group settled on after like 10 minutes into the meta. The others sort of changed a deck here and there, most of them taking out the Boar Priest, because who can play Boar Priest? Well, the answer is both of these 2 players, because it's Boar Priest and Boar Priest in the final. And with the Druids banned away, we are going to see that Boar Priest in action, which I've got to say, Derek, that excites me, because watching good Boar Priest players never gets old.
It doesn't, yeah, exactly. That's why I tend not to bother playing it myself, because it's just, it just pales in comparison. It just feels like we're playing entirely different decks when you can play it, compare it to the likes of Dravo and Pocket Trade in particular. But I got to say, speaking of the Boar Priest, that does kind of set the stage for where both players are in terms of their lineup. Dravo going all in on the combo strategies. He's got the Boar Priest, obviously, as the most common of the combo decks. He's got Mine Rogue, of which 2 managed to get through to the semi-finals, despite only about 12 players bringing it, I think. So clearly massively overperforming in terms of the expected results of the deck. And also Mine Warlock, which is, I think, even less represented than the Mine Rogue, but it managed to get all the way through to the final. And when you start to run through all the matchups for Dravo, it really does start to make sense how he's done so well. The fact that Big Spell Mage was so popular, but seems to struggle so much against the likes of Mine Rogue and Mine Warlock, really bolsters his win percentage so heavily. And if you consider the second most popular deck of like Boat Rogue or Jackpot Rogue, they're often pretty much the same in terms of their matchup spread. Mine Rogue again starts to look very, very good. So as much as I am rooting for Pocket Train to be that first UK winner of a Masters Tour, I do think Dravo is in a slightly superior spot statistically.
Yeah, I've been saying it all weekend that the stats don't bear that out, but the stats in this tournament and Dravo's performances absolutely do. So let's see how we are. But the Druid being banned by both players surprised me a little bit here. Pocket Train maybe in the same boat as me, saying, well, you know, these mine decks, they're not real. But at some point, you've got to accept that they are. So going to be interesting to see if that ban comes off. The graphic there is not updated. I did add something on the bottom that I didn't mention previously, but really should have. Pocket Train was rank 1 legend on Americas and Europe at the end of June. Oh.
Did he get, was that a finish?
Largely
both
Mage.
at once, or?
Yeah, both at once. He finished with both at once.
Wow. I mean, that's like, that's back to Cat, right? Is the last
I think
time
Cat
that,
was the last one, yeah.
The last one, the person that did that, yeah. Very, very impressive indeed. And, you know, it's no secret. Pocket Train is just absolutely no-lifing Hearthstone right now. Yes. He is playing an ungodly amount of Hearthstone, which is showing. It's obvious, you know, if you watch his stream where he's jamming an awful lot of Boar Priest in particular, you will be blown away by the level of his play. I absolutely guarantee you. And the fact that he's here through to the finals of a Masters Tour is also bearing the fruit of his labor. But it just goes to show, you know, this is not by accident. The Pocket Train has come relatively recently to competitive Hearthstone and is already having so much success. It is through sheer force of will, sheer grit, and just putting his nose to the grindstone, which we love to see. Also having fairly recently turned on his stream for the first time and seems to be enjoying that greatly. Just goes to show this man's love for Hearthstone.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Big Spell Mage. We've talked about that a lot, so I'm going to carry on talking about Pocket Train for a minute. He's one of these players that sort of reminds me of Muzzy and Frozen, where amazing ladder player, everyone knows who they are, and then play a few tournaments, do okay, and nothing special, and suddenly make the breakthrough. And the last 2 or 3 times Pocket Train's been playing tournaments, he's been up there, sort of knocking at the door and already into this final. I think this won't be the first, it will be the first final he's in, but it won't be the last final we see Pocket Training. I think he is going to be right up there if he carries on streaming, if he carries on playing this much with some of the greats. And it's a bit early to say he's one of them yet, but I think this is where the train leaves the station, Derek, and heads towards a very long run of victories.
Well, he's got some stiff competition were he to continue doing so. All, of course, this year coming from the Meistertournee Offen Gruppen with both Habugabu, Fury Hunter, and now Pocket Train as well, representing the undeniably best practice group in Hearthstone right now. Jumping into Game 1 of the Grand Finals, we see Dravo with an interesting starting hand. The sketchy information to draw yourself that mine is very interesting indeed. But for Pocket Train, this is the juice. Mailbox Dancer into a turn 4 Belinda, into a turn 5 Amulet. Mwah. It's perfect.
Yep. Absolutely the hand you want, and one we haven't seen that much of during this tournament. But depending what Dravo does, it might not matter. Let's have a look how the Rogue performs. The Mage just may have 0 agency in the game. It happens sometimes. Oh my goodness.
Ooh. This is a very impressive start. Yeah, absolutely trade that away. You don't care about the Barbaric Sorceress too much. It's all about Belinda right now.
Yeah. Barbaric Sorceress is very much the backup plan, one that you use like 2/3 of the time, but it's still the backup plan. The plan is just jam a Belinda and off you go. And needs to work out the consequences of potentially playing the Mailbox Dancer. One of which is it allows your opponent to dump a backstab.
I wonder.
As you say, he's not really too bothered about the Barbarics, so just get that coin. Might play it next turn, as he's probably going to do nothing on turn 3, then turn 4 he can double coin Belinda.
Yeah, it's very specific cards your opponent would need to have to be able to punish it. Like if they're going to go Swift Scale Trickster into Smokescreen 1 turn earlier, they then also have to have the backstab to be able to kill it off first. So personally, I think it is definitely worth the risk to just slam down the mailbox here. And you might draw something better on turn 3 to play anyway, like the Treasure Guard.
Yeah. Okay, one more turn, and then it's all going to go crazy on both sides of this board. The mine, obviously, in hand drawn, as expected.
Get rid of that. Okay, that's a good draw.
That's actually handy, yeah. The armor's relevant.
Very, very relevant. Okay.
Yeah. Well, nothing doing, really.
Yeah, some pretty big whiffs here. We're really looking for that graveyard to be able to double down on these death rattles. Obviously, Smokescreen is just the best draw in the deck with this Swift Scale Trickster still in hand. So while there are many, many good draws available to Dravo, he's not finding them right now. And he really only has 1, maybe 2 more turns to draw them, because this is a lot of pressure coming in for Pocket.
Yeah, he's got 2 turns to win the game, and that's if Pocket doesn't decide to gain 10 armor next turn and make it even more difficult.
That's just an absolute whiff for Dravo.
It's just so silly, a 9-10. Forgetting the reductions on the cards, it's just a huge minion.
Honestly, it kind of feels like you are just supposed to pass. I think, you can see this game is very rapidly slipping away from you, but the way to respond to that isn't to panic and play all your cards. It's to wait for the graveyard. It's to prep that out, and you go Lieutenant, coin, mine, on the same turn, I think, is available with the prep factored in as well. And then with the backstab, you're not necessarily killing your opponent, but that's a lot of damage, right? It's 8, 16, it's 24 damage. You know, if you draw that on the next turn, you are potentially looking at lethal, which is, I think, most certainly the out right now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Pocket Train goes about his turn, actually, having assuming that Dravo does nothing here. Will he just gain the armor first, or will he start launching in with the spells?
The dead never rest.
Because it does just buy you another turn a lot of the time here.
Yeah, taking the risk on playing the Lieutenant. Obviously, it has stealth, so it's somewhat difficult to interact with. And there's a big taunt. Is a very, very big deal for Pocket Train to stop this 2 damage going face. For Dravo, we're really looking again for the Graveyard to be able to win the game, I think, actually, on this turn. But doesn't find it. Yeah, and this means he is very, very likely to be dead on the following turn.
Yeah. Most probably, at least. Could only 3 damage to the face. Isn't a certainty. There's a lot of rubbish happens. He doesn't have... Oh, he does. He gets the 0 mana off, so he will be able to play anything that gets put in his hand.
Yeah, I think you just slam the Deepwater Evoker every single time, and then you can think from there. You can push 3 off lethal on this turn, so I do think it probably ends up as Rune of the Archmage.
I think so too.
Because there's a very decent shot at finding lethal. But Pocket Train's feeling even more confident than that, just going with the Drake Fire Amulet instead to double down on this minion pressure. And therefore, Dravo, I think, even with a top deck of the Graveyard at this point, is going to be just short.
If he gets it, see if we can count.
Oh, also, got to be said, what a clever spot from Pocket Train as well. A really subtle play, but pinging the mine but not destroying it means that it can't be backstabbed anymore because it's damaged. So even if a Snowfall Graveyard is found, this Naval Mine can't actually be killed alongside it. Only the one in the hand can be done.
Here we go. Oh no, it's not going. It's fine.
Yeah, Smokescreen instead. Good turn. You know, it's a very, very powerful play indeed. But it's still just not preventing lethal. Pocket Train quickly adds it up. I mean, he knew it was beforehand, but he's just double-checking to make sure.
Yeah, I feel like he does that sort of thing to keep himself going sometimes. Like, he's bored, he knows he's won the game. Well, what could my opponent have done? And that's how he gets so good so fast. And takes that 1-0 lead. A little nod from Pocket Train there. And one ahead very quickly in the final. And getting the mage out of there.
Exactly, yep. Got very lucky in his draw with the mage, but hey, now is the time to get lucky. If any series of Hearthstone, it's the time to do it. It's now. As drawing the Belinda, the Mailbox Dancer, the Deepwater Evoker as well. The perfect mage hand in any matchup, and especially here against the Mine Rogue. Whereas Dravo, he had multiple turns where he had outs for lethal, just needed a little bit of extra help from the top of his deck. But again, we're seeing this very interesting development from both Dravo and Gaboom, both of whom brought the Mine Rogue. I'd be curious to know whether they practice together, not entirely sure. But they're players who both keep half of the combo in terms of draw. We've seen Gaboom keep Smokescreen in hand with no Trickster, and we saw there Dravo keeping Trickster in hand with no Smokescreen, which both times has worked out terribly for them. The half of the combo has been stuck in hand for almost the entire game with nothing to synergize alongside it.
I think that is just one of the problems with the deck, though, right? I think if you don't, you do have to try and get the combo together one way or another.
Right.
You know, there isn't much else going on in that deck. A little tiny bit of survivability, but not really. It's a pretty all-in sort of deck.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm not saying that what they're doing is wrong at all. I think it's the kind of play that looks bad because, you know, a lot of the time it doesn't work out, but it's the kind of play that I trust them to have done the work and to figure out that it is actually good and does boost your win rate quite a lot, even if it's not working out for them right now. But here is a very, very important matchup indeed for Pocket Train. It's only the Boar Priest and the Rogue left. The Boar Priest, I mean, it's Pocket Train, man. We have to expect that it can get a win at some point. So if he can sneak the win in with his Rogue against the Mine Rogue, I think Pocket Train can all but take the trophy right now.
Oh, that would destroy all narratives if he goes 2-0 up here and then can't get it done with the Boar Priest. I think I might even cry myself to sleep. No, that's not the narrative we want. If he's going to lose it, fine. Dravo winning, fine. But don't do it by losing with Boar Priest 3 times. Thanks. Interesting opener here as well from Pocket Train. Matchup where it's kind of hard to get the pressure, but the Akani so good against pretty much everything, honestly, on curve.
Yeah, extortion, sure, you know, just have a tradable to further reduce the cost of the nulls that you are hopefully drawing. The real question mark in the hand was Akani, and to be perfectly honest, I was leaning towards tossing it. My reasoning being you just really, really, really want to hit the nulls at all costs in order to ramp the pressure up as quickly as possible. But this rogue can suffer against Blade Master, to be fair. If you go for minion, they don't have very many removal options in terms of their spells, and so you can really clog up their game plan where they can't play down a Lieutenant, a Mine, a Trickster, some of these very powerful, necessary cards.
Sorry, I was laughing there as he started hovering over how many spells he had in his hand to count them. Because it's 1,000,000 o'clock in the morning or 1,000,000 o'clock at night, and he needs to know how much the Fortitude was going to cost.
Wow, this hand is so weird for Pocket Train.
You feel you're far enough behind to just jam Edwin and see what happens here? Buy and get a monstrous Edwin and just win the game if you get it?
Yeah, but you don't, right? You've got double prep in hand. It never pops off, really. I think you just go coin Akani. Yeah, if you're going to coin either of your four drops, it's this one. But for that matter, it's really not going to work out for Pocket Train because Dravo can just go with Counterfeit Blade, Backstab, probably killing off the Akani, but honestly, you could consider just going face at this point. Probably kill it off.
Probably wants to kill it off just because, I think. We'll see. No, you're right.
Oh, no. No shot. Imagine.
Wow.
I was going to say, if you have the graveyard in hand, then sure, yeah, you just launch everything face because you're going to get there anyway. But here, it's a little bit riskier. Gets another Shadow Step here, which, I mean, I guess you just throw it down on the Edwin. There's a Mr. Smite in hand. I don't know.
How desperate do you think you are? That's the thing. Do you just go for the monster double prep Edwin? I know that's terrible. I understand. But yeah, he's going to play it safe. But you have to at some point think, oh, I'm so dead. Do I just need to draw into spell after spell and draw 1,000,000 cards? But even that wouldn't get you there. He's just drawn no board presence at all.
Oh, poor Pocket Train. I mean, he could play the Vessel on... Oh, no, sorry. What am I talking about? Prep. God, it is early in the morning, isn't it? Next
really
turn,
is, yeah.
he can play the Vashj'ir Vessel, if not on this turn. Which is, you know, pretty good if he can then find the Gone Fishing to synergize with the Mr. Smite. There's a very good shot at lethal in the near future.
Dravo's so close to his own lethal here.
Oh, now you've got to kill it, right? Surely.
I don't know, I think you might just get through.
Oh, you just lose the Lieutenant. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I guess you lose 4 damage this way instead of 6 damage this way. It's a pretty simple equation. Oh, is it just lethal for that matter? Hey, there we go. That'll do it. Yeah, fun game, Pocket. I agree.
The look of the rogue player who draws double prep, double shadow step has not changed over the years. And nor has Dravo's look when he wins games of Hearthstone. It just looks the same whether he's winning or losing, and that's got to be the key, I think. But yeah, that's all done without a graveyard as well.
Well, actually, Lorinda, you're kind of wrong, because if you had offered a Hearthstone player in 2014, 2015, hey, you can draw double prep, double shadow step, and Edwin in your starting hand.
Sure, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, actually, you know what? That sounds pretty good. I'll take that. This Edwin,
no other
though,
minions? Maybe not.
Yeah, this one not so much. And, Pocket Train, you know, looking a little belligerent for a person who just drew Belinda on turn 4 into the amulet on the following turn. You know, you high rolled and then you got high rolled. The first 2 games were pretty one-sided either way, not a lot that the losing player could have done. Now we enter the real meat of the series, yes. Lorinda, with the Boar Priest still ready to go on both sides, and that Mind Warlock for Dravo, which is, I think, really just the secret sauce of his lineup.
Yeah, the secret sauce, a slightly spicy secret sauce. Just haven't seen this deck. I know Sottle apparently called it in the middle of day 1 or something. Well, of course he did. Sure. Yeah, of course he did, Derek. Yeah, exactly. But nobody was talking about this deck until the start of today, when we suddenly like, what's this doing here? Why are you here? What are you doing in this lineup? And here he is in the final, and no stats to go on to mean anything. We're just sort of flying blind on this deck to some degree.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're basing our matchup knowledge off of Owl Warlock because it is, for the most part, very, very similar. Just, I think, probably a slightly improved version of the deck. We can argue about the speed at which the combo happens, because obviously Owl slows down the speed at which you're going for the combo, because you have to spend a turn playing a 7-mana card, which feels absolutely horrible. But you do then have to do less death rattles in order to kill your opponent most of the time. With Naval Mine, there's a good chance that you need to fit in Tamsin plus Tamsin's Phylactery to double down on giving all your minions death rattle. But I think that's more than made up for the fact that you're playing a 2-mana Naval Mine, a 1, maybe even a 0-mana Naval Mine, if the Ruined Myth Lords play ball with you in your efforts. And so I do think this is a very, very stripped-down version of the deck. And honestly, I'm kind of on board. I think it does decently well against the aggro decks, a little bit better than the Curse version, because you're also playing Hellfire in those early turns. You still have the full removal suite package, and you don't have some of those clunky, more expensive Curse cards. And it also does very well against the slower decks, because it's just an OTK deck.
Yeah, it does seem to fit very well, as do all of Dravo's combo decks. They all seem to be roughly the same speed, apart from sometimes Rogue kills you on turn 3. But in general, they're all pretty much the same thing. I guess the Rogue deck is the faster. The one thing with this Warlock deck needing so much combo, though, to do the full amount of damage, is that it does have to survive an awfully long time without whiffing. Like, it does have to get very deep in the deck by the nature of a 3-card combo.
Pocket Train and me, I think, both making pretty much the exact same face at that point of being very thoroughly impressed with how this game is going. Coin Prep Vessel, obviously available just to kick things off. But it's not necessarily quite so obvious as that, because there's a lot of other options here revolving more heavily around Null in order to be able to kick this hand off a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I quite like the Vessel early, which means it will be wrong. Just because it curves nicely into Shroud and then whatever other stuff you have. But obviously Null is the cheaper, safer option. It's worked nicely here into whatever he wants to do, honestly, next turn.
Yeah, I am a big fan of this line. The Pocket Train is going for, you are able to get, you know, less stats online immediately, but much more survivable stats online. A couple of 3/3s. Die pretty quickly, straight up to Hellfire, to Drain Soul once they attack as well. And this just makes a board that's a little bit tougher to answer, right? The differing health totals mean that Hellfire's not quite good enough, just Null isn't quite good enough. You're very likely to get some subsequent damage through as well.
Note to self, mine has been played. Yeah, now he slows it down just a touch, obviously. It's the second Fillet Fight, which makes this an easy decision, not a harder one, where you'd have to have burned it the other way. You wouldn't be able to use it with any potential smite finishes later on, but it's nice when you've got 2 of them, you can just put one away nicely.
Probably just a nice, easy Hellfire. Take the 4 healing while you're at it. Why not? You're going to have plenty of cards in hand, and so dumping them while you can is very smart, I think.
Oh.
Now we're talking. Gone fishing, please. You're begging for that anytime soon.
Absolutely, yeah. And with that in mind, you might just want to play the other vessel now just to make sure your opponent isn't drawing cards. They're busy dealing with your stealthy 3/3s. You're just hassling them into a Carney the turn after, and then you see where you're at.
I mean, you talk about denying them from being able to draw cards because they're clearing your board, but they can actually do both at the same time if you go to the vessel, which is kind of why I was interested in going for Edwin. Like, you know, again, you're not playing against a 40-card deck here. There's a very reasonable shot that they have Tamsin in hand at this point, and Edwin, even if it does literally nothing else, just is a 4/4 draw a card, it survives. You can play the Fillet Fighter alongside it if you like, and you get to push something face. Whereas here, in the disaster scenario that they do have Tams in, Pocket has nothing to show for his efforts.
Yeah, and that is how it turned out. Let's get the Akani and picks the minion. I think makes sense because there's so many spells, they're so cheap to proc away. That this gives you a chance of hitting.
That was
Now the rod's out. Yeah, drawing afterwards, before.
Yeah, that's a 9 AM play.
Yeah. You remembering the +1.
Please, I'm an international man of mystery.
I just had to check to make sure you had remembered the +1 there for a second. No. Okay, this Edwin is crucial. Pocket Train going to be able to do anything.
Oh, that's yucky. Yeah. I think he stabbed the Okani, right? It's surely going to die at some point soon. Okay. I guess it depends on what you draw, how big the Edwin can get. Oh, okay. Shadow Step again on the Maestra. That's fine.
Yeah.
Probably worth it to play it. The problem is, though, that, you know, if you Shadow Step it here and replay it, yes, you get one extra card, but you lose a Shadow Step when you have Mr. Smite and Fillet Fighter in hand. And so I think Pocket Train actually ended up with the same thought process that I did of I'd rather lose +2/+2 on my Edwin and hold the Shadow Step. It's gonna die to entitled customer anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. I was thinking that 7's a lot more than 5, but the customer, if you're on 8, you're just still dying, so sure. This Viper's irritating Dravo, just keeps coming back for more.
Does need to play a 1-mana minion, which is fine, because he can play the Null, get that counted, and then slam the customer.
Are you gonna clean that up?
The customer is slammed. Pocket Train's drawn the fish in.
Oh, how much? That's just lethal,
Gotta
right?
be it, right? 6.
12.
14,
It's mega lethal.
18.
It's mega lethal.
Yeah, plus the prep tooth. 21.
Yeah. Huge draw for Pocket Train out of nowhere. That will perk him up for the final potential game of the series. Getting the win with this Boat Rogue, enormous. Only his signature deck. Pocket Train left with just the Boar Priest as the single best Boar Priest player in the world right now. He's got to be on cloud 9. The victory is within touching distance.
I mean, he might be signed by any number of teams, Derek, but yeah. Boar Priest, we've talked about it all tournament, how good he is on this deck. We haven't seen much of him on it. The one time we really got to see him go, he played fantastically. And yeah, as much as I like Dravo's play, as much as I'd love Dravo to win this tournament, Pocket Train winning this tournament on Boar Priest, it's got to be, hasn't it? Surely he can't lose twice with it. It's favoured against everything if you're Pocket Train, or so he says.
Well, that's the annoying thing, because he's one of those players who will say that his pet deck is favoured against everything. And for him, it's true. For you, it's not. I guarantee, if you just want to go and queue up Boar Priest on ladder, if you haven't played it before, you will lose a lot of games before you start winning some. Just ask my co-caster.
Yep. 9-star gamers signing in, and it's all Boar Priest's fault. Last season was horrible because of my Boar Priest endeavours, I tell you. But boy, do I spot a board piece mistake when I see one.
You've seen
I
them
see
all.
it coming a mile off, but not with this man.
All right, how are we feeling about this hand? Handmaiden, tick. Cleric plus Gift of the Naru is interesting, of course, because it means that you're just a pyro away from getting that big sweeping draw turn. But I do see where he's coming from by throwing it away. We'd rather find cards like Thrive in the Shadow, fantastic. The Switcheroo as well. Basically any way to play spells that do things in their own right, which then, of course, activate the Handmaiden as well. This hand right now is gorgeous.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough for Draver, I think, because this one is pretty much a race. There will be a little tiny bit of pressure applied at some point by Draver, but nothing to mean anything, really. In fact, he may not even apply it because it's just more cards for Pocket Train to draw. So I think that the Priest is probably just that little bit quicker. I don't know the matchup. I'm not going to claim that I do. But I feel like the Warlock has to draw its whole deck, and so does the Priest. But the Priest does it so much quicker. There is the caveat that the Warlock can just win if it draws the right cards.
Yeah, that's right, because we always talk about how turn 8 is Boar Priest's turn. That is when they swing the sword. I want to say that on average, the Mind Warlock is probably looking a turn later. It's just based on intuition. But I do think, you know, turn 8 is early, it feels like, for the the Mind Warlock. Because, I mean, look at this, right? It's turn 5, and he's nowhere close. He's played a mine, yes, but he needs to trade the shipments, he needs to draw the phylactery, and he very possibly needs to draw Tamsin as well. Not that one, the 1/3 Tamsin.
Try again.
Yeah, the other one. In order to be able to actually get the combo online.
And look at this hand. If you want to draw cards, if you want to get boars in the graveyard, it's just everything you could want. Even I know this.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Wow, he does end up taking the Handmaiden, I think, there, off of the Illuminate, which is very interesting because there was the option for for an amulet as well. But one of the things that I always miss with this deck that Pocket Train was actually talking a little bit about when I was casting Tice's Tavern with him was, you know, when you have 2 Illuminates, when you play the second one, it's going to be the same cards on the bottom. Whatever you wanted to hit, you can just hit then. And so I think it's a really clever realization to take the second Handmaiden, find the other Illuminate, and then use the other one, the second Illuminate, to get that that amulet off the bottom of your deck to get the combo ready for turn 8.
Yep, if you're going to do it on turn 8, you might as well just do it on turn 8, draw all the cards. Don't take us. It's like less risk, right? The only risk, the thing that I would end up doing in this situation, Derek, is running out of things to tradable. I'd draw my whole deck, think I was really clever, and then have no cards, and then not have enough tradables left on the amulet. Now, Pocket Train won't do that, but I thought I'd highlight how you don't play this deck, just for a moment.
As Pocket Train just quickly Googles on the side monitor how to play Boar Priest, and then back he goes.
Yeah, okay, I'll trade these now while I've still got cards in my deck. Tick.
Yeah, you're very happy to play Boar in this matchup. There's no transform effects, no steal effects. That is always dying. And from the looks of it, so is Dravo. Still no way to complete his own OTK, no way to build up a board that can threaten the Priest even through the sword swing. And Pocket Train just has the mother of all setup turns.
I recognise that look. He thinks he's got it.
No shot.
He thinks it's there now, but I don't think he's going to go for it because he hasn't got the time now.
Oh, there's no shot you have it here, right?
Is there no shot?
Is someone injured?
You can draw
I mean,
a
it's
lot of
Pocket
cards.
Train. There's always a shot, but...
The only thing that could possibly go wrong here for him is he can overdraw by doing something tired and horrible. And I just don't think he's even... I think his muscle memory just won't let that happen, but that's the one thing he can mess up here, I think. Or he can die next turn, but how's that possible?
Right, yeah, I agree. I think that's so unlikely to happen with a Rod not having been played yet. Yeah, he's just got to wait. I think this is very smart. Like, he was doing some furious counting there. That was like some goodwill hunting stuff right there. But he does hold off for the moment. As Dravo now finds the rod. That's a good draw. That's the kind of draw that can set up for these powerful, lethal, surprise lethal turns on turn 10, I want to say most likely. But Pocket Train has to have his eyes set on a play earlier than turn 10.
Yeah, I think he's going, I think. Surely.
This, I can fully believe is lethal. With a 0-mana amulet in the deck, I think them all having been traded as much as you need.
I think so, yeah.
Very lethally.
He might need one more trade, but I think they've all been done.
Is someone injured?
Oh, I get twitchy when I see the double cleric, Derek, because I'm bad, not because he's bad.
It's so perfect as well, right? You're swapping the health back and forth. Even though the cleric came into play with 1, it doesn't matter because you're able to suck up to give it more health. There's 1 amulet in hand. We just need 1 more. We need the mana from Priestess Valish. The cleric is still alive. The pyro ready to whirlwind. The Amulet of the Undying coming down. The Boar's getting it done. Dravo concedes, and Pocket Train is the winner of Masters Tour Vashj'ir. What a performance.
And what a response from Pocket Train. I'm so pleased to see him win this. Honestly, we hyped up the Boar Priest for him. I picked him, by the way. I don't usually pick people I want to win because it curses them, but they do a good job of cursing themselves, and I don't pick them, so I just picked him. He's so pleased, and the last 3 days he's been rank 1 on 2 ladders and won a Masters Tour. And this has been coming, Derek, and he's gonna do more. He is going to be a player we see again. This isn't a one-hit wonder. And neither, by the way, is Dravo, who has slowly but surely been marching up through the rankings tournament after tournament. Really don't want to miss him out of this either at this moment, because he's had a great one too. But it's a UK moment, it's a Pocket Train moment. Woo. We got it done, he got it done. And Boar Priest got it done.
It did. Yeah, the easiest bring of his life, and he manages to get there in the end. As I've got to say, you know, it's obviously very impressive that he won the Masters Tour. But again, the amount of Hearthstone that he's playing, anything less than a win would have just been kind of embarrassing. He needed something to show for his efforts, because he's just like 10 hours a day jamming Hearthstone, streaming like a madman as well. And yeah, jokes aside, I am so happy for the man. I really am right there with you. I think he's an extremely strong up-and-coming talent who, honestly, I kind of struggle to even apply the moniker to him. I feel like because he's so new in the scene, I should be calling him up-and-coming, but it really doesn't feel like that anymore. He's just setting the stage, setting the standard for how these very, very difficult, finicky decks should be played. And everyone else, it's time to follow suit, because he's looking like a real strong contender going forward to the full champs and potentially even the world championships.
Yeah, and he's done the thing as well where he's been on a few streams, had a few mediocre tournaments, had a few mediocre performances. It's only about a year ago, maybe even less, that he was like, well, I can play 2 or 3 decks well, but I just can't bring a tournament lineup because 4 decks, knowing them inside out, how can I do that? And now here we are. Like, I don't know, again, 9 months, a year later, he played the DreamHack Beyond and got to the top 8 there. You know, did okay. But now he's finally got the hang of, I'm just going to play all the decks and then I'll know 4 decks easily. And that's where we're at.
Yeah, that is where we're at. But I think we can hear the words from his own mouth as we have our winner standing by. Mr. Swinton, can you hear me?
I can indeed. Hello.
You did it! How are you feeling?
I'm in disbelief. I think I'm a little bit too tired to be that happy. I don't know what happened. Something just like switched and all the nerves went away and I was just having a good time, and along the way I won a Masters Tour.
You just woke up from a fugue state and hey, wow, I'm a Hearthstone superstar.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden. Congratulations, man. I've got to say that final was absolutely nerve-wracking, but it felt like you were just in your rhythm. It was very few mistakes I could pick up on at all.
Yeah, I definitely didn't play like perfectly in top 8, but I played a lot better than I expected to under the pressure. It's like with a lot of people watching, it's very difficult, but I'm quite happy with how I played. I mean, I must have done something right.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the Boar Priest games didn't lose on stream. Very thankful. I was a little bit worried when I was 2-1 up to lose twice with Boar Priest, and that's how I went out. That was I was a little concerned, but Deck's just too good.
Yeah, the script writers aren't that cruel. But obviously coming into this tournament, I think it's fair to say that Boar Priest was a 100% bring for you. But how difficult was it to find the rest of the decks in your lineup? And how much did it change over the course of your practice?
I was... Boar Priest was the only deck I liked in the game for a long, long time. And then I started playing Big Spell Mage on ladder and won a lot of games, drew a lot of Belindas like I've been doing on stream here. Finished double one with Mage, so I thought, okay, I'll just put that in, that's a good deck. Then when the new card came out, all the alignment druid stats just went to, it's suddenly favored against aggro. Why wouldn't you bring it? That kind of thing. And alignment druid didn't go positive record for me, but I think it got banned more than any other deck, like maybe more than the others combined. So I was happy with that. And then Boat Rogue was very much the fourth deck, but because it didn't seem to fit the lineup, but then I don't know, no deck really did, so I just stuck in a deck that has been winning a lot on ladder, so I thought can't go too far wrong, and well, it went pretty well.
Went fantastically well, and
yep.
We've seen such a rise, it feels like, in the last few months, in the last few Master Tours, of the Meisters Tourney, often Gruppen squad coming together, specifically Habu Gabu, Fury, and now you as well. What is it about the synergy between you guys that's working so well at the moment?
I think it's just, we all play a lot of the game, so there's always someone to talk to. That's very helpful, and we're very analytical with stuff. That's like, you can put your biases aside a little bit when there are loads of people. Like, people told me not to bring Boar Priest, but you know, I did put my foot down there. But it's good having a lot of high-level voices to like put you in your place at times when you're a little wrong with stuff. But another person, Pascoa, he's a huge part of all of our preparation. He's a wizard with stats, and I definitely couldn't have got this far without the help of him and all the others. It's ridiculous. I don't know how we're getting these results.
I mean, you're playing some blooming good Hearthstone, I would say, is helping you along the way. But I remember seeing in the calls while you were getting ready that you were saying now that ladder doesn't really have any effect on qualification for the rest of the year, that on stream you're going to divert away from the hardcore Boar Priest, Belinda, Big Spell Mage, over to some slightly memeier decks. Now that you're the greatest Hearthstone player to ever live, are you still going to be doing that, or is it just all competitive all the time?
I'm not sure. I mean, if I am truly the greatest, then it doesn't matter what deck I'm playing, right? So maybe I'll just finish rank 1 with a meme deck. Unlikely, but it'd be nice to take a month off the stress of grinding ladder. Well, take a few months off, I guess, now at this point. And just try and... I haven't really enjoyed this meta, to be completely honest. But approaching it as a very, very intense competitive player, that can just happen. It doesn't matter, it's not necessarily the game's fault. So it'd be nice to like look at it with fresh eyes, just kind of enjoy myself, rather than just play to win. Which is kind of what I was doing in the end of this, but winning came along the way.
What do you know? Having fun in Hearthstone. What a novel concept for a competitive player. But with that all said and done, one final congratulations and a chance for you to say anything you want to say and say thanks to anyone that you want to.
I just wanted to thank the practice group again. The Meester Tourney Open group. It's Dutch.
Perfect.
I butchered the name, but I could not be anywhere near where I've come today without the help of them. They're all brilliant. There are too many names to name. But like they know who they are. People should know who they are. They're all brilliant players, every one of them, and everyone helps so much.
Awesome.
That's it.
Well, fantastic. I'll let you go and celebrate by falling face first into bed and sleeping for 12 hours.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations again, man.
Thank you very, very much. All right, bye.
There it is, Lorinda, the winner of Masters Tour Vashj'ir. Such a humble presence, but a lovely guy as well, and a very, very strong Hearthstone player indeed, as we just saw.
A humble presence until everyone has to listen to him now in the group saying how he was right about Boar Priest and how his percentages were right all along and how they should have listened to him. But
I
yeah,
mean,
absolutely. It was a great interview. He really sort of spoke a lot of helpful words there, and it gave a good insight into how that all functioned. Very nice.
it's kind of true, but I mean, like Pocket Train saying you should just bring Boar Priest is kind of like saying Usain Bolt saying you should just run faster. Like, yeah, sure, it's easy for you to say as the best in the world. But yeah, there we go. Pocket Train got that victory. Looking forward to him playing throughout the rest of the year in the Masters Tours, of course, which he's now got guaranteed qualification. I think he had anyway because of all his ladder finishes, to be perfectly honest. And then seeing him in the full champs later on in the year, fighting for that spot in the World Championships will be very exciting indeed.
The other thing, obviously, which means that I now win everything. I got the predictions right, and he confirmed Rogue, 4th deck in the lineup. Absolutely. It's almost like I've been listening to them or something earlier in the week, yeah. Also, he mentioned the pressure in that interview, something we've talked about a lot with players who go from ladder into tournaments. And yeah, he won't feel the pressure as much ever again after finding a way to get through that top 8. So yeah, congratulations once again to Pocket Train. It's superb, and I'm very happy for him. And again, with the other top 8, top 16 competitors we've seen today, or whatever you want to call whatever we're now at, yesterday, tomorrow, I don't know where we are anymore. Yeah, thanks to all them as well for showing up and putting in a great performances, because this has been a really good top 16.
It has, yeah. I've had an absolutely fantastic time. Speaking of some of the other things that we can be looking forward to, I believe there is a Lobby Legends event to be started next weekend. And then GM, Grandmaster's Last Call, kicks off in 2 weeks after that, which is going to be very exciting. The final chance for our last remaining Grandmasters to get that one last spot at the World Championship. So make sure you're here on the Hearthstone YouTube channel to be catching all of that action.
Absolutely, and I think that says everything, Derek. Is there anything else you want to say from your own viewpoint, rather than just things that are coming? Anything that stood out to you in this tournament apart from the winner?
I mean, it was just a great start to the second half of the year. As we were saying, getting a better look at who's going to be going through to the full championship. Great play along the way. Fantastic storylines with Habu Gabu making another top 16. Gabby being like the top 18th player in Masters Tour history as well now. The stories are really starting to ramp up as we get towards the end of the competitive year. And of course, thank you so much to everyone for watching. You make it all possible. And even if we were rambling quite incoherently at the end due to the time zone, I still had a great time.
Yeah, me too. And with that, it is goodbye from us, from the other casters, from the production, and from all the people behind the scenes. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Habu's like, there's no shot. No shot did he just BM well played me when he's actually about to win through something incredibly scammy right now. That was just an incredibly diplomatic and well-mannered concede from your opponent. And Habu, we can break the news to you right now, my friend.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu. He
Can't believe you're still counting.
he comes back, takes the victory.
That is why we do this. That is why we play this game